Greetings, comrades. Remember to share your thoughts after reading, and I hope you find the tale amusing. Two combatants faced off in the ring. The first fighter, hunched over confidently, announced that he was exactly where he belonged. He claimed nobody could stand against him, and he had come here specifically to prove he possessed the greatest skills in existence. His adversary then emerged, remarking how fortunate he felt to encounter such a skilled individual in this very place. Apparently, participating in this particular trial was definitely the correct decision for him. Suddenly, the man leaped up from his chair, declaring that his amusement was officially over. His sword appeared instantly at his rival's throat, causing the opponent's eyes to bulge in shock. The fighter lowered his head, demanding to know what exactly this repulsive idea was supposed to be. Blood spewed from his lips as a single question screamed inside his mind: how could anyone possess such an impossible reaction speed? After landing, the swordsman noted that the skill difference between them was actually minimal. He then began to vanish into thin air. The announcer, holding a microphone, excitedly declared that an instant strike had occurred, confirming the swordsman's impressive injury-free winning streak remained unbroken. The victor looked on as the speaker revealed this was a spectator duel, orchestrated by a popular streamer and final competitor. A new character then appeared inside a capsule surrounded by numerous screens. This person explained that the integration of virtual reality worlds into actual life had sparked a massive technological revolution. Windows showing various themed worlds, spanning from history to science fiction, illustrated how these intersections now influenced finance, art, education, work, and business, fundamentally altering reality because of this game. As part of this narrative, an introduction screen for one specific game appeared. They revealed that among the numerous intersection worlds, the popular morgue, Heroes of Time, had emerged. The game's setting then appeared on screen, described as a realm of perilous fantasy. This world was centered on heroes, or rather, players, allowing people to immerse themselves fully in an immense level of epic adventure. A player engaged in combat was shown, illustrating how everyone could join in on boss raids, storm fortresses, enter competitions, and generally experience this genre through diverse content. A map of the intersection world appeared, described as having reached a level where people globally admired it. A man then approached some steps as a voice declared this was the central hub of Heroes of Time, a place where professional gamers were revered, and all players dreamed of achieving pro status. The scene shifted to a school building, where students were discussing yesterday's match broadcast. One boy, standing at his desk, asked if Hyunjun had only competed in the final. Another student requested an autograph from the tournament organizer and then asked how to play so skillfully. Hyunjun, resting his head on his hand, nonchalantly replied that it was simple: just dodge every attack and land your own. His face then appeared beside his game avatar, as he mentally noted his in-game name was Black Skull, and he had reached the finals of the streamer competition. The smug young man privately acknowledged his success wasn't just limited to the game, he was also brilliant in reality, exceptional at sports, came from a wealthy family, and looked great, a combination so overpowered it felt like cheating. A classmate, looking down, brought up Hyunjun's 200 synchronization level with a special program. Noting that his perception of reality might be different, he questioned if such a high level was truly professional. A diagram of a brain appeared, explaining that synchronization measures the connection to the virtual avatar, where 100 provides realistic sensations, and higher values supposedly grant extrasensory perception. Another classmate added that Hyunjun moved exceptionally fast in the arena, asking if he saw everything in slow motion. The fighter replied that while not exactly slow motion, he did perceive things more clearly than in reality. A comrade, looking ahead, remembered the quote about destiny granting everything to those predetermined for success, adding that it was unfair to those who strive but fail. Hyunjun, smiling, asked if that was really true. He placed a hand on another student's head, wondering why he couldn't maintain his balance when he knew the consequences of falling. The target, hands in pockets, asked if Hyunjun was insane for doing this during class. Hyunjun retorted that his mother led the parent committee, so teachers wouldn't dare interfere, claiming it was just a game. He then raised his leg, asking the victim what they were going to do now, to which the victim replied they were playing. The kick struck the victim in the back, immediately sending both of them to the floor. The bully rubbed his neck, complaining that he almost broke his bones because of the victim, asking if he fell on purpose. Sweat beaded on the victim's face as the bully declared him a corpse. The bully's gaze shifted sideways, and Hyunjun looked down, remarking on the genuinely sad life of a loser. His glasses lay on the floor next to him. The scene changed to show a house. The young man gazed downward, concluding that the world perfectly followed the rules of natural selection. The powerful possessed the right to dominate the vulnerable, and the weak remained weak because they completely lacked the means to fight back. Standing before the capsule, the student recognized that although the world was progressing with endless entertainment options, nothing truly compared to the satisfaction of looking down on others. A cruel smile spread across his face. He recalled his final opponent, a player known for easily swapping professions to counter others. He predicted his rival would choose a juggernaut class against his assassin, a character built to both absorb damage and deliver powerful blows. Closing his eyes, the fighter understood this would be a match between a versatile multi-class user and a single-class specialist, where differences in raw strength and strategy would be obvious. He then initiated the launch sequence. The view before him shifted to a bright blue color as he mused on how it was finally time to enjoy a loser's expression once again. Meanwhile, the crowd raised their hands high in celebration. The host raised his other hand, shouting that everyone had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The final competition between the streamer's two most skilled viewers was now finally ready to begin. An image showing two people and their abilities appeared on screen. The host explained the rules, stating that the competition would follow Heroes of Time battle logic. Levels, equipment, and general statistics would be standardized to ensure fairness. The key variable would be the selected profession and its related abilities, making physical strength and strategy the main focus. The players were called out, and the first finalist entered. This fighter crossed his arms over his chest as the referee introduced him as an assassin specialist, famous for his injury-free record achieved through speed and evasion. His bright blue eyes appeared as the host mentioned he was still just a high school student, and based on his skill level, he was guaranteed to become a terrifying professional player in the future. Pointing across the arena, the host announced the entrance of the next finalist. This player's legs appeared first, as the host described him as someone who could freely use various professions, allowing him to easily gain an advantage over opponents. The presenter widened his eyes in surprise, questioning which profession this versatile player chose to counter the assassin. The fighter held a staff in his hands as the man announced that this warrior would be playing as a magus, or wizard class. A smile appeared on the player's face, causing the host to note that he had chosen the game's supposedly weakest class to face off against an assassin specialist. The referee approached and asked if this choice was part of his overall strategy, to which the player promptly responded with a firm negative. The young man gazed at his opponent, explaining casually that he simply felt an assassin of this caliber could easily be defeated even by a magician. The presenter turned to the audience, calling the player's statement an unexpected provocation. He questioned if the player truly believed he could easily defeat his opponent, then immediately announced the beginning of the match and started the countdown. The young man pulled back his hood, asking if his opponent was known as the genius high school player. He added that he actually attended the very same school. The assassin fighter forcefully clenched his teeth when the hero brought up his skull mask and mentioned his obvious case of 8th grader syndrome. As soon as the countdown ended, several bright beams of light materialized beside the protagonist. The assassin immediately began evading the attack while the host commentated on the typical mage versus assassin dynamic. The warrior shooting magic as the opponent escaped. The assassin, eyes wide, couldn't comprehend how this blockhead thought he could win by firing lasers when he clearly didn't know exactly where his target was located. Hyunjun began moving forward at lightning speed, dodging the magic attacks while the referee provided commentary. The mage, seeing Hyunjun's exceptional movement, realized this was no joke, and struggled to understand how the assassin dodged every attack, even from a distance. As Hyunjun continued closing the gap, the mage decided to intentionally shorten the distance further. The assassin grinned, believing his rival was allowing him to get close, and activated his rear attack skill. The fighter was suddenly caught off guard as he executed the move, thinking he would make the mage regret approaching without knowing his place. The young man mage suddenly smiled. He brought his hand to his face and remarked that he hadn't expected the assassin to fall for such a simple trap. Looking directly at his rival, the assassin fighter told him he shouldn't play around with people's emotions. The assassin gritted his teeth in frustration as the host announced that the mage had intentionally shortened the distance, and the assassin had walked directly into the trap. Immediately afterward, the assassin fell defeated onto his knees. The young man stood next to the kneeling assassin, asking if he genuinely believed he lacked information on assassin abilities after playing with every hero class available. He added that the assassin's perfect, no damage record was officially destroyed. The opponent looked up as the mage suggested he had a new, more serious concern, the extreme embarrassment when everyone learned the great assassin had been defeated by a mage. Getting back up, the furious enemy shouted that he was too important to be beaten by a weakling who got a lucky shot. He demanded to know if the mage truly thought one blow was enough to win. Immediately after, his image vanished from view. The hero stood in the same spot as the host explained that the assassin had hidden himself in the arena, a critical ability for his class. The assassin, now standing directly in front of the mage, used the surprise attack skill from the dark, which allowed him to enter a hidden state. The young man, raising a hand like a student asking permission, inquired if being completely invisible didn't somehow bend the rules of fair play. A glowing blue orb materialized in his palm as he explained this specific ability was reserved for just this moment, an energy blast. The referee's face, however, was slick with sweat as he complained that the man was back to using magic, trying to hit an assassin with something clearly moving at the pace of continental drift. The wizard remained motionless, channeling his magic as the opposing player announced that both combatants were wielding potentially lethal techniques, making the entire match a race to land the first blow. Consequently, the mage was at a severe disadvantage. Uncertain if he could possibly react to the assassin's strike once his invisibility disappeared, Hye-Injin's forehead throbbed as he realized he had to ramp up his synchronization to the absolute limit, which would slightly decrease his perceived time. A cascade of digits flashed across his vision. The system of synchronization crossroads was then introduced as an unexplored virtual reality phenomenon, an emergent property with no public information, yet high-level players claimed that maxing it out felt like time completely froze. The soldier's jaw dropped as an assassin suddenly materialized right next to him. The hero's gaze ignited with a fierce blue light, allowing him to effortlessly evade the incoming blow. The adversary's eyes grew round with surprise, noting that this crossroads synchronization system was proving to be remarkably intriguing. The young man, still clutching the glowing orb, mused aloud that sometimes it felt like time had frozen entirely, while other times he felt completely invincible. His eye intensified into a brilliant beacon as he declared that a loser's existence was truly pathetic. The assassin's eyes bulged further in response, just before a massive blue laser blast slammed into him. A single blue pixel flared against the inky darkness as Hyun-Jun finally opened his eyes in the real world. Clenching his jaw tightly, the student mentally questioned whether he had actually been defeated. His fur helmet clattered to the floor. The victor, stretching contentedly, mused that the world functioned perfectly according to natural selection, where the powerful possessed the divine right to humble the powerless, and the weak were simply weak because they lacked the means to fight back. A name tag became visible on his attire. The student adjusted his glasses, reflecting that this was still reality, where the rules were different. A loser in real life wasn't automatically condemned to failure in the virtual world. The school bully, however, instantly recalled his own experiences of being tormented in high school. With a smirk, No declared he couldn't wait to see the expression on Hyun-Jun's face tomorrow. The man relaxed in a plush armchair, scrolling through content on his tablet. A colleague, bringing a steaming mug to his lips, inquired about the professor's thoughts. The professor accepted the mug, expressed gratitude for the coffee, then his assistant questioned whether he had finalized the selection for the academy recommendation. The assistant, clutching the tablet, added that he admired the professor's efforts to seek out individuals from less fortunate backgrounds, those who were stuck in the dark, so to speak. He agreed that everyone deserved an even playing field, and then asked if he could suggest a candidate himself. Presenting the device, the employee explained that he had caught yesterday's online broadcast and discovered a highly intriguing individual who claimed to be a high school student. He asked if this particular student might be suitable for their program, quickly adding that he'd observed a curious moment, and briefly checked the player's synchronization level readings. The player's image popped up on the display as the assistant mentioned seeing a shockingly high numerical value. The professor, staring intently at the tablet, questioned if some illicit software might be influencing the crossroads system, to which his conversation partner admitted no one truly knew, but that theory might actually be correct. The professor spun around and asked about the afternoon schedule, wondering if the department head would be getting involved. The assistant suggested they verify the potential truth of this new theory, since it might actually prove factual. Meanwhile, back at school, the bully received a sharp punch to the chest. One of his friends was now beating him up. Hyun-Jun clenched his jaw, yelling at the attacker for daring to overstep his bounds, while one of his other acquaintances wondered why this specific bully had suddenly started hitting the man, as he usually avoided it. The second friend reminded everyone about the previous night's combat stream. The guy buried his face in his hands when another student explained that their leader's ambition was to gain notoriety among amateurs and join the academy. However, he had now been effectively demoted, reputation-wise, without even suffering a physical injury. To make matters worse, his challenger had revealed on air that he was also in high school, thus completely obliterating the leader's carefully constructed genius middle school student title. The fighter ground his teeth together with force, replaying his opponent's taunts from the tournament in his mind. Instantly, the young man visualized himself in the same position, imagining his own words and those of his challenger. Shaking visibly, the hero muttered an apology, claiming complete confusion about what had just occurred. The student's eyes went wide with realization. The player turned away, insisting that the whole affair was purely accidental, because trash like that couldn't possibly defeat him, and told his friends to get lost. The guy on the ground, however, smirked and then began to laugh loudly, shutting one eye. The man commented that he was genuinely angered by yesterday's defeat, but now things felt perfectly balanced. The school hallway came into focus as the student reflected that he had been tormented by that specific group since high school started. Evidently, even with virtual reality offering endless new forms of entertainment, individuals who enjoyed harassing others had yet to vanish completely. The hero himself hadn't had a particular vendetta against Hyun-Jun, but he had seen a chance to finally fight back in the game and held on to that glimmer of hope. Ultimately, he was simply tired of always being on the losing side. Students were seated at their desks when the young man understood that his in-game exploits wouldn't actually alter his daily routine. As he knew he couldn't keep pace with the harsh demands of reality, he did it purely as a way to blow off steam. The instructor, positioned near the whiteboard, mentioned the current date and promptly summoned the hero. The guy slowly rose from his chair, looking absolutely awful. The woman's eyes expanded to saucers at the sight of him. With a forced smile, she instructed him to explain the distinction between augmented reality and virtual reality. The bully sat directly behind him as he attempted to process why she was completely ignoring his obvious condition. Was that truly all the teacher had to say when faced with his current predicament? Staring straight forward, the guy recognized that this indifference was entirely because his tormentors came from privileged backgrounds. Every student suddenly transformed into a grotesque monster in his eyes, as he decided reality was far too disgusting for him. The woman, clutching her tablet, asked if he was listening. Abruptly, the monster's head was decapitated. The remaining monsters immediately leaped to their feet in reaction. The player instantly sliced them down. Their lifeless bodies remained where they fell. Glancing downward, the guy noted he was finally feeling better, reasoning there was no point stressing over the occurrences in real life. After all, the stage where he truly belonged was right here. In this virtual realm, the corpses of the monsters solidified in his mind as he considered the necessity of slaying them, gaining experience, and becoming more powerful through the process. Wielding his daggers, the fighter realized that only here could he feel truly liberated and authentic, free from extraneous worries. He also concluded that close combat weapons were perfect for savoring every moment of the fight. The specialization trees popped up, reminding the hero that the game featured 3 primary classes: tank, support, and fighter. After selecting a class, the player could choose a specific profession from within that category. However, simply leveling up a profession didn't actually advance the core class, so one had to make choices carefully. Opening his inventory display, the hero pondered his chosen fighter class. As he reached out to touch the system window, the young man observed that he had managed to accumulate a substantial amount of currency. If only he could convert it into real-world cash, his monthly expenses would no longer be a headache. The protagonist reflected that the currency in this other world was gold, which was fine, but the truly amazing part was that it could be converted directly into real cash. The catch, however, was that you had to be an adult to perform the exchange, so all his current accumulated wealth was essentially digital paper until he reached the appropriate age. He quickly turned around, realizing he was no longer alone. The young man deftly dodged a surprise attack, finding himself face to face with a newly revealed enemy. Someone stepped forward from the shadows and expressed disbelief that the player had actually managed to evade the strike. The fighter, tossing his blade over his shoulder with a theatrical flair, complained loudly that his spell hadn't worked properly. The protagonist, staring at the sudden assault, demanded to know who they were and why they were being so incredibly rude. The leader raised his hand to quiet everyone, explaining that they were interested in the hero's gold, and that they were professional player killers, requesting that he just die quietly. He then ordered his comrade to make sure the next blow landed properly. The comrade, standing behind him, affirmed the order and referred to the commander as a true professional. The hero speculated that these attackers were either actual zombies or hired mercenaries, recalling rumors that companies enlisted individuals for daily quotas, often those who were in real world dead or perhaps even in prison. One of the attackers grinned and impatiently told the hero to hurry up and die. The hero, noticing their glowing red eyes, realized they were known player killers, confirming the recent rumors that murdering fellow users had become a popular new hobby. Raising his dagger, the young man insisted they had picked the wrong fight, and asked if they seriously thought they could win. The opponent noted that he was far too overconfident in his abilities. The leader intervened, explaining that killing anyone else would earn the hero a huge murder penalty, since everyone else here was an innocent bystander. So wouldn't it be easier if he just died quietly instead? The guy gritted his teeth, finally understanding why they had only marked one person as the target for the murder penalty. Bolting away from the confrontation, the hero knew that if things continued to go poorly, he would face real problems. Just as the leader yelled that running in that direction was pointless, another opponent appeared above him. The young man expertly parried the incoming blow with his dagger. The opponent was immediately sent flying backward from the impact. Suddenly, a dagger pierced the protagonist's shoulder, seemingly from nowhere. It was the leader, who wondered aloud if the hero could stop resisting so uselessly, pointing out it only made their work shift longer for everyone involved. The enemy then casually pulled his weapon out of the hero's shoulder. The guy leaned against a nearby tree, mentally questioning why he specifically seemed to be the universe's punching bag today. The leader began performing a casual blade toss, ordered his minions to finish the job. The hero, however, noticed their strange excitement. Realizing they were mocking him because they couldn't do this in real life, he thought of Hyun-jun and realized these guys were so pathetic they didn't even understand true mockery, not even a casual glance in his real life. One minion turned his head, clearly annoyed, and asked why the hero was staring at him. Covering his wound, The protagonist realized that if he killed these attackers, he'd face the murderer penalty and lose everything. He concluded that maybe just accepting death in the game was the less complicated option. His eyes were obscured by his hair, making it difficult to read his expression. Suddenly, the young man began to parry every single blow, cutting an incision across one attacker's neck in the process. Frowning, he decided he wouldn't back down, not even in virtual reality. As he attacked another opponent, he recognized they were just a useless bunch of zombies, and he simply needed to survive the killer mode by eliminating them all. With one more strike, the young man decided he would make everyone involved regret ever crossing paths with him. Pushing through the minions toward their leader, the hero realized that in this world, he didn't have the real life weaknesses that held him back. The protagonist immediately swung his blade at the boss. The leader's eyes widened in surprise before he swiftly parried the attack. The daggers in the boy's hands were trembling, but the leader, completely still, asked if the hero truly thought he had the same skills as those brainless zombies. Grinning, the man pointed out that the hero had now officially become a murderer, just as a bird appeared in the sky. Suddenly, claws dug into his hand, making the player look down as a system interface materialized from the bird's eye. A mysterious figure, face hidden from view, announced that he had successfully located the player. The protagonist's image appeared on a screen as people continued to fight in the projection. No one knitted his brows in confusion, asking what was wrong with that hero on screen, admitting that the guy was undeniably strong. Smiling, the villain grudgingly admitted the hero wasn't half bad, noting that despite only having a basic spear and no armor, he managed to dodge every attack, deal fatal blows quickly, and wipe out the entire crew in one go. The dead players lay scattered on the ground. The villain, initiating his attack, said this meant he had more work to do. Convinced the hero's inventory was absolutely bursting with rare items, the protagonist's red eye appeared, thinking that he could clearly see all of the opponent's incoming strikes. A blow landed, leaving a cut on the protagonist's neck. He questioned what on earth had happened, because he was absolutely certain he had dodged that one. With a wide grin, the fellow inquired about the sudden vanishing act of his rival's motivation. The young man parried this strike, noting his adversary's attacks outpaced his physical response time. Even though he visually tracked every move, he emphasized that physical strength wasn't just basic physics, it required a complex, simple criterion for movement that his body wasn't meeting. The foe lashed out, explaining that unlike simple skill tournaments, this chaotic battlefield lacked automatic level balancing, meaning victory hinged on a cocktail of character level, acquired abilities, and magical equipment. He pointed out that with the right foundation, even basic specifications could crush a stronger rival. In a flash, the weapon snapped clean in two. The antagonist swung his weapon, snickering that the guy's low-level but impressive physical form suggested he was merely a school-aged kid. He helpfully suggested the boy return to completing his assignments before recess ended. A dark cloud of righteous anger descended upon the man's features. A brilliant, blinding light erupted in the air. The protagonist successfully parried the opponent's blade. The antagonist glared angrily, demanding to know the true identity of this meddling individual. Frowning deeply, the new arrival offered a quick apology for interrupting the festivities, explaining he also had a personal score to settle with the other combatants. The protagonist looked aside briefly, asking if the new arrival had perhaps dabbled in illicit software during the previous competition. Bill, looking straight ahead, emphatically denied ever touching such cheating programs. A prominent vein throbbed on the antagonist's forehead as he demanded why the stranger dared interfere. A moment later, a swift strike caused the enemy's weapon to vibrate uncontrollably. The warrior pressed his blade against the man's throat, stating that the vibration proved a synchronization level boost to 400 had occurred with no apparent external enhancements. Noah's expression shifted to astonishment, and he questioned the concept of synchronization, demanding to know if the opponent truly believed he had accomplished such a feat. He accused the foe of attempted deception, pointing out that the synchronization level on his most recent attack had clearly surpassed the 400 mark. A malicious sneer stretched across the protagonist's features. Staring forward, the protagonist asserted that such an astronomically high synchronization level was unprecedented in recorded history. He then challenged the foe to explain why they claimed he used third-party software for artificial augmentation. The hero ultimately denied the accusations, explaining that checking the synchronization level was a premium, paid service, which he had always declined. The man's expression froze in astonishment, realizing his opponent had no idea of his true power level. He maintained his fixed gaze forward. A chest materialized, announcing that it had received a formal complaint and had come to investigate the situation. Waving a hand dismissively, the entity declared that a cheater was present, specifically someone using unauthorized software. Frowning, the young man realized this was the game's disciplinary monster. Wondering about the chaos unfolding, the monster then closed its eyes, ordering the suspect to repeat the suspicious action. The man insisted he was innocent of using illegal programs, suggesting the monster punish the actual rule breaker instead. The monster, revealed to be an angry slime, warned that using illicit software meant a permanent ban from the game, demanding immediate compliance. Frowning, the master inquired about the meaning of the blocking action, wondering why it was still occurring despite his earlier statement that he hadn't used any cheating programs. The man raised his hand, explaining that if he refused to comply, the situation would become straightforward. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist demanded that the accuser provide evidence to back up his claim. The warrior unsheathed his weapon in preparation for combat. Scratching his head in confusion, the antagonist stated he had been pondering how such a low-level player managed to perform so impressively, before concluding the only explanation was cheating. He then requested the masked man refrain from further interruptions. The hero simply nodded in agreement. Another combatant stepped into view. With a wide grin, the opponent declared he would take great pleasure in personally handling the rule breaker. The adversary charged forward, loudly proclaiming that he intended to loot all of the victim's valuable possessions. No successfully parried the strike with his weapon. Continuing to defend against the rapid onslaught, he mused internally that he never bothered to check his exact synchronization level, simply assuming it was marginally superior to most other players. He recalled hearing that the villain's synchronization level was approximately 200, but now realized his own was double that value. The villain's surprised expression registered in response. The protagonist's form stood tall, realizing that no player had ever previously achieved a synchronization level above 400. He recognized himself as the first to set this record, which potentially crowned him as the world's best player. The enemy ground his teeth in frustration, demanding to know the reason for his smirk. The protagonist maintained his grin, concluding to himself that this discovery proved he was indeed quite unique. Clutching the weapon tightly, the man realized he needed to enhance his focus. Reacting to the opponent's blows after visually processing them resulted in a significant delay. The adversary's features radiated smug certainty. A skeletal figure materialized, explaining that optimizing his perception by sensing the minute joint shifts required for the enemy to execute an attack would be highly beneficial. The man's glowing aura appeared, indicating he was focused on a risky move near his shoulder. His opponent's blade zipped harmlessly past the intended target. Peering at the system window, Slime was shocked by the ridiculously high numbers he saw. Holding his weapon tight, the man realized that a vertical slash was coming on his right side. The player dodged the blow with ease. The enemy's face sustained a new cut. Gritting his teeth, the opponent wondered who this character was. Complaining that he was dodging everything as if he could predict the future, the warrior continued his attack. Adopting a serious expression, the assistant declared there were no third-party programs involved, but pointed out that a synchronization level of 527 might explain a few things. The villain's body was marked with several fresh cuts. Frowning deeply, the man mentioned that reaching 400 synchronization was already considered completely unrealistic. He then pointed out that the protagonist had surpassed 500, questioning if this unique appearance was normal. The opponent then began to mysteriously fade away. The young man's eyes glowed bright crimson. Moving forward, the man stated that he had successfully proven he wasn't using any illegal software. Asking for verification, the player agreed immediately, admitting he was wrong to suspect the man, and adding that since he showed up, he had a proposition for him. However, the protagonist quickly responded that he wasn't interested. Putting on a smug face, the warrior announced he had just learned that he was special in the game world all along. Looking ahead, No declared he couldn't imagine losing to anyone at the moment, reminding his opponent that taking items wasn't against the rules. He then complimented the weapon, noting how expensive it looked and how effective it was at murdering people, before casually announcing that he wanted to take it, asking if the guy minded. A masked face suddenly appeared. Closing his eyes, the man stated that he still needed to deal with the murderer's condition, suggesting they talk about it later. The opponent's body was neatly severed in two. Suddenly, the player was hit by a severe blow, wondering why he hadn't seen it coming, and questioning his supposedly high synchronization level. Peering to the side, the man called out the character's name, instructing him that if he wanted his items returned, he needed to track down the player nicknamed Hidden in the Bushes and initiate contact. A young man's face went dark as the game over screen appeared. The scene shifted to a real world setting filled with high-tech gadgets, revealing that alongside virtual reality, significant advances in robotics had occurred. Robots with incredible eye and performance began replacing humans in countless service jobs, eventually completely taking over the sector. An assistant robot was seen cradling a child. A protector robot appeared, looking completely flustered to see the boy crying in front of it. Apparently, the child had never shown emotions before, not even when he returned home covered in scrapes and bruises, which made the robot very confused. Noah quickly hid his face behind his hand, lowering his head to ask the robot what he was supposed to do next. The robot, maintaining its completely blank expression, processed what was bothering the boy, concluding that he was clearly tormented by some internal emotion. Since this was a new situation for the robot, its reaction was delayed, but it eventually identified the emotion as anger, which it determined needed to be vented onto another person to calm down. A frowny face emoji appeared on the robot's screen. The protagonist looked forward mournfully, announcing that he had somehow managed to lose every single item he owned in the game. Rubbing its metallic hands together, the assistant declared that it would deal with the source of the anger first, noting that the culprit was standing directly in front of him. The scene shifted, revealing a new room. Standing before its owner, the robot expressed its disapproval, explaining that not only did he blow money at the internet cafe, but he also went ahead and lost all the gold he'd been saving up. The robot asked for confirmation, and the owner confessed to the loss. The gadget then pointed to its own battery indicator, comparing the owner's recklessness to people saving on electricity, explaining that he was wasting money while others could only dream of a full charge. The robot reiterated its previous warning about avoiding the cafe, but the guy insisted that it was all for his future investments. Frowning deeply, the assistant wondered what he was supposed to discuss with a gambler, adding that if Noah truly wanted his gold and items back, he just needed to go find the character with the ridiculous name, hiding in the bushes, and take care of it. The young man put his hand on his head in frustration, asking if changing things now would actually get his items back, especially since this was literally his last bit of money. The robot yelled back that if necessary, he should get down on his knees and beg for it. The young man replied that he had never asked anyone for a favor before, asking for instructions on how to proceed. Exhaling dramatically, the gadget declared that the young man hadn't even asked anyone for anything yet but was already acting like such an adult. It announced it would teach him the proper favor-asking skill using its preloaded data, warning that the difficulty level was surprisingly high and required proper preparation. With a serious expression, Noah pondered how much demand there must be for this begging for favor skill. A sale suddenly appeared, which was completely unrelated to the conversation, but added visual interest. The face of the man who was listening, presumably waiting to return the items and money, appeared. The player kept looking forward as the protagonist performed an elaborate bow, then stood on his hands, explaining that he heard this was the most effective way to beg for something. The interlocutor told him to stand up, confirming that he would indeed return everything, provided certain conditions were met. The guy then settled back onto his feet. A black hand appeared out of nowhere, presenting the in-game contract. The player declared that all items would be returned, provided the young man answered his questions honestly. Peering out the system window in shock, the young man realized that lying would result in him losing everything he owned. The game contract materialized, explaining that these agreements existed within the virtual world to ensure both parties received system support. It also specified that the contract execution was absolute, placing both participants on completely equal footing. Resting his hand on his chin, the man concluded that the contract wasn't entirely unfavorable to him. He then added that he also had plenty of questions for the player, asking if he could participate in a reciprocal question and answer session on the same terms. The player looked ahead and readily agreed to the arrangement, remarking that the man seemed incredibly curious about everything. Additional points popped up on the interface, and the warrior's clothes miraculously returned to his body. Hugging himself tightly, Noah muttered some vague remarks, prompting the man to suggest they just move on to the actual questions. Without showing his face, the interlocutor asked if Noah was truly a high school student. Raising an eyebrow, the main character decided he could just provide vague answers, reasoning that it wouldn't count as a direct lie. So he answered negatively. Suddenly, things went terribly wrong. All of the protagonist's belongings immediately exploded in a puff of smoke. Looking utterly confused, the guy asked why this unexpected event had occurred. Covering his eyes with his hand in embarrassment, the man explained that the virtual reality game was capable of reading his mind, and lying only made him look foolish. The young man then lowered his hand and admitted he actually was in high school, asking if he could please reclaim some of his exploded belongings. The player replied that it was now his turn for a question. Immediately, clothes and gold coins reappeared. The man lowered his head in confusion, asking why he was being subjected to this strange treatment. The warrior explained that he needed to understand the situation fully, adding that he actually wanted to recruit him for the game team, suggesting he think of this whole interrogation as an interview. Looking aside, the young man asked about this game team, wondering which specific group he was referring to. The man, with his eyebrows deeply furrowed, announced that his turn was over and asked what sort of career path the young man envisioned. The champion, adjusting his clothing, internally cursed the idiotic questions, replying that he only wanted a job that brought in massive amounts of money. He then asked which team the interviewer was referring to which the player specified it was the elite squad at the legendary Fantastic Academy. Noah's eyes suddenly bugged out of his head. He was completely stunned by the mention of that very famous Fantastic Academy. The interviewer crossed his arms, moving on to the next question, and asked the seemingly obvious question of whether the protagonist even enjoyed playing games. The main character eagerly replied in the affirmative, adding that joining such a team was every serious gamer's dream. He stressed that the interviewer must be connected to the team, give his insider knowledge, and confessed that he couldn't even dream of getting into the academy. He asked if joining was truly possible. Just as a huge football stadium suddenly appeared, the man, still not showing his face, asked if that was a question. the protagonist realized had spoken aloud, and the man finished by saying that No might actually be suitable for the academy. Tilting his head, the player posed a scenario. If he faced a significantly stronger opponent, with defeat already predetermined, would he still have the courage to stand against them? The guy smiled confidently, asserting that the answer to that question was self-evident. Suddenly, the image of a despised villain flashed before his eyes. The young man, still keeping his face obscured, asked why No immediately thought of that particular enemy. He claimed he knew the answer to the question but detected a feeling of dishonesty. A dark haze began to emerge around them. The man held his head in his hands, exasperated by the deceit. The interlocutor suddenly bit his lip, betraying his nervousness. The player lowered his head in defeat, admitting he would not want to participate in a battle he couldn't possibly win. Clenching his hand into a fist, No insisted that fighting a losing battle was useless, and even trying would be pathetic. He added that he would do absolutely everything to avoid such a situation. Gritting his teeth, the main character added that he would overcome himself and improve, but only if this wasn't the final battle. The man then completely changed topics, stating that every year there's a major competition among the students at the Fantastic Academy. Surprise registered on the interlocutor's face. Looking forward, the player explained that under the supervision of their instructors, all teams fight for victory to represent the academy. He detailed how many students struggle desperately for their shot at glory, but most fail, giving up their dreams. Unfortunately, very few manage to endure the relentless fight. A mental image of players standing on monsters appeared. The man reached for his sword, explaining that this was a place where dreams were either destroyed or realized, because only one person could become the best. Brandishing the sword, the master asked if No had the fortitude to survive in such a harsh world. The sharp blade hovered directly in front of No's throat. He realized he had always hated losing, which was why he only attacked villains in games he knew he could master. He was certain he could defeat them, but in real life, their abilities were worlds apart. His real-life enemies didn't just stand there and take it. If you never enter the battle in the first place, you avoid the fate of a loser. The question remained, however, what to do when you encounter an enemy that cannot be defeated. A powerful beam of energy suddenly appeared, causing nearby people to scatter in different directions. The main character raised his head, watching as the monster extended its hand toward its enemy. The protagonist suddenly materialized in a new scene. The guy looked up, adopting a menacing look. The young man thought the answer was incredibly obvious, realizing he had known it all along, even if it took him a while to figure it out. Holding the sword, the man declared that now it was No's turn to ask a question. With a confident smirk, the player asked if the academy didn't need someone who could become a true ace. The man looked ahead and finally sheathed the blade, agreeing that they did need an ace. However, he cautioned that No still lacked the necessary skills, saying he wasn't yet sure of No's usefulness. Even with his high synchronization, he added that No had a very long road ahead of him. The warrior clutched his hand, deep in thought. Approaching the interlocutor, the warrior explained that he could only offer advice, and that No would have to pass the entrance exam entirely on his own merits. Placing a hand on No's shoulder, the man posed a final question. Would Noah commit to rigorous training for the next 3 months in preparation for the upcoming entrance test? Smiling broadly, the main character mused about actually getting into the Fantasy Academy and answered with an enthusiastic yes. He thought about how he envisioned this exact scenario, swearing he was there at the teacher's request. Looking at a girl nearby, he asked who she was. The lady grinned, noting that he had actually arrived. Without revealing her face, she asked if he was just another recommendation from the professor, prompting the young man to ask what exactly she meant by someone else. The girl, stretching to warm up, commented that he clearly hadn't heard anything important, adding that it didn't matter anyway. Surprise flashed across the man's face just as the girl suddenly launched an attack. There was a swift kick. The lady's foot connected firmly with the ground after delivering the blow. Throwing his bro, the player demanded to know why she had decided to attack him without warning. A hand suddenly appeared on the interlocutor's face as the lady landed a solid punch to his stomach. She noted his high synchronization level, and then watched as the warrior started to drool from the impact. Smiling, she challenged him to a fight. A quick mental note about the Fantastic Academy flashed by. It was an elite national institution for everything internet-related, reserved exclusively for the privileged. Taking a fighting stance, No asked what she meant by challenging him to a fight, to which the girl simply told him to figure it out himself. Flexing her hand, the lady observed that No didn't seem to react much to the punch, suggesting he had deliberately dulled his pain receptors. She then demanded to know his sensitivity percentage with a furious expression. The protagonist snapped back, asking why she expected him to reveal personal information to someone who had just physically assaulted him. Eating her hand again, the lady repeated her question about No's sensitivity percentage. Looking forward, the protagonist realized this was probably some weird metric connected to the academy itself. He finally answered, stating his sensitivity percentage was a mere 1%. The interlocutor was dumbfounded, asking how a person with such a low percentage could possibly have good synchronization, when everyone else struggled to reduce their sensitivity to just 20%. The guy's eye became visible as he explained that it was indeed possible to increase one's synchronization level by strategically reducing sensitivity to pain. Taking a fighting stance, the lady declared her immediate dislike for No, explaining that she herself could only lower her pain threshold to 20%. She calculated that if she hit him 20 times, he might finally experience a normal level of pain. Looking at her approaching fist, the young man questioned why she didn't like him. The man quickly dodged the blow. Smirking, he asked if she honestly thought he would fall for the same trick more than once. The player's eyes went wide as he desperately tried to remember the sensation of the last hit. As another fist connected, a new scene began. A man holding a dossier reviewed No, age 16, who had enrolled in high school in a new city. Looking down, the man stated that since No lacked a personal simulator, the academy had paid for a 3-month subscription to the local internet cafe. The interlocutor confirmed this information. Finally, the employee inquired about the results of the assessment. Looking ahead, the boss acknowledged No's extraordinary synchronization level but noted his significant lack of skills in other areas. The man reviewed the document, stating that high synchronization alone wouldn't be enough for No to succeed. It takes far more to achieve anything these days. The professor explained that this was precisely why he asked Carrie to give No a good beating. Looking nervously to the side, the employee asked what would happen if No sustained a serious injury. The boss simply replied that they would find out the result very soon. Fiddling with his pocket lint, the guy mused that life is a box of mystery chocolates, noting that the world hosts more freaks than a circus on payday. A psychic materializes suddenly, and grabbing her rival by the palm, the young lady offers a polite hello to the old teacher. Staring into the void, the fellow pondered if his hopes were loftier than a giraffe wearing a top hat. Glancing skyward, the lead actor declared he must fight that vegetable, while the woman questioned what a radish had ever done to him. Gamer gave his own cheek a smack, suggesting a fresh round of introductions as the dense woods popped into existence. A savior enters the fray, picked for school, and ready to sweat, while Carrie wore a sour face, revealing she had been grinding for half a year already. Then the mentor suggested they find some chemistry since teamwork makes the dream work, leading our hero to ask if she was just another hopeful, but she scoffed that he was merely a trial offer. Watching the drama, the worker saw the train wreck coming, so stepping away, the girl claimed she kept her promise and wanted to drill, but her bite poked for details on the scrap, and pivoting her neck, she questioned the fight with that guy, while her expression soured, admitting the whole vibe felt like wearing wet socks. Peeking sideways, the dude reflected on the incoming pile of hot garbage. Hiding his mug, the bloke inquired about her identity and if the others were clones, but the boss insisted they were the chosen ones, then grilled him on the battle feedback. The lad looked like he was trying to solve calculus, admitting that clicking buttons isn't enough to go pro, and he noted Carrie moved like a caffeinated ninja, proving way tougher than the last chum, leaving him feeling like he ran face first into a brick wall, so he scrunched his brows together. The fellow prepared for a fist sandwich, and the woman caught a blow to the wing. Then a foot flew out. Bowing his noggin, the pro sighed that his energy was drained like a dead battery, and the mentor agreed he hit the targets but warned that red line leads to a total system crash, explaining that a fried brain cannot focus for beans, which is exactly why he got sliced like a deli ham during the previous round. The camera was cooking, while Noah just chilled on the carpet. The protagonist stared forward, feeling like he forgot why he walked into the room. Dozens of shadows flickered, proving that winning it requires more than just a fast connection, because you need Kung Fu for the moves and Zen for the vibes, so the pros never procrastinate on their homework. And looking at his shoes, the guy admitted he set up the Carrie beatdown as a lesson, while the lead asked if her 6-month tenure meant she was a training veteran, and the staffer nodded. Grinning, the hero joked he would overtake her long before the final exam, but the other guy said that dream was flatter than a pancake. Pouting, the kid asked what the deal was, but the boss laughed off the idea of him matching her skills so fast, explaining the boy had the tech while the girl was basically born in a dojo with a black belt, and a dark figure leaped across the peaks. The chick performed a handstand, peering down, showing that as a teacher's pet, she lived inside the simulation, so catching her was about as likely as catching lightning in a bottle. Facing forward, the gentleman mentioned he was also on the list, meaning he could ditch his homework to focus on hitting things. Wearing a huge smirk, the boy realized he could skip class legally, cheering that he finally escaped the local bully and his band of idiots. The dudes popped up. A grin stretched wide. The joy evaporated. Hiding his features, the man mentioned some loose ends, wondering if he could start the grind after chores, while the staffer shrugged, telling him to go hug his buddies or whatever. Then the protagonist scowled. A skyscraper loomed, and the lady with the screen started checking names, making it clear that No's chair sat empty today. The fellow averted his eyes as the son took a hike, waving a casual peace out to his pals, while the youth stared at the dirt. Some earmuffs surfaced. Beaming, the pupil admitted he tried his best before throwing in the towel, calling himself a talentless orphan, and a messy No arrived, hands tucked away, claiming that if the pest had just stayed quiet, he wouldn't have gotten smacked. But with a smirk, The boy noted that removing the trash from his sight felt like a cool breeze, wondering why he didn't quit sooner, while the guy just shrugged. Out of nowhere, an azure eyeball popped, yanking the buds from his ears. The scholar demanded to know who he was, mentioning that the star of the show was looking for him. Looking shocked, the hero asked what he was doing in this neck of the woods, wondering if he wanted to unmess the guy who just sent him to the graveyard, and frowning deeply, the fellow muttered that it was simply impossible. Palms surfaced, flashing a cocky smirk. The gamer claimed ownership of the persona, squaring up to settle things with physical blows, while a visual display showed his high-tech link to the digital twin. That bloke sported fake specs for style points, using those empty frames to construct an alter ego that masked his true nature behind a chilly shy facade. Then a snippet of a close-up popped into view. Perched at his desk, the lad finalized his academic avatar creation, dumping his emotional baggage onto porno, yet finding liberation within the digital simulation once his virtual mask was firmly in place. Our protagonist remained stationary amidst a dense crowd. Grinning widely, the follower explained his survival strategy for the harsh world, noting it was a smart way to embrace misery since physical tantrums changed nothing, then claimed defeat is impossible if you avoid the arena, insisting only idiots pick fights they cannot win. That fellow beamed broadly, his mug zoomed in. No slower limbs entered the frame, asserting character ownership, while the protagonist frowned deeply and proposed a concrete encounter for their actual bodies. A salty rival face surfaced, while the unseen antagonist questioned if the digital warrior truly was his property. Advancing slowly, the rogue recognized the target, stared down at the youth, and pondered their next move, then swatted his limb while asking if he truly desired a lethal thrashing. Staring intently, the gamer shook his fear, noting he relished the solo encounter away from the pack, relying on his extensive virtual training to treat reality like a game by first taunting and rattling the bad guy's brain. Keeping his features hidden, Noah addressed the bully, smiling while critiquing the other's pathetic skills in the match. One crimson fibber snapped above the foe, questioning his apparent wish for dirt map. Furrowing his brow, the boy considered his progress, recalling a combat vlogger's advice that an agitated amateur usually leads with a predictable right-handed swing. One burning figure manifested, followed by a swift boot to the midsection. That internet personality pulled a goofy mug while begging pardon, as salty droplets streamed down our hero's cheeks. Winding up for a punch, the rogue mocked the solo hero's chances of victory, just as a flurry of impacts echoed through the air. That bloke gnashed molars. The youth launched a clumsy assault, hoping his rival would just expire. That foe experienced a weak nursery swatting, while the lad pulled a confused face, realizing his virtual prowess was failing him because his brain had apparently gone on vacation. One open, palm strike connected with the skull, sending the gamer tumbling onto the pavement. Staring at the limb, Noah noted that the guy's combat style was as hideous as his face. Gripping the rival's throat, the learner inquired if he had truly mistaken him for a pushover. One fist met a face, and while pinning the hero, the bully joked about ditching class for narcotics, suggesting a classic crying session might save him from this unprecedented act of rebellion. Contorting his features into a mask of terror, the antagonist questioned the hero's solo victory odds, receiving a confident affirmative in response. Total darkness soon ensued. Staring forward, the lad claimed zero fear while solo, spitting out a glob of crimson that splattered onto the bully's mud. One peeper surfaced, one knuckle sandwich was served, one urban street lamp loomed over the scene where the victor caught his breath above his fallen foe, wiping grime away while threatening a permanent end if they met again. Then as the youth drifted into the distance, he admitted to being a total nobody. Pausing, the fellow was asked his destination, while Noah struggled to stand, sporting a grim look, and pointing out that the bully had yet to land a single decent strike. Our hero charged the baddie with a wild swing, declaring that the villain really ought to just drop dead for everyone's sake. A limb fell, but the boy dodged like a caffeinated squirrel. Someone kissed the dirt with a pathetic thud. Sobbing like a toddler, our champion realized his legs had gone on vacation after that beating, admitting he was basically a punching bag for the villain. A dark outline emerged, and asked if he possessed the guts to keep fighting despite being destined for defeat, prompting the protagonist to worry about his professor's unanswered questions, noting this was his most intense scrap yet, and he deserved a gold star for surviving such a thrashing, even though he ultimately wondered if trying to resist an unstoppable force was just a recipe for disaster. Thugs crashed in. The guy stared at his shoes. A blurry teacher vision appeared. A pair of palms showed up, and he obviously gave zero hoots anymore, since his only goal was to find a soft pillow and nap forever. He gripped the sharp edge with his bare hand, and asked why anyone would mention an ace if they didn't actually want a partner in crime. A limb surfaced as a fist wound up for glory, and the guy looked hopeful while complaining he couldn't even collapse properly, launching his strike aimed straight for the villain's ugly mug. Knuckle sandwich incoming. Face met fist, unhappily. That punch sent the bad guy flying like a home run ball in the ninth inning. Keeping his knuckles extended, the mysterious kid kept his mug hidden from view. One brown eye blinked. Shutting his lids, the guy realized he should probably protect his neck, while the thug stayed unconscious on the dirt. No looked a bit bad about the whole thing but told the guy to quit faking the coma, joking that if the act continued, he might actually think he won after hurling so many insults. Looking forward, our hero questioned if this was reality while his eyes started leaking like a broken faucet. Lifting his chin, the teen let out a victory screech that proved he was only 15, as it was the very first moment he truly yelled with absolute glee in his entire existence. The entryway slowly creaked open. Bowing slightly, the guy said he was home, and the robot chirped back to ask if the hang out with his buddies was fun. As he stripped off his gear, the gamer nodded, while his mechanical helper reminded him that skipping school for some home-based relaxation was the ultimate youth recovery method. And finally the master asked if the bot picked up that grumpy attitude from some tea show, noting he looked like he was about to crash. Peering forward, the shy fellow suggested a bath was needed after being outside, wondering when the hygiene habits would improve. Just as a drone frame floated into sight, the device spun around abruptly, inquiring if his face had also suffered a similar technical malfunction. Grinning ear to ear, the hero told him not to be so dramatic, claiming he simply had a disagreement with the staircase. The bot threw its mechanical arms up, baffled by how a flight of steps could wreck a face so thoroughly, and the guy told him to chill out because he totally won the fight against those stairs, flashing a cheeky grin. The robot looked totally lost and asked for a translation. While a village hotel appeared in the background, the man crossed his arms and noted things finished faster than his week-long estimate, but no insisted that starting training immediately was the smart move, and while eating, the professor checked if the goodbyes with friends went well, so the guy confirmed everything was perfect, though the boss wondered how he actually bid them farewell. Then the player chuckled and mentioned the recommendation test for the fancy academy, explaining that 10 professors lead the teams and recruit a few dozen people through constant competitions. But a weird problem arose where top teams got overcrowded while others lacked members, forcing the school to fix the mess. Dark outlines of folks popped up, showing a bunch of mismatched team sizes sitting on some metaphorical scales. Staring forward, Noah explained that the solution involved these special recommendation entries, so the man put on a serious face and said professors hunt for talent by recommending 2 people annually, but they use a tough test to keep the cheaters out, warning that failing to score enough points means the academy doors stay locked tight. Frowning deeply, the hero worried that a single failure would cause all his hard work to pop like a sad, lonely bubble. With a smirk, the staffer told him to relax, while the professor pointed a finger and insisted he master the basics past the synchronization level, promising that the next 90 days of intense training would fix every single one of his weaknesses, suggesting they get to work right now. Out popped a tracksuit, revealing the prof's 4-part torture regime, starting with a guy yapping away during a boring lecture. He indicated the dusty chalkboard. Scowling like he ate a lemon, the kid ruminated on his daily grind, absorbing virtual reality secrets, including sync levels, fighting logic, and optimal player positioning. Perspiration dripped from his palms, signaling phase 2 involving real-world muscle building, since the teacher thought his physique was a joke. Peering at his master, the droid teased that he possessed the frail frame of a computer geek. Beastly skirmishes broke out, signifying that the third day involved endless hunting and experience farming. Mostly because the curriculum demanded 10 hours of daily immersion, the youngster looked absolutely livid. A knuckles-to-nose encounter occurred. Carrie pounced, showing the final hurdle was 2 hours of manual brawling where utilizing sync boosts was strictly forbidden. Staring ahead, the lady asked why she was babysitting this amateur, though she remarked that his boosted sensitivity levels made him a much more entertaining punching bag for her. Several strikes pelted the unlucky foe, taking a knuckle sandwich to the jaw. The boy's mind drifted toward the lady. Grinning, the girl remarked that her enjoyment scaled with every punch thrown, while the guy realized he stood zero chance against her right now. Wondering if the school was full of such monsters, a quick strike landed, proving he needed something more than just simp levels to survive. Then the woman slipped past his reach as a heavy boot connected with his jaw, reminding him that endurance was key, since his past battle with a rogue showed that persistence eventually creates openings, until another fist smashed into his visage. Reversing the strike, the guy took a gut punch. Wearing a scary scowl, Nose started hollering. Clobbering her opponent, the chick told him to zip it. We see the hero's quarters, revealing that 90 days had flown by, and a stuffed bag sat there, proving his gear was packed. Crossing his metallic arms, the bot nagged about forgotten items, insisting his master double-check the luggage, but the boss snapped back, telling the machine to quit whining since he already verified the contents. Tying his sneakers, the guy noted that tardiness might cost him his ride, hollering that he'd return shortly. Glancing forward, the helper suggested he avoid being baffled once he was useless, and chilling in the lounge, the device warned that sprinting like a maniac would lead to a faceplant. A droid mug popped up. Watching the crowd, the helper mused that half a decade had passed since arrival, mentioning the son's ambition of becoming a professional sports star. While mom and dad smiled from a picture, a dude showed up, obviously the same Nov who wailed after they vanished. Today, he prepared to move out with a grim look. Hovering near the desk, the aide declared that trials at the academy were starting tomorrow, urging the folks to back their kids' lofty goals. The station surfaced. The fellow lunged into the passenger car at the final moment, shaking off the dust. The man grumbled about his narrow escape. Observing the decor, Noah decided the train was quite stylish. Gripping his shirt, the protagonist felt anxiety bubbling up inside. Suddenly, a distraction appeared just as the metal beast started rolling away. The vessel gained momentum. Staring outside, the youth declared his first journey to a grand city, guessing it would dwarf his boring old neighborhood. Checking his hand, the man mused that the professor bought a ridiculously expensive pass, fearing what would happen if he totally bombed the entrance exam. Squeezing his hand shut, the expert insisted success was certain because of all the hard work, telling the kid to finally believe in himself. Clutching his noggin, the gamer admitted Carrie was an undefeated boss. Suddenly, No's pupils dilated. A golden dust glowed. The sun hung low over the waves. Our guy grinned, looking absolutely stoked. He announced that his journey to the school finally felt real. Then the iron rails stretched into the distance. A platform materialized. Staring forward, the lad heard a shout confirming his arrival. Flailing his arm, a guide beckoned the youngster over. With a hand in his pocket, the stranger confirmed No's identity. Stepping up, the staffer introduced himself as the guide hired by the professor, asking to be called Kim's helper. The boy said hello, realizing this was the energetic weirdo the teacher mentioned. Then the guy removed his specs, greeting him to the urban jungle, and a giant azure orb materialized. The town glowed during sunset. Reaching out, the helper explained the academy gifted this hotel stay thanks to a referral from a distant student. Spreading his arms, the boy wondered if he deserved such royal treatment. The aide nodded, mentioning free access to all hotel perks and noting the kid looked way more naive in person than online, which was cute. Staring ahead, Noah questioned if their paths crossed in the virtual world. Striking a goofy pose, Kim admitted he was the one who vouched for him, asking who he was then. Waving around, the man bragged about being a famous internet celebrity, and the hero's face remained stone cold. Spinning around, the lead acknowledged the streamer's fame and thanked him, though he privately recalled only caring about fighting bad guys, not watching videos. The helper pouted, asking why he was being so frosty, and a rucksack popped into view. Lifting a digit, the guy announced a ban on gaming since the prof ordered them to chill in their rooms today. Suddenly, a chocolate eye blinked, listening and grinning. He mentioned he had a hot date to attend, suggesting they play dumb about their antics as long as he told the teacher that he was being a perfect babysitter. Grinning ear to ear, the main character announced he was subscribing to the streamer, and just like that, the hotel playroom appeared around him. Settling into a chair, the protagonist decided he couldn't possibly skip this experience, reasoning that traveling to the city and missing out would be a criminal waste of time. A digital metropolis materialized, clearly indicating the virtual realm was a precise mirror image of the physical city. A large number of players flooded into view, making it obvious that access to this virtual world was restricted to locations within the city. It was common knowledge that all real-world changes were instantly reflected here, allowing avatars to move significantly faster than real bodies. This new reality gave everyone a superhero feeling, quickly making the virtual location one of the most popular tourist destinations available. After securing the helmet on his head, the man started launching the game, causing a rune to appear. The player looked at his hand, observing how incredibly real it felt, like using an avatar in the physical world itself. Suddenly, a foreman dashed out of the building as a multitude of people appeared behind him. Pointing enthusiastically at the food, the chef shouted for everyone to sample and place orders, promising immediate real-world delivery of the dishes. A girl cupped her hands to her mouth, shouting that she was looking for someone to play mini games with. The street buzzed with activity. No looked ahead, realizing this was the mirror world. Pondering whether most of the city's residents spent all their time in here, he started running, thinking there was no time for sightseeing, because he absolutely needed to find her. A lonely bench materialized nearby. Smiling broadly, the protagonist successfully located what he had been searching for. Gazing ahead, the guy explained that the statue of the legendary player existed only in this mirror world, adding that he had vanished completely, yet his name lived on as the best player who had accumulated countless achievements during his career. The player's face appeared, and the young man recalled reading online that praying to the statue guaranteed smooth gaming luck. Making a goofy face, the master pleaded for a recommendation to enter the academy as a student. Suddenly a girl appeared beside him. They looked at each other, mutually questioning why the other was there. No suggested she must have come to pray to the statue too, because she looked just as worried as him, making an irritated face. The lady demanded he stop comparing them, suggesting he came to the hotel game room as a result of the professor giving him a day off to rest. The interlocutor insisted it was a secret, adding that since she was also an exchange student, the professor should treat her the same way. Pointing to herself, the lady declared she was an ace. Everything was fine, and yet, the man ultimately decided he truly disliked her personality. Waving his hand dismissively, the student stated he had just arrived and still needed to explore, prompting the miss to ask where he was headed. He replied, "The academy." Placing her hand on her hip, the girl asked why he'd bothered with these useless actions, since he wouldn't actually be able to enter the academy. The interlocutor looked puzzled, asking what she meant. With an expression of hostility, the lady repeated her comments about useless actions. No turned his head, privately agreeing that he probably couldn't enter the fantasy academy. Wondering what he had been doing for the last 3 months of his life, the lady sat on top of the player, emphasizing that he had lost every single one of their 132 fights, never even managing to land a single point of damage. However, despite these endless losses, the protagonist's drive for self-improvement had grown much stronger than his feeling of defeat. Carrie's expression was absolutely wicked. The protagonist drew constantly on paper, daily obsessed with figuring out how to defeat his opponent, and even dedicated his training sessions to developing his own special technique. Smiling, the guy looked at the paper. Realizing he actually enjoyed the challenge, he viewed Carrie as a high-level competitor he aspired to surpass and a rival he had to defeat completely on his own. This intense determination seemed to cause the girl significant discomfort. Without showing his face, the young man questioned his earlier statement. Looking forward, the man declared that he certainly wouldn't lose forever. The lady stood up immediately, asking if he was challenging her to a fight. The player ground his teeth in determination as a small smile appeared on the warrior's face. The combatants charged toward one another. A powerful blow resonated through the air. No stood near his opponent. The girl stared at her fist, asking what had just happened, without meeting her gaze. The protagonist declared he would pass tomorrow's test and absolutely enter the academy, demanding she take back her earlier insults. A single blue eye came into focus. The lady grabbed the man's hand, claiming she had no idea what he was talking about, then asked why he always yelled about things that were already obvious. Throwing him forward, the lady asked what exactly he wanted her to take back. Starting to cry, the guy insisted she had just said he couldn't enter the academy, to which she coolly replied, "Well, of course you can't." He tearfully protested that she still kept saying it, making an angry face. The lady explained how he could possibly enter when the Mirror World Fantasy Academy was off limits to outsiders, adding that it had no forum for people like him, making it completely invisible from the outside. She asked if he didn't even know that. Tears streamed down the face of the interlocutor, making a foolish face. No asked how she hadn't told him he couldn't go, prompting Miss to ask how strong his persecution complex was for him to hear things that way. Knitting her eyebrows, Carrie asked why she would say such a thing when they were on the same team, adding a threat: if he failed tomorrow's exam, he would die by her hands. Hope appeared on the protagonist's face, only to be immediately replaced by tears once more. The statue of the player reappeared, standing beside the guy. The girl declared she felt warmed up and suddenly hungry, offering to eat together if he was in the hotel, which he confirmed. Making a silly face, the player pondered eating together, realizing this meant meeting the real Carrie. The man removed his virtual reality helmet. Legs came into view. Without revealing his face, the man asked if this character belonged to him. She crossed her arms, and Noah realized he had been curious about her real appearance during their fight. The girl then punched the guy in the face, making him acknowledge her outstanding abilities, even though they were the same age. A fist connected solidly with the protagonist's face. Observing the speed of her strikes, he realized she possessed incredible striking power. The young man felt his internal organs rearrange themselves from the blow, which gave him a very clear idea of who exactly his new ally was. The lady stuck out her tongue, glistening with sweat, completely baffling the boy, who couldn't figure out why this was occurring. As the boy opened his mouth to speak, he saw the face of the main character. The puzzled woman inquired if they were already guildmates, but Shia glanced down, silently judging why her new acquaintance looked so utterly bewildered. Honestly, bless her heart, indicating herself with a flourish, the girl shared her gaming moniker. Whereupon the young lady, eyes practically popping out, insisted they swap proper, dignified, real-world names, since referring to each other as pixels was just uncivilized. No, channeling his inner statesman, offered his actual identification with an elegant brow raise. Extending a confident palm, the eager friend announced dramatically that she was pinning all her hopes on her trusted comrade. A magnificent spread of miscellaneous grub graced the table. The coach, positively radiating joy, exclaimed that the food was surprisingly exquisite. The protagonist, seated nearby, was internally baffled that his colleague found such profound bliss in standard fare cuisine, prompting Shia to finally ask the pressing question of her student's hometown, learning immediately that he hailed from the illustrious city. Scowling slightly, the lead character processed the news that the girl was a local, specifically from city, practically next door to his dwelling. He shuddered, recalling violent visions of armed thugs, since that locale was infamously nicknamed the underworld, primarily for its ridiculously high rate of muggings and an abysmal quality of life. Tossing the now deserted dish onto the tabletop with unnecessary gusto, the lady sighed contentedly that she finally managed to devour sustenance without incident. The young woman, wielding her chopsticks like tiny, intimidating fencing swords, directed her attention toward her companion. The friend, gaping slightly, enthusiastically recalled how remarkably well he mastered their synchronized fighting drills. The drenched young man responded sheepishly that losing was simply not on his life agenda, given his impressive statistics. Carefully dabbing her mouth, the companion confessed that she secured her student spot purely via recommendation, following a dramatic recruitment session initiated by the professor right after their brutal skirmish. Gritting her jaw, she specified that their glorious inaugural brawl occurred within the hallowed, pixelated grounds of the Time Heroes Arena. Observing her opponent's peculiar head cock, the girl remarked that the man certainly didn't present the standard dusty, tweed-clad professor image, especially since he possessed this unnerving ability to flawlessly anticipate her every technique and capacity, resulting in him securing victory with frustrating regularity. No's jaw practically hit the floor as he mused aloud about the professor's frankly terrifying power level. The lady, biting an authoritative index finger, declared the situation profoundly peculiar, noting that the man completely vanished from search results, even when attempting to locate his specific character ad, dripping moisture. The main character cautiously inquired whether his cohort had ever actually met the professor in the flesh. Receiving a disappointing negative confirmation, with a skeptical arch of his brows, the protagonist absorbed the fact that this ghost had personally vouched for their entry into the academy, a facility supposedly reserved exclusively for the truly privileged and ridiculously elite. Gazing at the setting sun's dramatic colors, the fellow presumed that the mysterious stranger's true nature would surely be exposed by morning. Meanwhile, the teacher just stared blankly forward. A small collection of various personalities occupied the large conference table. Maintaining perfect, rigid posture, the gentleman absorbed the astonishing news that the director intended to disclose the precise details of tomorrow's critical examination at this outrageously late hour. Casting his eyes downward, the academics pondered the questionable motives of their eccentric superior. Startled, the teacher realized someone was speaking directly to him. Looking across the room, Bazin inquired whether his companion had managed to snag any particularly promising, commendable students for academy referral this term. Swinging his head around, the employee quickly suggested that since his colleague was interrogating him so intensely, surely Bazin himself must have unearthed some talent, only to receive the smug confirmation that, indeed, a certified, bona fide genius would soon be joining their ranks. Slamming his palm decisively onto the polished tabletop, the professor pointed out that his own referred candidates were hardly simpletons, but Sailor immediately countered, snobbishly insisting they were still just impoverished, utterly classless urchins dragged from the gutters. The other man just sighed and averted his gaze, clearly done with the conversation. The teacher received a stern lecture, hearing the tiresome annual complaint that he consistently recruited unfortunate, broke individuals who subsequently tarnished the pristine reputation of their magnificent establishment. Folding his arms defensively across his thorax, the teacher passionately argued that true character can flourish anywhere, suggesting these recruits were potential trailblazers destined to construct the next era, a viewpoint Bazin instantly endorsed. Citing his own discovery of a diamond in the rough from that infamous city, the perennial villain of the group scowled deeply, incandescent with rage that some inexperienced individual of dubious ancestry had somehow become a professor, and was actively leading the entire academy toward ruin. Suddenly, the door creaked open, swiveling their heads. The professors heard the announcement that the entire faculty was finally present. Winking mysteriously, the director offered a mock, casual apology for his tardiness. Sailor, visibly perspiring, quickly begged his superior not to utter apologies, insisting that the boss was working himself ragged for the collective benefit of all humanity. Probably. Raising a frail hand, the elderly gentleman expressed optimism that the examination's unique format would thrill everyone. The chief, striking a power pose with one hand resting jauntily on his hip, proposed utilizing a battle royal structure in a beta test environment, forcing students to begin with basic, starter, kit equipment, requiring them to scavenge for superior weaponry and power, up strategically strewn across the virtual territory, ultimately leading to a massive free-for-all contest for supremacy. Wrinkling his forehead dramatically, the administrator clarified that mere survival wasn't enough. Passing grades would also be bestowed upon those who accrued the highest scores based on their prolonged endurance and the overall quality of their competitive gameplay strategy. Watching the giant projected display, the attendees were reminded that they needed to swiftly assemble a train footage reel, a task previously assigned to the academic staff. Standing straight as a flagpole, the principal explained they were about to formally assign military-style ranks to the 20 chosen applicants, which hinged entirely on submitted video evidence and recommendation-fueled student portfolios. Scanning the student photos, the academy director dramatically declared that 7 individuals were deemed worthy of the abysmal D rank, 5 chaps scraped by with a D, 4 received the respectable P designation, and a mere trio had managed to secure the illustrious A ranking. The elderly figure, peering darkly beneath a suspicious brow, further elaborated that a single, spectacular candidate was shockingly allocated the coveted rank. Staring intently at the blurred outline of the mysterious enrollee, the headmaster proclaimed that this lucky pupil would enjoy some wonderfully unfair advantage. The professors, gazing at the main display, muttered that monitoring the students' inevitably volatile responses to these arbitrary rankings would certainly be entertaining. Grinning like a mischievous Cheshire cat, the chief urged them to initiate the proceedings immediately, citing the ridiculously late hour. Outside, the glorious, tacky glow of the city's neon signage pulsed through the window while No sprawled miserably on the mattress, thinking back to how his new female acquaintance practically lassoed him into her chaotic orbit. The protagonist remained utterly perplexed regarding the origins of such unrestrained social exuberance. They even snapped a few selfies on his phone, thoroughly drenched in anxiety-induced sweat. The main character desperately hoped his recent colleague hadn't detected his crippling lack of actual, real-life friend interaction skills. Shifting his gaze, the poor fellow couldn't fathom why his current comrade appeared totally carefree, completely devoid of panic. Staring at the metropolitan sprawl, the youth grimly calculated that if he botched the next day's test, 3 solid months of grueling effort would simply evaporate into nothingness. Starting to quiver uncontrollably, the young man prayed fervently for success. Meanwhile, back at the meeting, the headmaster informed the gathering they had arbitrarily categorized the students from TIS. The men fixed their attention on the leader. Sailors shifted uncomfortably. The entire teaching staff averted their eyes collectively, swaddling their necks. The staff heard the confirmation that the shocking choice to grant one candidate the coveted ranking had been reached without a single dissenting voice. Grinning maniacally, the director innocently inquired if anyone, anywhere, harbored any sort of counter-argument. Adjusting his spectacles with a clinical air, the professor remarked that this year's test court was riddled with genuine, ridiculously overpowered prodigies, literal monsters of the gaming world. Bowing his head in a silent prayer, the teacher sincerely wished the poor children all the best luck in surviving. A giant, depressing rank symbol then appeared prominently on the screen. Immediately, no slightly bewildered facial portrait filled the designated display box. Across town, the familiar, slightly intimidating hallway of the academy was clearly visible. The main character lowered his skeptical brow ridge. Strapped inside some elaborate, futuristic apparatus, the protagonist registered his utter astonishment that he had truly made it to a fictional, prestige fantasy academy. Clutching a heavy textbook, the youth recalled that he was immediately whisked to this location upon arrival, without even a quick bathroom break. Peering down at the imposing textbook, the young man mentally groaned, realizing that exactly 60 agonizing minutes had passed since he was instructed to study this brick before the trial began. Soaked in fresh nervous perspiration, the young fellow lamented his previous excitement, which had ruined his sleep cycle and prevented his crucial, long-awaited meeting with the mysterious professor. The terrified boy, eyes bulging cartoonishly, became convinced that he was doomed to fail the upcoming assessment. He dramatically slapped himself on the cheek, sternly instructing Noah to immediately snap out of the pathetic panic. Chia was perched comfortably atop her utterly vanquished friend, who ruefully reflected on the fact that he had disastrously dropped every single one of their 132 combat engagements against his ferocious partner. Near tears, the main character fiercely swore that he must secure the absolute top mark in this examination. Seizing the coveted first-place position regardless of the monumental effort required, he tightened his fist aggressively, concluding that since he could now finally utilize his superior synchronization stats, he would fight with unprecedented vigor. Gazing upward, the young man processed a sudden announcement. The examination was commencing immediately, requiring all students to report to a staging zone cleverly dubbed the intersection. Located somewhere deep within the academy, he glanced at the complex virtual reality headset he was wearing. Staring resolutely at the main school facade, the young man finalized his mental pact. Victory was absolutely non-negotiable. At first, the participant only registered swirling, featureless oblivion. His vision then slowly adjusted, revealing a cavernous hall packed densely with other individuals, jaw hanging slackly. The player was stunned beyond measure, realizing that the actual royal palace, or perhaps a perfect replica, was the ridiculous setting for this critical test. Observing a nearby pair, the young fellow experienced a sudden, painful epiphany. The other students nervously avoided eye contact, peering suspiciously from beneath his hooded eyes. No surmised that absolutely everyone in attendance had secured their spot through shitty, preferential recommendations. Suddenly the beaming girl cheerfully hollered out her friend's name. That protagonist scowled, recalling how he constantly flopped against her, and pledged that this specific attempt would end differently. Turning aside, the hero promised himself that his fortune was scheduled for a massive upgrade. Her vision narrowed sharply. Snatching her pal by the shirt, the girl hollered that acting like she was invisible was strictly forbidden. The squad stared forward while the bigwig, reclining on his ornate stool, declared that the 20 sacrifices for the evaluation had officially gathered, and as he loomed over everyone, the manager presented himself and his underlings while a youth was shocked to encounter the school's supreme leader. Signaling with his palm, the elderly fellow wished that every candidate had thoroughly scrutinized the guidebook, and waving a digital projection, the chief described this trial as a mystical elimination match where brawlers grow beefy by snatching gear, and the final living trainee earns a spot in the guild. Glaring intensely, the boss mentioned that merely staying alive was insufficient, though the last kid standing would receive the biggest reward. And after a student requested permission to speak and asked about the specific ranking system mentioned in the text, the leader explained that stealing ranks was the main event. He gestured widely while clarifying that participants start in tiers from up to A, but a lowly peasant could claim a superior rank by simply assassinating its current holder. Lounging on his chair, the elder added that nobody knows their level at the start, but leaked the secret that a singles rank monster is hiding among them. And finally, the Academy's favor would depend on these letters, so the top-rated person gets the most luxury. No started leaking sweat, and realized the situation was getting incredibly intense, and when a girl asked how they even calculated these rankings, the director noted the faculty judged their combat skills like a talent show, leading her to argue that such subjective math was probably garbage and inaccurate. Looking down his nose, the instructor asked if the lady was having trouble grasping the results, and with a frown, the student was told that if she hated the curve, she could walk out the door right now. Finally, the sage declared this school the top destination for the world's most elite professional gamers. He stood amidst weird mugs, and the chief claimed a true pro is someone who answers the quiet judging of the crowd. Specifically, while standing in the very heart of the unfolding drama, perched on his seat, the elder noted that this gap in skill separates the legends from the losers, and scanning her enemies, the student was told to memorize those faces because they were her upcoming targets. Both dudes kept smirking, and the boss noted this as the boundary between potential legends and total nobodies. Glaring down, the teacher saw the desperate hunger for victory painted on their faces, and keeping his chin up, the boss challenged the girl to prove her complaints through her gameplay, and reaching out, the old man barked that their only mission was to reveal their true inner selves. A blue light swallowed the group as the host told them to show they actually deserved a desk at this fancy school. Mo listened as he was told this was the perfect nursery for his pathetic dreams. Then lasers shot from the walls, and the starting bell finally rang. A hooded creep watched the chaos while the professor promised to root for his favorite pets, and checking the map, the hero realized he already picked a spot while reading the manual, so tapping a location on the island, he decided that starting there was his best bet for survival. A beam of light slammed into the woods and the guy was sprawled out on the weeds. Smirking, the youth noted he made a very loud, dramatic entrance, and sitting up, he knew he had to get moving before the professor's crazy game actually started killing people. Then checking the red zone on his map, the gamer thought about grabbing shiny before the map started turning into a death trap, and observing the many lethal zones on the island, the kid figured that as the safe space shrank, finding decent gear would become a total nightmare. Noah gripped some metal underpants that offered a whopping 2 points of armor, and drenched in sweat, the hero felt grumpy that the loot box only contained garbage. Then ransacking the chest, he realized that being sneaky was key to not getting ganked early, because a fight now would waste precious looting time, and crouching near another scrub, the boy prayed he wouldn't be unlucky enough to bump into a murderer this early in the match. That fellow gazed onward. That stranger stared ahead. The boy turned around, and even the frosty fellow looked elsewhere. Fear gripped the player's expression as the beast dissolved, and then the names of 2 rivals appeared on screen. Player portraits flashed up, by identifying the victims as Candidate 11 named Ark and Candidate 7 called Janus, while a blue monitor glowed, announcing that these 2 students had just bumped into each other in the woods. The guy scowled, grumbling that bumping into an enemy after only 5 minutes was some seriously bad luck for No, and stroking his beard, the master noted that since they were both broke and gearless, this fight would take forever. Then Bazin laughed and said it looked like their kids were finally throwing hands. Glancing at the professor, the instructor pointed out that the vibe was getting incredibly awkward. The principal grinned, mentioning he viewed enjoyment as a vital factor, and if they chose to flee, it would ruin their scores, but fighting now would put them at a major disadvantage. The pair stood near one another, and a guy argued that the most logical path was dodging the scrap. The gamers pivoted quickly, and then the man questioned if they had actually started their duel. Seconds later, those dudes just rubbed their scalps. Sweat dripped down the hero's face as the professor wondered if they were just playing a very intense game of hide and seek, and pointing a finger, Bazin yelled that this was pathetic, adding that they only survived by being spineless, while the principal groaned that the whole thing was a snooze fest. Then on the blue map, it was explained that every battle royale needs a sudden death mechanic to stop people from camping, and as time ticks, the death zone grows and forces people to fight. It was revealed that starting 10 minutes in, a new hazard appeared every 5 minutes, and after 25 minutes, most locations were already gone. The guy looked away as 0 brawls actually occurred, mostly because everyone was terrified of failing their grades. Then the youth sat on a tree limb while an elf napped on the dirt, proving everyone was being way too careful. And finally a chest popped open, and the silence was broken by a girl. She stood with her hands on her hips and announced she had found the footprints of another victim. That instructor grinned, mentioning that the lack of a casualty report suggested everyone was just playing hide and seek. Lingering in a dark hallway, the girl said she was excited to find high-level opponents, though she wondered if the school had only recruited whims, then followed the trail into a glowing purple maze to start her hunt. No's face got damp as he gripped a blade, shouting that he found the greatest gear mentioned in the pamphlet, never dreaming he would snag a unique artifact. Then chuckling, the player bragged about his insane karma, as Lucky Puncher glanced around and boasted that within half an hour, he had equipped top-tier items, and even during this trial his fortune held strong, lifting his steel high. The fighter claimed his win was guaranteed, right when his enemy finally appeared, and she stared ahead, and noted he was tucked away well before demanding a scrap. Smirking like he just won the lottery, the fellow bragged about his fortune since he was dying to give his new toy a test run, and springing from her seat, the lady asked if names were even necessary before the duel. A second later, the combatants engaged in a noisy metal clash, and after blocking the strike, the dude noted that based on her looks, she was still a total rookie while he was already fully maxed out. The trainee gaped at him and joked that it was fine, because once she deleted him, all that loot would belong to her. He frowned in confusion, wondering if she ignored how much gear matters in a survival match. After breaking her steel, the fighter admitted he would bore. Grinning wickedly, the guy explained it was just his lucky streak, since the interface mentioned a weapon, shredding ability, and as she stood there dazed, he mentioned it was time for an execution, and a tasty snack. Out of nowhere, the girl dodged the swing, having leaped back like a startled cat. Staring forward, the warrior wondered if she was dancing or just glitching out, and then the lady shoved her blade into the dirt, making him ask if she was trying out for a circus act. Facing him, she asked if his gear stats were his only trick, which led him to explain that she was finally feeling the massive power gap between their items. Tossing her broken scrap aside, the trainee asked if that meant it was finally ripe for the taking, screaming that it was hers now, which made the Lucky Puncher ask if she was hard of hearing, since there was zero chance of her winning this fight. The candidate poked the ground and claimed he was the only person smart enough to see the truth, and leaning down, she asked if games usually didn't have hidden buffs for losers, calling him a talentless hack who relied entirely on expensive toys. Opening his mouth like a hungry hippo, the guy asked if she truly believed she could win while being completely unarmed, and then he swung his blade while yelling for her to just perish, throwing in a weird insult about her brainless furry ears. And then, all at once, the lady snatched her enemy by the throat, and then she showed her teeth in a snarl. Then the trainee tossed the guy against the brick wall. His optical circles bleached out into a snowy shade. The trainee tightened her grip while the player realized she was moving faster than a bolt of lightning, making Lucky Puncher freeze in terror. She punched the air right next to his skull, and through his sweaty face, the dude wondered how anyone could hit that hard with just their bare knuckles. Waving his arms, the fellow shouted that this was a total scam, and asked if everyone didn't start the simulation with the same base stats. Dodging his clumsy strikes, the lady pointed out that he still had no clue how to actually navigate a digital avatar. The woman wound up her arm and explained that her real-world muscles were getting a huge boost here, and if he knew how to move his energy through the digital stage, he could do the same. And then the trainee buried her fist right into his gut with great force. The player gasped for air while the girl mentioned that bare fist could still do plenty of damage, and groaning on the floor, the user complained that he had to run into a literal monster during the exam, asking why his luck was so incredibly rotten. Actual tears leaked from his eyes, and the Lucky Punk asked if she was ins rank boss, to which the lady cracked her knuckles and said she was just as clueless. Throwing a kick, the lady remarked that she would likely discover the truth very shortly, while the guy squeezed his eyelids shut like a child hiding from a ghost. The woman frowned as the interface announced the initial execution was done and rankings were being shown, though the trainee noted she hadn't actually finished him yet, while the sweaty guy was shocked by the alert, claiming he was still the luckiest man alive. Punching him in the face, she asked where he was scurrying to, and looking at the blue display, the girl wondered how someone stole her opening move and who it was. A second later, the lady stood there frozen in shock. The female player spotted the protagonist's digital nameplate. Around 10 minutes earlier, you could clearly see those flaming peaks. No breathed out very sadly. The main hero gripped a buckler, and scowling, the dude whispered that he never expected to face such a rival, so as he stood before the fighter, the boy knew the man was terrifyingly powerful. 10 minutes into the test, a bunch of volcanoes popped up where the elite students were fighting, and the player shifted his weight while complaining about running into another person so early, which totally ruined his plan to grind levels in peace. Squeezing his hand, the player remarked how large the territory felt since traveling between zones took 5 minutes, and then he asked if another proctor was nearby. Seconds later, No spotted that bucks. Following that, the hero popped the lid open. The lead guy grabbed a new sword and shield, noting that the balance felt surprisingly smooth. Checking the gear, He shouted that it was a rare find with a special perk, as the interface displayed the stats for the Shield of the Gilded Stream. Lifting his blade, the young man asked if it was time for his training arc to pay off, then bragged that he could take on anyone as long as it wasn't that scary girl Shia. Out of nowhere, Noah looked down at the floor. The hero saw a contestant whose skull was stuck inside a box, asking himself if the guy had finally emerged. The boy looked pensive and wondered if this weirdo was also a candidate, asking why he was head first in a crate if he was a corpse, and noting that a death log would have appeared already if he died. The user sat on the grass while checking his notifications, considering if the guy was killed without a log, if it was a sneaky trap, or if his internet just died, though he figured the first two options were too dumb for this school. Poking the stranger with one finger, the hero decided it had to be a technical glitch and he needed to alert the staff, so he tried to give him a gentle wake up call. Suddenly a blue-haired dude popped up like a jack in the box, scaring the hero half to death, and the trainee quickly turned his face away with a look of pure determination. Locking his mouth in terror, the boy didn't say a word. Flopping over the box once more, the weirdo muttered that he needed 5 more minutes of rest. Looking down, Noah asked if the guy seriously just asked for a snooze button, getting annoyed that someone was actually napping during a death match. Spinning around, the candidate questioned whether another test taker was actually standing right there, facing his companion. The player remembered he was in an exam and explained it was just so warm he accidentally fell asleep while looting, leaving the hero wondering who this sleepy idiot even was. Drawing his steel, the trainee challenged him to a duel, realizing he had been worrying about a total weirdo for nothing. Guarding his shins with the shield, the guy figured nothing bad had actually happened, so he didn't need to hold back anymore. With a wicked smirk, the hero yelled that he was finally going to test his training, while the teacher held a volume containing the secret moves he had been studying over the last 90 days. The fellow was pinned to the tiles by Shia, remembering his days as her personal target dummy which helped him grow powerful. Swinging his blade, the boy decided the napping guy would be an easy victory. But suddenly, a bead of sweat rolled down Noah's skin and the hero's steel smashed against the rival's curved blade. And some pointy-eared sprite was shown on the monitor. Ai-Gen, stroking his chin thoughtfully, joked that their students clearly had a dating app for destiny, because running into each other this often suggested some serious cosmic meddling. The professor spun around, recognizing the student, only for the teacher to confirm it was true, adding with a chuckle that this particular student was having a truly terrible day by drawing Han as an opponent. The protagonist's mentor frowned in confusion, asking about the name, and the man explained he had previously mentioned finding a prodigy in the city, whose characteristics were now becoming apparent. The master then noted with surprise that this genius, in progress, had apparently only achieved a D rank, which seemed suspiciously low. Bai-Zhen scratched his head, explaining that his training footage was non-existent because he possessed an impressive level of dedication to being incredibly lazy, a talent he refused to waste on recording himself. Noah faced off against his challenger, prompting the professor to comment that, much like a cat accidentally knocking over a glass, Noah had stumbled into being an incredibly potent, albeit accidental, secret weapon. The elf gripped his katana tightly, muttering that Bai-Zhen had promised the academy exam would be fun, which seemed to be a generous understatement for terrifying and potentially soul-crushing. The opponent launched a ferocious assault on the protagonist, demanding to know if he had been conned into thinking this match was just for practice. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking this guy looked like he needed a nap, which made his incredible speed all the more insulting and confusing. The opponent spread his hands wide, and at that moment, the young man realized he had picked a fight with someone incredibly overpowered right out of the gate. Noah clenched his shield, remembering his unique stance ability, which acted like a reverse surprise party for anyone dumb enough to hit him, stunning them on impact. Han's pointy ears were clearly visible, and the protagonist was practically begging for him to charge in, hoping to catch him off guard. The player leaned closer to the protagonist, noting his fighting rhythm and concluding he was definitely keeping a few tricks in his pocket. Wiping sweat from his brow, the protagonist demanded his opponent repeat himself, clearly stressed by the pressure. Out of nowhere, the user unleashed a rapid, cutting strike. The young man dragged his foot along the dusty floor, repositioning himself. Moments later, the elf landed a direct hit, shoving the young man right in the gut, which caused Noah's eyebrows to plummet in utter disbelief. Bison, observing the unfolding chaos, explained that this was a hidden synchronization system, essentially a secret cheat code for combat. The professor held up his hand, clarifying that this system allowed for an experience beyond normal human senses, or reality warp that slowed down time for a participant. He then whispered that Bison's conversations had finally begun, just as mysterious blue threads materialized. The teacher then pondered aloud whether there was an upgrade path for synchronization and exactly how high the power level went. The mentor turned to face the building, explaining he had traveled to the city because had heard whispers about a character who experienced strange sensory data during the intersection. The young man then clarified that he was hearing every sound his opponent made, breathing, heart rate, and every minor change in rhythm, effectively giving him X-ray hearing. Scratching his head, the guy admitted that cheating in a fight turned out to be less exciting than he anticipated. The professor raised an eyebrow, noting that Han's synchronization amplified his hearing to superhuman levels, letting him read intentions simply by tracking heartbeats. Watching the screen, the teacher remarked that this particular competitor could read faces like an open book, meaning Han was effectively unbeatable in any mental showdown or stare-down contest. The elf's lips twitched downward, as the mentor explained that this whole situation was like a high-stakes poker game where you could see every bluff your opponent tried to pull. The man's serious expression indicated that Bison's student had truly drawn the short straw. The protagonist's teacher pressed for confirmation, making the professor's eyes narrow intensely. With a small smile, the gentleman revealed that he wasn't the only one who possessed a secret weapon in this competition. Noah gritted his teeth, thinking he really didn't sign up for this level of difficulty. Standing opposite the enemy, the protagonist finally understood just how terrifyingly strong this guy actually was. The opponent dropped his head, and after visualizing a heart monitor, the player detected the opponent's pulse skyrocketing, prompting him to wonder if it was panic or perhaps sheer terror. The user mused that this encounter felt different, then grinned and conceded that the academy wasn't as straightforward as he initially assumed. Looking at his opponent, the young man commented that he found himself matched against a formidable foe requiring maximum effort. Though he acknowledged that life never goes according to plan, Noah announced he was activating his synchronization during the battle, muttering that he needed to focus entirely. Suddenly, the elf launched forward, declaring he would remain cautious. Han analyzed the enemy's fighting positions, realizing his opponent was intentionally showing weak spots to goad an attack. While normally one would strike there with high success, Han decided to predict the real attack point, pivot forward, and wait for the precise moment. The protagonist then quickly drew his sword, charging toward him. The player muttered to himself that he was correct in his assumption, although the outcome was totally unexpected. The protagonist deflected the opponent's advance, convinced that his foe had just left himself wide open for a counter strike. Landing back on the ground, the elf decided that this time, winning was absolutely critical. Han then slammed his opponent against the back wall with brutal force. The young man lifted the piece of equipment high over his head, preparing to strike. The young man swiftly parried the incoming barrage of enemy attacks. A brilliant burst of light materialized right next to the player. The user let out a heavy sigh of defeat, while Bison's expression shifted to complete bewilderment. With a smirk, the professor explained that No only had a D rank because they hadn't officially quantified his synchronization ability yet, but he predicted that the young man's fame was inevitable, with or without the formal documentation. The main character narrowed his eyes in a threatening glare, as his teacher encouraged him to demonstrate his truly astonishing synchronization abilities for everyone to witness. The warriors let their weapons fall to their sides. Han pressed his lips together, genuinely perplexed by whatever he was seeing. Noah held his shield up high, tempting his foe, who wondered if he truly intended to leave himself open. The main character abruptly moved his hand, and his enemy mentally fumed that every time he aimed for that spot, Noah's shield snapped into place. Tilting his head, the student questioned if the opponent was creating openings on purpose, though it didn't look like it. The antagonist narrowed his eyes, surprised by how quickly the other guy was learning. Noah lowered his chin and stated his own name, asking for his opponent's name in return, receiving only a game nickname. The hero scratched his head, completely unsure if it was a compliment when his opponent noticed he was capable and declared that this was the most fun he had in ages. Suddenly, the student reached out and shoved his hand right through the holographic system display, unwiggled his fingers, announcing that since he refused to lose, he would finally fight with everything he had. Noah stared in wide-eyed confusion at the small black orb that rolled near his feet, just as a huge explosion erupted. The protagonist covered his face, wondering if it was a smoke bomb and if his opponent had actually fled after his boasts. Han appeared behind him, stating he wasn't going anywhere, before sharply stabbing Noah in the back. As the hero swung his sword blindly, he couldn't comprehend how his foe pinpointed his location inside the cloud. Han casually explained that a high synchronization level boosts his hearing, allowing him to perceive every little detail. The young man's face was already bruised from the previous exchange, and his enemy noted he could hear the sound of his footsteps, his frantic breathing, and the rapid thumping of his heart. Noah clapped both hands over his mouth, wondering if this meant his opponent could track him by sound, then realized synchronization made it possible. Taking a confident stride, the main character assumed everything would end once he exited the smoke, but a sudden geyser of lava shot out of a crater. He crashed hard onto the ground, and his foe cautioned him against sudden movements, asking if he'd forgotten the terrain was covered in magma pits. Clenching his teeth in frustration, the protagonist realized the lava pits were everywhere, but staying in the smoke only gave his opponent an advantage. He couldn't figure out how to escape the predicament. Leaning onto one knee, the young man decided the best approach was to remain absolutely calm, as the smoke would eventually disappear and restore his sword's abilities. Noah gripped his shield tightly, thinking that if he could just master its use, he could win, and wondered if maximizing his synchronization level would finally allow him to react fast enough. The professor stretched out his palm and explained that a universal method for utilizing synchronization was by establishing a trigger. The disciple's jaw dropped as his mentor clarified that he must have some subconscious action he performs every time he prepares to use the power. The outline of the player's brain could be seen in his head. The main character, whose eyes were previously wide, now understood that when he increases his synchronization, he always starts with an exhale. The teacher smirked slyly, saying this meant they had figured out the next training goal. If exhaling started the power up, then holding his breath could be the trigger to stop it. The mentee's cheeks puffed out instantly when his supervisor remarked that their target was only 70 to 80% synchronization, adding that, as he'd mentioned, pushing it to the maximum would cause him to completely burn out. The professor, clasping his hands together, explained why it was crucial to stop the synchronization increase midway to avoid hitting the limit, and therefore, it should only be used in brief, single techniques rather than extended durations. He also reminded the student to remember that reaching the limit would lead to burnout and certain defeat. Standing on the edge of the black smoke veil, Noah exclaimed that raising the synchronization level to the limit felt like a huge gamble. If he failed, he would lose, but if he succeeded, he would have to continue the dangerous game until the end. The hero grinned craftily, asserting that a true master must always succeed. The antagonist humbly kept his mouth shut. The protagonist pushed his leg against the ground, and his enemy heard him move to the front of the smoke screen, wondering if he was trying to prevent a rear attack. The silhouette of a human heart began glowing brightly, causing the elf to notice his opponent's heartbeat becoming unusually concentrated. The user smiled, questioning whether the foe was actually attempting a winning move in such a disadvantageous situation, and called the prospect interesting. Pushing off the ground, the young man wondered if he should accept this final challenge to determine the champion. Exhaling a huge breath, the protagonist focused his mind. Turning his head, the student mentally rehearsed his plan: block the strike with the shield, use the ability, stun the enemy, then repeat. Suddenly, Han burst from the black smoke right behind his opponent. On the system screen, photos of students were displayed. The headmaster of the academy rested his cheek on his fist, bewildered by their ranks given their level appearance, and suspected the professors were hiding something. The elf's status window opened, and the old man observed that his synchronization level had skyrocketed to 300 in an instant, noting a rare synchronization ability that enhanced his hearing. The supervisor's pupils noticeably constricted as he started talking about another person. At the exact same moment, the school administrator's jaw dropped in genuine alarm. Turning his head back, the man internally questioned the professor about any concealed secrets. The blue-robed master smirked contentedly, making his boss think he was a snake. Swinging his sword, Han realized his enemy hadn't reacted, meaning victory was his. Magic particles whizzed by Noah's face, making him realize he desperately needed to block the attack using his shield ability. After a brief pause, the main character abruptly diverted his gaze to the side. The contestant's jaw dropped, utterly flummoxed, while the player, with an iron resolve, slammed his shield directly into the incoming blade. Following the metallic clang, a blinding burst of light erupted, leaving Han wincing in agony as the system helpfully announced his Golden River shield ability was online, plus a bonus stun for his troubles. No, peering down, mused aloud about the bizarre encounter, confessing his mind drew a blank on the foe though his body seemed to know all too well. Charging his foe, the protagonist figured deep thoughts could kindly wait for a post-battle debris. Frowning with intense concentration, the protagonist understood this chap demanded his full focus, as evidence of previous energetic exchanges marked his form. The guy tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, then, to everyone's surprise, the young man expertly perforated his foe's physical form. Blue particles shimmered into being, and the elf started to elegantly crumble, admitting he simply couldn't react and, this time, and indeed lost. Noah's look was menacing, and his adversary promised a future reunion. Han, meanwhile, was left holding a pair of virtual reality glasses. Scratching his head like a confused primate, the fellow then blurted out the protagonist's identifying handle. Grinning widely, the young man observed that, just as Professor Wazin had wisely predicted, academic pursuits at the academy really ought to be rather enjoyable. Surprisingly enough, raising his hand with dramatic flair, the teenager proclaimed he'd quit at warp speed, then inquired if his entry would be accepted, adding that things would undoubtedly work out, but only after a seriously good, deserved snooze. The hero drove his sharp blade deep into the rocky earth. Propping himself up on his weapon, the player triumphantly shouted that he had, in fact, emerged victorious through the rivulets of sweat cascading down his face. The user pondered the recent bizarre events, noting that this particular surge in his sync level felt distinctly unlike its usual energetic self. A sudden notification blared, proclaiming first murder, and Noah, with a hint of bewildered pride, asked if he truly was the one responsible. Shaking his head with a mild exasperation, the protagonist recalled hearing that the ranking table would materialize as soon as the initial kill occurred, then mused that this fellow was quite formidable, inquiring if he might actually rank, given his own impressive victory. Two distinctly D-rank combatants were clearly visible, a rather underwhelming sight. Squinting sadly, the protagonist quietly bemoaned that he also carried a D rank, then mournfully wondered if their epic clash had simply been a battle between two of the Academy's least prestigious participants. A glowing table of all participating users materialized, and upon spotting the current top student, the young man pondered with awe just how unbelievably powerful this legendary's rank fellow truly was. With a knowing smirk, the old man reported the ranking table was out, noting everyone seemed to process the revelation in their own spectacularly individual ways. Janus pressed a finger to his lips, described by the head as a reserved individual meticulously studying the ranks to forge a brilliant future strategy. No, meanwhile, raised his eyebrows in profound frustration, branded as timid and utterly crestfallen by his lowly position. A girl sat with her back glued to the wall, categorized as a cautious player, perfectly camouflaged, and fiercely guarding her precious rank. The armor on the hair-eared examinee's back gleamed ominously, prompting the manager to declare some folks possessed a fierce temper, actively hunting for the top-ranked participant. She bit her lower lip, seething with indignation that not only had no snatched the coveted first murder, but someone else dared to rank even higher than her, a situation she thoroughly detested. Raising her sword skyward, the player dramatically vowed to absolutely obliterate this rank. Placing his fingers before the holographic screens, the Academy headmaster noted, quite predictably, everyone's intense fascination with the elusive's rank. Suddenly, the old man spun around, turning towards the user status window, and the manager playfully inquired what the mysterious rank would possibly do next. On the fracture earth lay scattered fragments of a long, forgotten human skeleton, just for atmosphere. Waving his hand casually, the fellow offered a genial greeting to the newcomer. Roy then dramatically extended a finger, declaring he was utterly exhausted from the relentless search, and demanded to know why the elusive's rank was playing such an expert game of hide and seek. Smiling broadly, the examinee casually inquired if their grand mission was simply to expropriate his top ranking. The top player suddenly spotted two additional young men lurking behind him just as his interlocutor smugly confirmed it was true, since he dared to be ranked higher. His eyes comically widened in alarm. The outstanding user gasped. There were three of them, admitting he hadn't anticipated team play in this supposed solo exam. Gripping his blade's hilt tightly, Roy coolly explained the rulebook made no mention of team play prohibition, then sarcastically asked if his trembling opponent would now run crying home to mama. The top player's pupils narrowed considerably when he was asked, ever so politely, to simply hand over his rank. No drama required. At that very moment, the fellow meekly, almost theatrically, lowered his eyelids. Pressing his palm to his forehead dramatically, the examinee questioned if they imagined winning solely because of fancier gear, or sheer numbers, adding that they absolutely lived in a rather limited world. With a sly smirk, the outstanding user declared them incredibly lucky to personally experience how truly expansive this universe truly was. Professors sat casually in the hall, as vivid photos of the players flashed across the system screen. Sailor's lips drooped in utter disbelief when he was suddenly hailed and asked if his students were, in fact, engaging in unsanctioned teamwork. The dissatisfied teacher inquired if there was a particular issue, to which his interlocutor huffily replied that it was dreadfully cowardly, as these very students had ganged up to tackle a supposedly solo game. Glancing back, the tutor confessed he hadn't a clue what was being discussed, or if one participant truly with Professor Vaughn's war, since he'd never admit his own students had formed a group, while his colleague pointedly questioned why he'd gotten himself entangled in such a collaboration. A truly colossal throne dominated the scene before his subordinates, and from it, the Academy director coolly declared the matter utterly irrelevant. Lowering his eyebrows, the old man noted they hadn't established explicit rules prohibiting team play, admitting he honestly hadn't imagined anyone would attempt such a stunt during an official competition. Turning his head, Sailor subtly inquired if others had perhaps overheard that any game not explicitly breaking rules should be considered a strategy, while the supervisor, finding it rather intriguing, decided he would graciously pardon them. The professor then slyly furrowed his brow, recalling he'd always suspected Royd was exceptionally well prepared for this examination. In his past, the guy, hands tucked nonchalantly into his pockets, recalled maturing amidst the mafia, acquiring truly excellent leadership and information gathering skills, making him a veritable criminal genius. He also boasted incredible personality traits. Thus, once he attains rank, his journey, or perhaps his life, could be considered utterly complete. Royd's brow furrowed in a thunderous scowl, and he flatly declared that he found the other fellow's entire countenance utterly disagreeable, and probably his socks too. Barrett spoke his chin thoughtfully, wondering if the universe was giving him the green light to punch someone in the face immediately. His lips puckered like he just bit a lemon as the gamer recalled that suspicious picture someone shoved in his mug earlier. That suit wearing snake used to grin like a thief, making our hero ponder how much better life would be if he hadn't discovered his dad's embarrassing secrets for blackmail. Gripping his pointy stick like his life depended on it, the amateur couldn't fathom how the secret got out, even though he promised to burn the evidence if he struck first. Spinning around, the player screamed that his rank would simply end up dead, yet the top candidate realized his hands were full of nothing but impossibility. Max stood like a brooding bodyguard behind his pal, clutching a blade while the other kid yanked the enemy's spear away, claiming he couldn't possibly lose to such total losers. Suddenly, a high-tier pro tripped his rival like a school-eared bully, placing a hand on his hip and comparing the poor guy to a confused platypus. Royd looked like he'd seen a ghost, his pupils shrinking faster than a paycheck on rent day. Right then, the student gnashed his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, before lunging at his foe with the grace of a caffeinated squirrel. Seconds later, the star pupil shoved Max aside and blocked a heavy strike by propping his spear against his shoulder. He flipped the weapon behind his neck like a baton, swinging it around to smack both jerks at once while calling one a brainless baboon. Royd smirked like he knew a secret, mocking the guy for talking trash when the other opponent resembled a mangy red wolf. Sailor stood there with a hanging jaw, wondering what was happening while his buddy checked if he had even bothered to read the leaderboard. Mused as she locked his jaw tight, telling everyone to show some manners to the person currently beating them up. Scowling like he just smelled old cheese, the teacher noted this rank kid was as tiny as a flea. He sketched a glowing circle in the air, lecturing about how life is one big trade-off, and if you put all your points into one skill, you will end up lacking somewhere else, just like in a cheaper. The top-tier kid beamed with pride, while his bodyguard noted that his spatial awareness, timing, and raw grit were so high he was basically a walking cheat code for any virtual reality simulator. Bad guy swarmed the elite player while Musa as she rambled about having a massive ego and an obsession with winning every single time. The kid jabbed his spear into a neck, making his teacher realize the boy never even considered losing an option. Brett tucked his chin in tight while Max ground his teeth through the pain, wiping his face with his hand. Royd admitted to himself that ranks were not just type. Stuffing a hand in his pocket, the star student figured out why he felt so itchy around these people and wondered if it was time to pull out the oversized anime sword. His eyeballs started glowing like faulty neon signs, and he finally understood he had been treating these poor fools as nothing more than a Tuesday night comedy show. Royd screamed several insults that would make a sailor blush, while Sailor just looked confused, and then a video feed showed the star student slamming his weapon into the dirt like a victory flag. The old teacher leaned on his knees and grumbled in denial, but his partner shouted that none of the current students has snowball's chance in hell against this kid. Leaning on his hand, the headmaster noted the kid was swatting rankers like flies, proving his arrogant nickname was actually well-deserved. Reaching toward the screen, the old man pointed out the only 3 students brave enough to challenge him while their photos floated in the air. Then the boss admitted he liked the suspense of not knowing the winner until the final notification popped up, hoping for a legendary player to turn this game upside down. Suddenly, the screen showed a dusty wasteland where nothing but misery grew. Janus sprinted while screaming like a lunatic, eyeing a holographic wall and praying he could reach it before he got toasted. He launched himself off the dirt like a human rocket, jumping for the exit just as the timer hit 0. His fingertips brushed against the glowing teleportation barrier. Right then, intense pillars of fire shot from the earth like a giant backyard grill. The guy's frosty mask started dripping like a popsicle in July, leaving him utterly baffled by the sudden heat wave. Red flames licked the sky as the 50-minute mark passed, turning several zones into death traps and forcing the recommended entrants into desperate brawls to see who would survive. Only the toughest made it through, and the scoreboard showcased the top killers who had butchered their way to the #1 spot with style. 2 girls popped up on the big screen, showing that only 5 people were still breathing, with Shia and Mei chilling in the promised land area. A spooky castle loomed ahead, revealing that our hero, Gio, and No were currently hiding in a killer's basement. The brick walls were falling apart and white rags fluttered from the roof like ghosts. Our protagonist suddenly shoved his hand out as if he were trying to stop traffic. Staring at his own hand, the gamer cheered that things were finally going his way, since his brain and the game seemed to be speaking the same language now. Scowling at his stats, the hero noted he was still a lowly drank while Shia was already at a rank. Swiping at the floating menu, the guy realized he needed to quit daydreaming and get back to the grind, since he had 4 minutes before his current zone turned into a lava pit. Without warning, the boy cautiously peered out the window like a nervous neighbor. No spotted some guy below and wondered if he was a corpse or just napping, but then the hero saw the bird mask and realized it was the infamous Joe. Glancing away, the player questioned if this moron was actually strong, then started a long monologue about exactly who he was about to beat up. The star pupil was chilling on a broken bridge with a smug look on his face, making the hero realize he was dealing with a legendary rank monster. In that exact heartbeat, his eyes shrunk until they looked like tiny black pinheads. Shutting his lids, the student sensed a creeper watching them and wondered how the guy could see so much while busy fighting, eventually suggesting they take a range check on the brawl, because they were running out of time. Lowering his sword, Jill wondered what shiny object his foe was looking at, just as the guy activated his legendary Hermit boots, with the system confirming these fancy kicks allowed for insane speed bursts that made his leaps and sprints look like he was cheating at the Olympics. The kid's eyeballs nearly popped out as he shrieked for his rival to finally bite the dust. Without warning, our player basically evicted his rival from the specific coordinates. His eyeballs did a quick zoom out, and while parrying with a tiny toothpick, the overachiever asked if the loser really expected a miracle. Peering through the glass, Noah felt his jaw drop, seeing Gio wave his blade like he was swatting flies against an elite, leading him to believe these honor students were basically freakish beasts. While a salty bead of perspiration rolled down his face as he questioned his life choices trying to fight gods with his bargain bin rank, that shiny pro suddenly glared at a tiny screen, making the main guy hug a wooden pillar while wondering why he was trembling solo over alphabetical labels, until with a serious face, the kid shouted to himself that crushing shit and grabbing the gold was the only plan left, so it was showtime. Their pointy sticks high-fived while floating above the ground. Staring at the sparklers, the gamer decided physics had officially left the chat, seeing the top dog swing his steel with a smug grin, leaving the other guy confused about why his longer weapon was failing to hit anything but air. With a terrifying scowl, our friend considered every unlocked talent gathered during intense grinding sessions, although such memories failed to change his current mood. Massive mitts loomed over our hero like a bad omen from a horror movie, and the brainy kid noted with wide eyes that the defense was wide open. Our hero's throat sprouted a nasty purple mark while the game menu announced he was basically an expired human. Bringing the blade down like a boar executioner, the lad mumbled that the final was a total snooze, then rubbing his neck. The star pupil figured that if the school called this a challenge, running the whole place would be faster than an instant noodle tire. Shiny Transport raised dance on his kicks while some dude doubted this was the peak of gaming education, so gripping his gear tight, Noah yelled that the brawl was officially on. Then the prodigy looked back to check if this was the same coward from before who presumably bolted like a scared rabbit, but raising his sword, the hero asked why on earth he would flee when the finish line for being the GOAT was right there. He poked at his floating menu, clenching his jaw hard because the rival insulted him by mentioning his bottom-tier rank. Sporting a mischievous smirk, the ace noted they had exactly 150 seconds left, subtracting a minute for a leisurely stroll to safety, which left them 90 seconds for shenanigans. Sparkles bounced off the metal as the tester bragged that 30 seconds was plenty, then suddenly cut it down to 20 just to flex, making Noah look like he caught a fly in his open mouth, asking if his low rank made him look like a 20-second warm-up before the kid suddenly ditched his shield. The genius student juggled his knife between hands like a bored circus performer, leaving blurry trails all over the atmosphere. Fighting back his rage, Noah saw the dude was ambidextrous with that toothpick, and every poke hit like a freight train. Grinning like a cat with a canary, the gamer asked if the school still vouched for this guy despite his budget-tier ranking. Hoisting his steel high toward the ceiling, our hero screamed for the loudmouth to finally shut his trap. Right away, their tools banged together, as that expert began rotating a dagger like some expensive toy. Then the lad ducked just in time to avoid a haircut, but the point of that blade was already kissing his nose a second later. The overachieving kid went straight for the ribcage with a very rude poke. That lad peeked upward, gripping a wooden protector, as he saw his combat posture had totally fallen apart. Just as the hero tried to be brave, he got a boot to the dome, sending him tumbling backward, sporting a fresh designer shoe print on his cheek while wondering how the heck a follow-up hit was even possible. The star pupil grinned at his watch, noting 10 seconds remain, before delivering a chin-checking kick that brought on the waterworks and a bloody nose, leaving Noah dazed and wondering how King pulled off these physics-defying moves while time was ticking. Alpha date. He huddled behind his sword, terrified by a combo that felt like it was on fast forward, as his rival closed in with colors flashing like a distro while Noah sweated buckets thinking the guy was serious about the 20-second deadline. Professor Lee chimed in, comparing saying clothes to pouring a drink while blindfolded, noting that too little is a dry glass while too much makes your brain go kaboom. As the liquid hit the brim, the teacher explained that keeping it perfectly full without spilling is the secret sauce of the pros, while our guy's eyes bulged as he tried to keep his cool, thinking that mastery over the sink would surely make him godly, but King interrupted that thought with a massive punch, turning everything white for the kid just as the game shouted about some fancy golden river shield barrier turning on. He took a sudden dive forward, popping a holographic screen right in the startled rival's face, where one could see some magical green gum that basically acts like a triple-shot espresso for sleepy players. The bad guy looked shocked, both of them swinging simultaneously to create a mini supernova, leaving Noah baffled that the dude could pop a counter item while still feeling dizzy, as it made zero sense how King was playing like a grandmaster on his very first day. That nasty jerk smashed his jaw muscles, declaring the clock reached a complete goose egg. Drenched in sweat, our guy rubbed his head, insisting he wasn't wrong and that the school must have been drunk when they gave Noah a drink, and with a grumpy stare, he muttered that the messy outcome really ruined his vibe. Then faster than a teleport, he appeared inches from the hero's nose. That boy just barely shoved a wooden barrier underneath those savage incoming strikes. He bit his lip hard, feeling the weirdly intense energy coming off that absolute idiot. King looked annoyed, hammering the poor guy with a constant stream of violence that left white streaks and blue sparks everywhere, while the audience looked like they were catching flies with their mouths open, as Musashi turned to the teacher to ask if actual geniuses were real or just a myth, only for that scary man to reply that he hated the idea because it makes hard work look like a joke, until he saw something that flipped his script. With dinner, played eyes, he explained it all started when he visited a buddy for a little chat. In a fancy pants mansion belonging to a family that basically runs the world, a red-eyed friend welcomed Musashi like he'd been waiting for a century, as they stood near a boxing ring where the guy bragged that his kid had been punching things for 90 days and already entered a tournament. The teacher presented King, reflecting on how the boy dodged every single blow in his debut, and coasted to the finals, which sounded like a total load of baloney to anyone else. The athlete's perspiration streamed down, yet thanks to a sudden historical detour, the whole situation veered into truly bizarre territory. Little watery bits plopped onto the ground, marking this as the major pivot point. The muscular fellow inadvertently planted his foot right in his own slick patch, losing his footing and tumbling sideways. Immediately, his rival delivered a facial tap that was the first success for the brainy chap. The young buck smirked smugly, a bluish mark blooming on the chief's cheek, preceding what one might describe as an absolute smackdown spree. The pugilist launched into his foe, delivering a relentless barrage of thumps, fostering feelings of being utterly degraded, utterly lost, and denying every single step taken up to this point. The lad's peepers were blazing with intensity, and at some juncture, the story's hero clearly morphed into the bad guy. The folks up in the bleachers were glued to the action, watching them like hawks. The champion, wearing a look of deep satisfaction, coiled the protective wrapping around his fists. He sported a wide grin immediately after that dust-up concluded, as his counterpart announced he was hanging up his gloves for good in this whole sport business. The two gentlemen settled in across from one another, after which Musashi's companion started spinning truly wild yarns, eventually getting totally absorbed describing how much he admired his own son. The aged gentleman was visibly down, yet couldn't help but be taken aback hearing his final pronouncements. Trophies gleamed on the shelf, all amassed by the 16-year-old prodigy. Those shining cups were evidence of bragging rights that strained credulity. The genius father, eye sparkling, declared that for his boy to ascend even further, he first needed a proper taste of what it felt like to lose. Musashi knitted his brows when his buddy inquired if anyone at the institution stood a chance of besting him. The professor stared ahead, claiming even now he couldn't imagine such a person existed. While Kane was trading blows, the speaker remarked that the kid was so full of himself, he even made a digital copy of his exact self for online gaming. Noah was visibly perspiring, and his guide truly hoped the brilliant youngster's mental state wouldn't shatter. The drinking vessel started to judder nervously. Tiny beads of moisture slowly made tracks down the exterior surfaces of the structure. Abruptly, the central figure's mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. The adversary slammed a heavy fist right into the center of his torso. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. A fresh gash appeared on the gamer's torso, and the foe declared that their link mode was permanently disabled. Unexpectedly, the villain clamped down on the youth's throat, dropping his blade, as King declared the lead character useless without that special coordination. The star pinned him to the barrier while muttering that thanks to such a weakling, he'd wasted his breath. The scoundrel touched his face, resolving to pay closer attention to lowball opinions later. Noah's jaw dropped as he recalled all those intense training sessions with Carrie over 8 months. Realizing his current strength was purely tied to that sync level, King kept him suspended, musing that this situation felt entirely different from his prior defeat against Carrie. A brilliant white glare was visible deep within his crimson irises. The primary actor pictured the sneering visage of a tormentor who claimed losers led laughably dull existences, wearing the exact same look that dismissed him entirely. The participant's vision bleached white, his life force started to drain away, but all he could think was that he was being sidelined yet again, and he absolutely refused to concede defeat. Water began to slosh out of the container, creating a small damp spot directly beneath it. The fluid began a downward journey across the fancy linen, then formed a small puddle underneath the table. In the next heartbeat, all the furniture was bobbing in the rising tide, when suddenly the guy thrust his hand toward his opponent's features, his malicious smirk visible between his extended fingers. Little flashes of light were popping in his eyes like tiny fireworks. the territory of good tidings. The female shrieked in terror, labeling someone a fiend. Carrie responded by clocking her square on the jaw, demanding how she dared utter such a thing, then cheerfully noted that punching bare-knuckled felt much better than using a blade, marking this as her third fatal encounter. The strong one glanced at the digital readout, and announced that only Nove and King remained active, noting the protagonist was performing better than he had dared predict. The young woman sank to the floor, deciding that since this area was designated as the final secure zone, she would just wait there for her next challenger. King screwed up his face in concentration, still gripping Nove by the throat. But when the main character suddenly lunged, the adversary managed a swift hop backward. He furrowed his brow in confusion, utterly baffled by the current bizarre situation. The player snatched up his sword, and the smart guy reflected that this move was nowhere to be found in the instruction manual, which made him furious as he charged forward. The young man successfully evaded the enemy's lunge, then proceeded to mimic the evasion maneuver several more times in quick succession. The blade whistled past his glistening eyes, causing the director to nearly lose his mind. He scanned Noah's data, convinced this rapid synchronization boost must be a glitch in the simulation. The two rivals clashed violently while King, grimacing, realized their current arena was about to self-destruct, selling instant elimination for both players. He ground his teeth, calculating just how little time remained before the inevitable end. In a sudden, rapid motion, the protagonist brandished his weapon. Narcissus clenched his jaw, glaring at the fresh cut across his throat. The young rival with hyper-focused, processing a bizarre mix of physical and sensory information he couldn't explain. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling his spirit detach from his physical form, sending his instincts into overdrive. The villain advanced, but Noah already knew every move before it happened, anticipating his intentions and even his emotions. The rival's blade nearly kissed his nose. He dodged sideways in a flash. The young man then dipped low, completely evading the incoming blow. The protagonist landed a solid punch on the narcissist's midsection, wishing he could have put a little more oomph into it. A gush of crimson liquid streamed from the boy's nasal cavities. The teaching faculty gaped in disbelief at the ominous notification flashing across the simulation interface. Lee began to sweat profusely, grinding his teeth in frustration. Musashi swiveled to face him, demanding an explanation for the bizarre turn of events. Two fighters faced off, poised for battle. King stood frozen in bewilderment, convinced No viewed him as completely insignificant because he was using the pommel of his sword rather than the blade. Our main character skillfully evaded every incoming assault. In an instant, the player seized hold of the narcissist's limb. The genius furrowed his brow, desperately trying to formulate a strategy that would obliterate his foe. He pressed a hand to his perspiration, soap cheek. He then glanced forward in utter astonishment. A cascade of violet sparks erupted around him. The protagonist collapsed onto the floor. The broken crown, a symbol of his power, tumbled from his grasp. The professor stood with his legs spread wide, straddling the hallway. He fixed his gaze on the young man directly ahead. It turned out to be Noah. His head slumped downward in defeat. The participant's eyelids were firmly shut. He then cracked them open, just a fraction. He was lying in a hospital bed, completely unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, he grasped his head, wincing in agony. The coach adjusted his spectacles and cautioned him against excessive movement. He had been transferred to medical care following a severe episode of shock during a crossover match. The protagonist arched an eyebrow in confusion, wondering if the medical professional was actually addressing him. He balled his hands into fists, demanding to know if he had surrendered during the match. He still needed to take on Carrie. The man seated beside him revealed that the young combatant had been unconscious in the medical facility for roughly 2 hours. He knitted his dark eyebrows together, as Noah questioned whether the rookie assessment had concluded. The professor pulled his hand from behind his jacket, and started discussing the previous fight with a rival who possessed a superior skill set. The young man gasped in surprise as his mentor explained that even when defeat seemed inevitable, Noah was still willing to charge headfirst into the fray. The professor grinned and remarked that this was their first encounter in real life. The player, covered in perspiration, realized this was the same instructor who had been lurking in the foliage. They exchanged glances, and Noah noted that the teacher appeared far more conventional than he had anticipated. He then introduced Carrie, the successful candidate from the recommended student examination. The girl ground her teeth in irritation. Every other student coveted this victory, yet for some reason, the winner was visibly dissatisfied with her performance. King glared at her intensely. Following his match with Noah, King was unable to escape the hazardous zone and faced elimination. Watch. To Carrie's annoyance that her victory required so little exertion, the protagonist, sweating heavily, asked if he had completed his rank successfully. After all, his opponent shouldn't have made such a foolish error. The mentor raised a hand and stated that the player himself had set everything in motion for that exact conclusion. The ground vibrated slightly as he explained further that the narcissist remained trapped because, after the protagonist was ejected from the arena, he simply stood still instead of retreating to safety. The instructor rose to his feet and declared that Noah's influence on the genius was the true catalyst for everything that followed. During this assessment, Noah displayed an entirely unanticipated aspect of his personality. The young man's cheeks flushed crimson as the professor affectionately ruffled his hair, declaring he had shown the brightest in the competition. Standing beside the hospital patient, the man offered congratulations for successfully completing the assessment. Noah's eyes nearly popped out when he realized the entire teaching staff had concurred with this outcome. He enthusiastically balled his hands into fists and let out a triumphant yell. The mentor rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly when the nurse shushed them, demanding silence. The player chuckled happily, grinning broadly. Due to the reflective glare on the man's spectacles, his eyes were obscured from view. He folded his arms across his chest and stated that from this point forward, the young man was prohibited from utilizing the synchronization level. The player stared at him in utter disbelief. A month later, a multitude of individuals assembled outside the academy to celebrate the graduation ceremony. People milled about, capturing photographs and engaging in conversation. 3 smiling girls approached someone, inquiring about his acceptance into the prestigious academy. Hyun-jun offered a charming smile, downplaying the achievement by calling it merely a successful application. The fellow observed the assembled masses from a considerable distance. That young lady retrieved her cellular device, scanning headlines about a remarkably attractive gentleman. Abruptly, he pivoted his head upon catching the sound of someone shouting his designation. Young No materialized behind him, announcing with a mischievous grin that he too was enrolling at this esteemed institution, which made the local tough guy scowl with clear annoyance. Yet the central figure merely flashed his phone screen, his face flushing with sheer delight while Hyun-jun's visage contorted, displaying visible rage. He squeezed his appendages into tight balls, causing his devoted following to fret that perhaps the poor fellow was ailing. Our sprinter felt prepared, thinking that any fresh start signifies the conclusion of dreary moments and the dawn of a brighter existence. Though typically that grand pronouncement carries a cheerful tone, our player packed his belongings, contemplating that a new chapter also necessitates saying goodbye to everything preceding it. He glanced sideways, noting the automaton had been mute for an unusual spell. Picturing the massive city, he mused that the rules of the academy mandated all scholars reside within the campus quarters. Furthermore, bringing robotic companions was strictly prohibited, making him the sole viewer of broadcast entertainment. His mechanical buddy was surely facing separation from his master. The athlete envisioned them enjoying activities together, realizing his sidekick was thrilled about the acceptance but simultaneously sad about the impending split. Looking away, he accepted he wouldn't see Rob for a full 3 years. Sitting back, no. Sorted performed admirably to prevent any worry, as water gently plinked into the basin. The protagonist mentioned he'd been paying his lodging fees promptly lately, earning praise for his side hustle. The youth cheerfully added that even after departing for the campus, he'd keep remitting the rent, thus the robot needn't skimp on electricity and could remain fully juiced. The chap displayed several photographic memories, recalling how swiftly he and Tone became fast friends a decade prior. His beta figure held the robot's severed limb aloft, and the story's focus reflected on how much drama had unfolded. The little mechanized pet perched upon the man's shoulder. The small boy once cuddled near his ailing mother while the dad vanished. The metallic friend remained ever present. That loyal retainer raised its metallic hand, sporting a pleasant expression. Having guarded its owner for at least 10 rotations of the earth, the gamer embraced Tone, promising a return in 3 years, far more seasoned and significantly tougher. Moisture began to pool conspicuously in his ocular regions. The mechanical hand rested limply upon the floorboards, emitting no sound whatsoever. Suddenly, No stared at the robot with a look of utter bewilderment, his eyes widening in profound terror as his metal mate collapsed to the ground, while tears streamed down the central figure's face. Tone suddenly erupted in loud laughter emanating from the phone, clearly enjoying the melodramatic scene. Even Nestle discharge began escaping the console operator's face. A computerized grin was visible on the display screen, and the young fellow leaned nearer, as his digital companion explained its ability to transmit its essence into any compatible hardware with available space. The protagonist grasped the device, and Tone asserted it couldn't consign its master to the academy alone since he dissolved into tears over minor issues despite claiming adulthood. The robot winked, assuring the player he needn't fret, instructing him to quickly gather his luggage. The young man's cheeks instantly reddened, and Tome offered a stark reminder that damaging the phone meant permanent severance between them. The heavens were painted crimson above the structure housing the gaming specialization dormitories at the Magical Academy. The assembled students organized themselves into precise formations. No squeezed his fist tight, silently pleading with his digital confidant to cease its chatter. The stern figure threw his mouth wide open, commanding absolute silence from the entire assembly. Placing both hands firmly upon his hips, he declared that the moment for settling into their assigned quarters had arrived, so they should proceed with immediate compliance. James knitted his brows together, stating that provided the pupils adhered strictly to regulations, punctuality, and appropriate conduct, he would possess zero justification for intervention. The lad was dripping perspiration, amazed that the residential supervisor was clad so sparsely during the absolute depths of winter. The athletic type gasped it, proclaiming that contrary to other housing units, their building operated on a tiered status system, where a loftier standing granted access to superior amenities and perks. He showcased the colored stones, elaborating that superior rank corresponded to higher floor locations for their quarters. James smirked, asserting that the entire arrangement was dictated purely by individual competencies. The throng simultaneously pulled out their portable communication devices, when the announcement declared messages would now be utilized to sort and allocate the newly admitted individuals in a randomized fashion. Hia and Jun's brow knitted into a severe expression of profound ire. The assembled cohort began to disperse slowly in various directions. The academy's big boss folded his arms across his chest, and declared that since everyone absolutely crushed the entrance trials, they deserved a hefty financial reward. A nice little bribe, really. Everyone hummed on his every word, while he rattled off the prizes, probably hoping for a new sports car. Noah was absolutely drenched, realizing with sinking dread that the powers that be assigned rooms based on these stupid rankings. When her gamer tag was announced, Carrie shot her hand up like a firework, stepping forward as James proudly proclaimed her a news ranked champion for dominating the scholarship test. She then casually walked over and exchanged pleasantries with King. Smiling sweetly, she explained that since that fellow was her dear old dad, losing was simply not in his DNA, but then her forehead instantly wrinkled up like a crumpled napkin in sudden fury. The youthful chap finally spun around, and Carrie immediately demanded to know why he was treating her like invisible furniture. Our protagonist dramatically raised a single, unimpressed eyebrow, clearly signaling his annoyance. Shoving his hands deep into his trousers, he dramatically declared that this school, if you strayed from the path of ultimate victory, was actually a savage hunting ground where trouble multiplied like rabbits. With a couple of teammates flanking him, he resolved firmly that there was absolutely no way he would display any hint of weakness this time around. The fellow scowled intensely, and then King surveyed the assembled onlookers with a powerful gaze. Narcissus, whose vision practically glowed with sheer intensity, questioned the group about which individual used the gaming mic or arc. He then immediately looked grumpy, musing that jumping up too fast just made him seem like a push-over. His rival closed the distance rapidly, and King glared downwards like a vengeful god, while the spectators silently observed this prodigy promising to snatch a victory during their next confrontation. Harry was sweating buckets from the sheer tension, and No's face was already completely soaked when the reality hit him. He had somehow managed to beat King. King was basically the biggest deal, the shining hotshot among the academy's endorsed students, holding the prestigious rank status. Naturally, his mere presence was sufficient to magnetize every single eye in the vicinity, and standing directly before our hero, he vowed he would utterly destroy him in their next match. The younger fellow was still dripping nervously, utterly unable to comprehend his recent triumph. The onlookers were completely flabbergasted, failing to grasp the crucial point of why Noah didn't immediately claim this rank title after winning the bout. A few people scowled, whispering that King's moody behavior proved he knew he had genuinely lost to this random chap, regardless of the official outcome. Then smirked, catching sight of his friend, while King opened his mouth and demanded why the youth was keeping silent, asking if he was being deliberately snubbed. The protagonist, recognizing he had ticked off his opponent, plastered on a smile and joked that King seemed slightly off his game that day, though he quickly added that he had actually tried incredibly hard. Then, James materialized out of thin air right behind the student, ordering him to fall back immediately, warning that any further ruckus would result in disciplinary demerits for his dorm room, causing King to spin around instantly. No watched the retreating figure, and immediately had the sinking feeling that his academic career was already headed straight for the dumpster fire. Just then, a cheerful James instructed everyone to find the living quarters corresponding to their glorious ranking. So now we shift scenes directly to the residential halls. The youth grinned widely, noting he finally grasped the room's setup, looking around to observe its remarkably basic quality, which made sense since ranks were promised the hand, knee, down, and shin accommodations. Come lightly nudged Noah's shoulder, making him nearly leap out of his skin, and declared he was moving in too. He then sheepishly inquired if it would be absolutely scandalous to ask to use the top bunk, given they just met. No scowled, questioning if the stranger knew him, to which the new arrival replied they had certainly bumped into each other during the entrance test. The hero shouted, realizing this was the genius who could game while unconscious, and the young man, parting his mouth, humbly accepted the compliment, settling his bag on the desk. He admitted he was furious about losing and swore he would prevail next time, noting that his specific unique ability seemed to be synchronization calibration. No subtly grimaced, recalling the stern warning from the instructor who specifically banned him from cranking up that synchronization enhancement. Khan extended his hand towards the fellow, stating his desire to strike up a good friendship, and then smiled, mentioning he planned to rely heavily on him for the entire duration of their cohabitation. The main character beamed from ear to ear, thrilled that Noah had successfully managed to acquire a school friend for perhaps the very first time in his entire existence. Darkness arrived swiftly, swallowing the light. Assistant Kim, strolling along the pavement, inquired about the living situation within the competitive gaming squad's residence. Noah scratched his scalp, lamenting that he was stuck with a rock, hard mattress and a closet-sized space, basically describing a monastic cell. Kim chuckled, advising him to hang tight since he was clearly moving up the ranks at warp speed. Carrie shot a look at her companion, complaining that her living space was ridiculously huge and lavish for just one person, making it impossible to settle in. She claimed the mattress was excessively plush, suggesting sleeping on the hardwood floor was preferable. Catching the assistant's eye, Noah questioned their destination, and Kim responded that they were taking a quick tour of the campus territory while also popping in to greet the official team they would soon be joining. The grinning assistant shared that the squad was managed by Professor Lee, who doubled as the team's mentor, famously shortened to UK, which stood for the undeniably awesome unkillable Demon Kings. The young man's face lit up with a wide smile, thoroughly delighted by the epic moniker. The scene shifts abruptly to the center of the Academy sensory pods, where Kim strolled into the room and loudly declared their presence. Noah's jaw practically hit the floor in sheer astonishment, while the professor advanced toward the assembled new recruits, noting that their dedication was impressive since getting here was no easy feat. With his hands clasped behind his spine, the man announced that the trio standing behind them were veteran members of the squad they were about to enter. Jang Hyun, flashing a huge grin, introduced himself as the team's designated shot caller and captain. Sola, wringing her hands together, wondered aloud how these huge responsibilities, let alone two of them, were now falling to the new people. Auction sadly stared down at the floorboards, completely silent, until the youth clenched his knuckles and expressed his earnest hope that the veterans would treat them well. Kim chuckled, questioning why the new arrivals were shaking like leaves. The instructor's spectacles gleamed as he joked that bonding requires shared sweat, so they would dive into a match immediately to greet the rookies. And while Nov and Carrie braced for war, Jang Hyun and Sola grinned as the scenery morphed into a massive soccer arena. Kim waved his arm, announcing that the energetic children would battle the seasoned veterans to avoid opening day drama. The fossil squad featured Jang Hyun and the auction master. The aide, looking toward Sola, mentioned she would just watch to keep things fair, so she waved and promised to cheer for everyone, while the teacher smirked, noting that while it seemed like mere sports, it was actually a sneaky test of their digital reflexes and avatar control. Kim pointed out that normal soccer rules applied, except kicking a human instead of the ball meant a 5-second time out in the penalty box, plus every player was gifted 2 handy slots for magical gear. Inventory squares popped up before Noah, and the coach explained that snatching random loot from the map would fill those empty holes. Then dropping the sphere, he declared the chaos would begin upon its first bounce, with 5 goals securing total victory. Limbering up, Carrie vowed she would not be defeated by some randoms, excluding only the legendary Kane and her current partner. Then glancing at her teammate, she claimed victory was certain, while the young man smirked back and refused to accept failure. Jang Hyun noted the kids were acting pretty cocky for beginners, but Deokjin reminded him that Carrie was the top-ranked genius from the entrance trials. He raised a fist, claiming he needed to school her, though his friend nervously asked if he had forgotten this was just a friendly welcome party. Sola sat with the prof to ask for his betting odds, and he replied that the geezers usually win unless the kids pull a miracle. But when the girl looked confused, the instructor signaled the start. The ball flew, and Jang Hyun laughed about showing off their senior superiority. His jaw dropped in absolute shock. Terry already leaped toward the orb, leaving the main hero stunned by how fast the girl could actually move. Wearing a massive grin, she shouted that she would be the one to claim the opening goal for their side. Terry smashed the ball with enough power to ignite it, sending it screaming toward the net at high velocity. As it neared the goalposts, she kept smiling because the flight path looked absolutely perfect for a score. Her pupils dilated as disbelief hit. A stray hand blocked the path, and a buff silhouette snatched the sphere right out of the air. The girl landed and wondered what just happened, while the professor looked serious and the goalie held the ball tight. Then No realized the bulky guy was actually a summoned keeper, while Deokjin grabbed a nearby power-up and muttered about the close call. Carrie bit her lip, realizing the guy had triggered a goalie summon item in the blink of an eye. The youth mentioned they arrived here first, and Jang Hyun picked up his buddy while praising his amazing performance. Sola pumped her fists and called him their star player, as the professor realized Deokjin had predicted Carrie's move to snag a defensive item. The man knew the girl was lightning fast when the ball soared, yet the other guy remained totally unfazed. Throughout the madness, Deokjin stayed the most relaxed player, not even bothering to look up from the grass. Right when Carrie prepared to strike, the boy spotted a shortcut to a goalie item, and popped a speed boost to reach it. and he executed a perfect slide to tag the cube, demonstrating a level of tactical genius that defied all logical explanation. Jang Hyun patted his friend's hair for being a bully to the kids, but the guy just said losing would be too embarrassing. No wondered how anyone could think that quickly, and as Jang Hyun caught the ball, the girl assigned targets for their counterattack. Then Jang Hyun chuckled, telling them it was finally time for him to show off some real veteran magic. His feet became a blur as he dribbled past our hero, effortlessly lobbing the ball over the newcomer's head like a pro. With a cheeky grin, he mentioned that he spends way too much of his real life playing soccer. The girl screamed for him to chase the runner, so the hero turned around, deciding that even if he had to play dirty, he would catch him by any means necessary. Jang Hyun vaulted upward, dodging the tackle. He cocked his leg back, blasted the ball toward the boy, and then kept sprinting forward without missing a single beat. A spherical object entered the net quickly, and while lifting a digit, he remarked that their team ought to secure an initial score now. Carrie gnashed her molars in a rage, sprinting toward No to demand he snap out of his daze, and since they just permitted an enemy score, she wondered why he was lounging on the grass, then loomed over him to declare their next play would surely result in success. Our grimacing lead character began his ascent from the turf, whispering to himself that activating his mental link would surely allow him to halt their progress. At that particular moment, the instructor wagged his head while two opponents obstructed No's path, having understood since before the entry trials that surviving this elite school requires much more than just a fancy brain connection. The girl hoisted her limb toward the sky, demanding her teammate toss the orb. The adolescent male shifted his vision elsewhere. A competitor suddenly snatched the sphere, and sprinted at full speed toward the netting. A split second later, the object settled firmly inside the goal. Harry gestured wildly, questioning what their strategy should be if he continued fumbling at such vital moments, and the hero found himself blocking the path of his foes, yet they easily bypassed him using a simple series of tosses. Her features twisted into a mask of disgust when the third point was conceded, and despite Carrie getting a finger on the sphere, she was powerless against the sheer velocity of Jinjin's projectile. With an expression mangled by fury, she shrieked a string of complaints at No. The dude was leaking sweat, and shaking like jelly. The boy's jaw practically hit his toes in sheer disbelief. Staring at the massive brute looming over him, he understood his own absolute frailty without the help of a special mental state. Our protagonist let out a wary breath, concluding that he possessed no other choice but to activate his secret power. The educator stood up without warning, calling a halt to the skirmish, and stepping onto the turf, he remarked that everyone had seen enough of each other's skills, so they should conclude this competitive training exercise. Carrie ground her teeth together, soaked in sweat, while Jinjin flashed a smug grin. Observing the pair of fuming newcomers, he realized their anger originated from losing such a minor practice drill, and they obviously carried a massive, unquenchable thirst for absolute victory. The fellow struck his palms together repeatedly. Closing the distance to the rookies, he noted that feeling bitter about a loss is a good sign, but once the whistle blows, a proper response is required. The main character stared at the floor while Jinjin explained that he recognized his internal worry, yet winning is impossible for someone who stays so miserable, and he suggested that participating in more frequent bouts like this would help, while Carrie's face soured when he told her that blaming her partner for every mistake and venting her rage on him would never lead to a trophy. Then as Sui walked over, Jinjin mentioned that their squad is a major contender for school titles, meaning they must grow even more powerful than their current state, and mental grit is also essential for any athlete, because if a few minor setbacks cause them to crumble, they will never have a chance at winning a real championship. The girl's jaw dropped involuntarily due to her surprise, and while balling her hands into tight fists, she asked if they were actually consistent winners, especially since the mentor's crew seemed genuinely formidable, and if they were that high tier, they were likely ranked among the elite of the entire institution. Sui and Deokjin turned their backs to the scene. Masking a smirk with his palm, Jinjin admitted they were only 10th last season. The lady standing before him turned to stone, pointing out that the school only hosts 10 teams in total. Then Carrie squinted while her brain stalled, and Sui scowled, trying to figure out why their teammates sounded so incredibly proud of being the absolute worst in the league. The mentor strolled toward No. He noticed the boy moping with a lowered head, clearly disgusted by his own actions. And that night, No remained wide awake staring at his ceiling until Odin appeared on the monitor to ask what was bothering his mind so much. Replaying the previous contest in his head, our hero wondered if his future would be secure if his performance stayed this poor, but the teacher stood by his bed and strictly forbade any high-level mental sensing, and originally only a tiny percentage could be adjusted, yet his internal levels had undergone a massive mutation lately, and the professor explained that his output jumped from 300 to 500 before hitting a full 1000%, potentially even breaking the sensors that were capped at that limit. Then the main character grew frustrated when the man claimed he was overstraining his vitals, leading to the decision that such boosts were far too risky to continue, and the angry youth demanded to know how he could stay competitive if he was forced to play without his primary advantage. The adult looked down at the student, mentioning that Carrie's mental link only reached a tiny 3% above the baseline, and a standard human sits at a flat 100, so she was basically playing without help, yet she never used her lack of power as a crutch for failing. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, the educator clarified that he wasn't banning the skill forever, just until they unraveled the mystery of his synchronization and learned to manage it, and since there was a specific specialist at the academy for this exact issue, there was no need for despair. Then smiling, Lee remarked that every crisis is just a chance in disguise, and he should view this as a perfect opportunity to stop relying on mental tricks and develop some actual physical talent. As he lay in bed, the fellow grumbled that physically, he was a total lightweight compared to Carrie, lacked Ganghyun's nimble moves, and couldn't strategize his way out of a paper bag. The young man, however, furrowed his brow and declared that he was going to tackle the challenge anyway, come what may. Soon enough, the dreaded first day of school dawned. We were now sitting in the class lecture hall, where Sora, pointing dramatically to herself, introduced a truly vile curriculum. She'd be teaching them sports and combat techniques specifically tailored for application in the Crossroads world, where everything apparently counts. No wore a frown on his face, but inwardly, he admitted a little thrill for the start of this new adventure. Surveying the room, the protagonist noted that he was still in the same class as Carrie and Kun. At least he recognized someone in this bizarre setup. The academy's curriculum was split. Real life covered theory, mental state management, and physical fitness, while the Crossroads focused on the game itself, techniques, and avatar training. The young man grimaced, trying to figure out what kind of chaos awaited them. The professor, noticing the collective dread, smiled and said that today being the introductory day, they would simply measure their baseline physical stats. Glancing over her new class, she explained that, according to some fancy research paper, real physical health directly influenced the avatar's performance in the game. Apparently, spending excessive time in the virtual realm meant their actual bodies would inevitably suffer from lack of exercise, leading to serious couch potato syndrome. The protagonist's mood plummeted as Sora directed everyone to change into the sports uniforms they had received the previous day. The action now moves to the academy's holographic gymnasium. The young man waited in the center of the room as his reaction speed was measured, a bead of nervous sweat sliding down his temple. Without warning, a hologram popped up right behind him. The guy immediately stabbed at the hologram with his hand. No then continued to strike relentlessly at every subsequent holographic target that materialized around him. Moving to the physical strength test, the young man hoisted the barbell, his face turning bright red from the immense strain. During the muscle endurance measurement, the guy ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Noah finished all 3 disciplines with a thoroughly average result, which made him smile. Settling down next to Han, he mentioned that he had been practically asleep during the entrance exam and only half awake for this test, then asked Han about his scores. Wiping drool from his chin, Han claimed he'd been half asleep and did everything half-heartedly. The protagonist, however, glanced at Han's high scores and mentally accused the guy of being a shameless liar. He turned his head to see the next participant, recognizing a familiar face immediately. The girl's hand punched straight through the hologram's projection. She then almost simultaneously struck 2 additional targets in quick succession. The professor's eyes practically popped out in astonishment. Carrie, standing coolly in the center of the court, had just received a perfect score. She smiled, mentally confirming that she was now firmly established in first place. Noah glanced over at his friend and asked if he knew who Carrie was. His friend stood up straight and replied that she was incredibly famous back in City. In that city, there existed a highly influential organization focused on ensuring the survival of abandoned children, a remarkable feat given City's difficult reputation. Gradually, this group expanded significantly, reaching a scale where even seasoned adults couldn't underestimate its influence. Carrie, of all people, was the leader of this entire operation. The girl, completely unaware of the gossiping, simply continued to smile. The young man narrowed his eyes, sensing that this seemingly cheerful girl had a far more complicated history than she let on. Soon, the girl walked up to him, asking if he was done yet, and the guy blurted out a shout of praise, telling her she did an excellent job. Sitting next to Noah, she asked him if he'd heard anything. The guy, utterly confused, asked what she was talking about. Throwing her hands in exasperation, the girl explained that the academy had 10 teams in total, each containing between 20 and 50 members, and typically divided into a primary and secondary roster. After considering it, she pointed out that their group barely even had enough candidates to form a team, containing only 5 people in total, hardly enough for internal practice matches. Furthermore, based on last year's rankings, they were dead last. Frowning deeply, Carrie concluded that their team definitely had some issues. Looking toward the ceiling, the protagonist agreed that this seemed highly probable. Jan, still clutching the barbell, turned his head. Sola walked up to him and declared he was the top member in the gymnasium. Still squatting intensely, the captain explained that if he stopped moving for even a moment, his body would start to itch significantly. Deokjin raised a single eyebrow in response. Jamming his hands into his pockets, he asked his friend what he thought of this new group of students. The friend, still in a crouch, replied that he didn't think they could sit down, causing a misunderstanding. The guy clarified he wasn't asking about their ability to squat. Stretching his shoulder, Shinjin commented that while Carrie might be a bit rude, she was physically the best. As for No, despite his shortcomings, a lot of potential was expected from him. Narrowing his gaze, Deokjin pointed out that he wasn't asking about their technical abilities. Throwing his hand up in exasperation, he recounted seeing their expressions yesterday when they started their progress. He had a sinking feeling they might just quit altogether. He suggested it might be better to recruit some standard students who entered the usual way, before they found themselves in an even more difficult predicament. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the captain countered that the professor had personally selected these two individuals. Even if they didn't fully believe in the newcomers, they had to trust the professor. He argued that she must have a solid reason for choosing them. Solva turned her head and stared intently at her teammate. The girl continued walking down the corridor, folding her limbs like a grumpy pretzel. She muttered that the whole squad would fall apart like cheap leggings before kickoff. Drumming her digits, she noted that while last year's trauma made everyone touchy, their failure definitely wasn't caused by a lack of raw caffeine or effort. Solva accidentally peeked outside the glass pane. Below, a random dude obstructed Carrie's route, where Matho, snickering, remarked that he finally spotted the genius who topped the elite test. Squinting like a suspicious cat, he suggested she ditch her losers for his crew. Observing the drama, Solva twitched, while Carrie explained she was actually the hand-picked scholar of that eccentric Professor Lee. Waving his arms like a drowning man, Matho argued that elites can swap squads too, though they face a boring 12-month tournament vacation as a penalty, whereas the professor only collects professional failures. Carrie scowled as the clown claimed the school viewed her group as bottom-tier trash, insisting that joining the silver medal winners would be her ultimate rescue from that circus. Stroking her jaw like a shady philosopher, she pondered the bribe, eventually inquiring exactly how many piles of cash they were prepared to cough up. Solva scowled stiffly, while Matho displayed a smug smirk. Staring at the lady, he arrogantly assumed that she was already tucked safely inside his pocket. Right then, Deokjin stomped over towards Solva's position. Closing in, he demanded to know what she saw, causing the girl to freak out and forbid his gaze. The dude neared upon spotting Matho and Carrie, lifting a hand to ask her price, silently mocking how gutter kids trade their souls for a few shiny coins. Whipping out her device, she claimed her math was finished, stating they owed her a cool 10 billion to even start the conversation. Deokjin's mug contorted with pure rage. Shortly after, his eyeballs nearly popped out once the astronomical sum she demanded finally registered in his brain. Opening her mouth, Carrie clarified that 10 billion was merely the starting point for her consideration. Leaving Matho absolutely speechless, she explained the massive price tag accounted for her shredded professional dignity, the inevitable internet trolls attacking her future celebrity status, and most crucially, a steep premium for the guilt of stabbing her mentor in the back. Carrie recalled the memory of gaming when the school invite arrived, staring shocked at the recruiter while reminding him she was just a penniless street urchin from the ruins. The grumpy professor insisted her talent deserved a fair shot, arguing that her trashy environment shouldn't block her path to glory. Reaching out, he offered her a stage to shine, to which she cheekily demanded 10 billion as a tiny down payment on her destined legendary fortune. Matho's expression soured. He charged toward the lady, wondering aloud if he appeared to be some brainless moron. She deftly evaded his clumsy punch. She firmly gripped her rival's throat with one hand. Suddenly, Matho was eating dirt on the pavement, hissing through clenched teeth about her disrespecting her superiors. She shot back that in the slums, she constantly dealt with rich snobs who thought wallet solved everything, her face wrinkling in disgust. Observing the chaos, Dakshin's scowl vanished just as No sprinted into the dark corridor. His eye bulged at the scene, and he rushed to stop her, preaching that throwing hands was wrong, when unexpectedly, the boy tripped awkwardly. Fumbling headfirst, his limb accidentally collided with the captive's skull as Noah delivered a brutal accidental elbow to Matho's face. As blood sprayed from the victim's nose, Carrie released him, noting that his specialized elbow strike was surprisingly vicious. Our hero scrambled up, frantically explaining he was simply trying to prevent a fight, not start one. She glared at the dude, mentioning that the Morans started the trouble, and if they just shoved him into a corner, he would eventually regain consciousness without help. While they hoisted Matthew's limp body, Dakshin shouted their way. Solva signaled them with a wave, mentioning a serious discussion was required. No dropped the guy, realizing their bosses caught them red-handed. Then the scene shifted abruptly to the training center. Cheng Hyun was absolutely soaked in perspiration. Eyeing the squad, he questioned if they actually flattened that Viper punk. While Dakshin gestured toward No, claiming the kid was a natural hider, he added that the rookie's heavy-handed skull bash ensured the victim wouldn't remember a thing, though the leader decided an official apology was necessary later. As Jin Hyun inquired if the action sought consent to discuss the previous year's disaster, the hero looked up, noting how everyone had conveniently buried those memories. Drawing his forehead, the leader admitted his surprise that Dakshin brought it up, debating whether the Greenhorns should know the whole story. While No stood tall, Ganon interjected, reminding everyone they had already disclosed the team's embarrassing rank from the last season. The trio gazed at the freshmen as the boss revealed that their humiliating defeat had absolutely nothing to do with their actual skill levels. He broke his silence, explaining that the so-called Fantastic Academy used to be strictly for the elite, where only the children of high-ranking officials were enrolled. The introduction of the recommendation recruitment system and the professor's actions completely upset this carefully managed hierarchy. He added that the recommended students came from the cities of D and Z, before asking if the group he was speaking to was also from one of those places. Jin Hyun recalled the numerous factories, and noted that while Zedi was showing signs of development, cities and Z were considered relics of a past generation and were openly referred to as slums. He emphasized that comparing those places to where they were now was like comparing entirely different worlds. This caused significant backlash, with many factions opposing the admission of students from the slums. They even gathered to demand the professor's immediate dismissal from the academy. However, the man skillfully deflected all criticism by consistently achieving outstanding results with his team every single year. This successful streak continued into last year, when Jin Hyun was in his sophomore year. Although their team only had 5 members and lacked any substitute players, it included a third-year student preparing to turn professional and 2 rookies who had placed first and second in the entrance exam that year. Their team dominated every match and was widely regarded as the most probable winner. Consequently, neither the team itself nor its emblem could be overlooked by any other competitors. Solda lowered her head when the captain mentioned that tragedy had befallen them. A rookie first-year student, who had joined through the auction system, abruptly announced his departure from the team, nearly causing a third-year student to quit as well. Despite everyone's attempts to persuade him otherwise, the rookie simply uttered one phrase before leaving. He chuckled, explaining that he just had to take advantage of the opportunity. Frowning, the auction explained that they heard he had moved to another team after accepting a huge sum of money, effectively betraying both the professor and his teammates for cash. A tense silence fell over everyone in the hall. The guy then explained that they couldn't find additional members before the start of the season, and were forced to compete as a foursome. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror when the auction finished the story, revealing that having to play with a missing member resulted in them finishing dead last. Noah frowned deeply, recognizing that the academy was nothing like the image he had created in his mind, and something far more serious was now weighing on him. He couldn't help but recall the professor's question, asking if he possessed the inner strength to keep fighting against an opponent even when defeat was certain. Noah now realized their true struggle wasn't just against rival teams, but against the ingrained biases of the people around them. Squinting, he stated that while he despised the traitor who abandoned them, they couldn't allow themselves to be crushed by the arrogant shouts of the academy elite, who claimed that everyone from an unfavorable background was a born loser. The protagonist clenched his fists tightly. The auction, frowning, added that if they simply let themselves be defeated and crushed, they wouldn't have the right to complain. Carrie smiled slyly. Suddenly, the guy standing next to her yelled, declaring loudly that he refused to lose to anyone. When everyone turned to stare at him, he reiterated that he would not lose to any of the academy's other teams, nor would he succumb to the contemptuous glare directed at him. Frowning, the young man admitted he lacked strength for now, but insisted they just needed to wait a bit longer. He vowed to become the team's ace, leading them forward regardless of the cost. Deokjin and Gangjian both contorted their faces, clearly skeptical of the bold claims. Hyoden, however, shed a few tears and remarks that the young man had grown up since he was now capable of giving such moving speeches. Deokjin and Carrie ground their teeth in anger, mentally protesting that they were present too. So how could he possibly claim to be the ace? The protagonist froze in shock, realizing that he had just said something completely wrong. Carrie and Deokjin immediately ganged up on him, arguing about who the real ace of the team was. Gangjian just smiled, and remarked that they seemed to be working through their issues now. No started crying as the guy told the girl that if she had lost last time, she should probably learn to tone down her aggressive enthusiasm. Carrie immediately objected, insisting that she would never lose to him in a one-on-one battle. Shouts of confrontation echoed throughout the dormitory. The professor, sitting in his chair, listened intently to the commotion. Unable to suppress a smile, the protagonist raised his head, where a hologram announcing the discovery of it hung in the air. Taking a closer look at the hologram, the young man overheard people discussing the academy competition's opening ceremony, scheduled for 1 week away. No smiled, mentioning that last season's tournament was a 5-on-5 Ikki match set in the Heroes of Time world. Grinning, he resolved to train intensively in DBE starting that very day. In the lecture hall, the professor began explaining the topic. He opened his mouth to explain that today's lesson would focus on the world of the crossing. As the students' avatars took their seats, The professor explained that the Verworld successfully replicated many real-world parameters. However, the development of the intersection brought about massive changes in human life after forming a sphere. He explained that the greatest change was the disappearance of spatial constraints, making the creation of new worlds possible. Following this, new world concepts appeared, creating distinct universes dedicated to single objectives, such as gaming worlds. An office world for employees was also created, followed by a banking world, offering unparalleled convenience compared to reality. Raising his hand, the man stated that many economic markets migrated from the real world into the crossing, leading to significant development. He abruptly teleported everyone to a clearing, declaring that becoming the ruler of a universe would make them feel like a deity. The protagonist tumbled ungracefully onto the ground, forming a sphere in the palm of his hand. The professor explained that from this point forward, they would all attempt to plan and design their own world. With the glowing sphere hovering before the young man, the professor instructed him to try creating his personal universe. All the students in the clearing were struggling with the task, many resorting to copying existing worlds. The young man rubbed his chin, admitting he had absolutely zero inspiration for what kind of world to create. Khan, having already completed his sphere, asked his friend about his progress, but received the same reply: zero ideas. Khan himself had already finished creating a world full of futons. Smiling, he noted that he installed a humidifier in the center because maintaining optimal humidity during sleep was extremely important. The young man shifted his gaze toward the girl, wondering exactly what she had done. As he attempted to walk over to her, he accidentally collided with another student. He quickly turned around and apologized for the collision. The guy grabbed his shoulder aggressively and snarled, calling No disgusting. The protagonist frowned in confusion. He froze in place, watching the student walk away. No started sweating profusely. He hadn't known about this until the older students explained everything, but then he started to feel it firsthand. Nobody approached people from the poor cities, maintaining a calculated distance. If they looked at them at all, it was only with cold, disdainful expressions. A chilling gust of wind hit him as he realized the full extent of the prejudice permeating the academy. A few days later, the players entered the intersection for the opening ceremony. The protagonist and his team arrived at the ceremony venue. The young man's jaw fell open in sheer amazement. The academy had constructed an enormous hall for the gathering. The protagonist scanned the room, remarking that the tables were assigned by team, noting that their group looked significantly smaller than the others present. Gary and Solja absolutely decimated the banquet table, gleefully consuming everything in sight, perhaps a bit too happy that the journey prevented any of those calories from actually counting. The girls recoiled dramatically upon hearing themselves labeled frivolous, while a nearby lady leaned in to whisper to her friend, observing these savages were devouring food like they hadn't eaten in weeks. The lady turned around and casually remarked that perhaps everyone would be better off if those two simply vanished from the academy altogether. In response, 4 of the 5 participants offered up the universal gesture of disrespect, prompting the girls to grind their teeth together and unleash a flurry of insults, labeling them garbage. The protagonist simply smiled, commenting that his team members certainly had remarkable resilience. He flashed a grin and mentioned that he should probably emulate their recent behavior, especially since they were the ones who had established the team's direction just the previous day. Dio-chan held up the sheet, explaining that they were still unfamiliar with the academy's other teams. Pointing to the paper, he noted they didn't need to memorize every single detail for all 9 groups, just a select few, reminding them that flawless play would make them unstoppable. He then passed the sheet to No, emphasizing that only 3 teams really mattered. The White Owls, who utterly crushed the competition last year, hold the title as the undefeated champions. While their star players moved on, they recruited a fresh batch of rookie monsters, including the formidable individual known as King. The Elemental Vipers snagged second place last season, featuring Mathu, the guy Carey and No easily eliminated. This team operates under the principle that rules are optional, and plays exceptionally dirty, although their core skills remain impressive. The young man visibly shuddered when Dio-chan declared that the next team was the one that truly mattered. Last year's 9th place team was the Metal Sharks, the squad that welcomed the backstabbing traitor with open arms. He faced a penalty for switching sides, which kept him out of last season's competition, but he's finally eligible to perform this time around. Harry grinned and proposed that, given the circumstances, only one course of action made sense. Dio-chan, opening his mouth, clarified that they absolutely needed to crush the Metal Sharks, no matter what. The young man glanced away, spotting the Metal Sharks emblem nearby. Suddenly, No noticed a familiar face in the crowd. Hyun-jun immediately began grinding his teeth upon identifying the individual. The protagonist scowled, recognizing with dismay that the bully was also part of the Sharks lineup. Clenching his fist, he practically ignited with anger as he swore to Jang Hyun that he would personally take care of the Sharks, no matter what it took. Dio-chan swiveled his head around. He noticed a recognizable face standing within the crowd. He lifted his hand in greeting, and offered a friendly smile. The boy's expression twisted into a mask of pure fury. Just then, someone strode onto the stage, shouting a greeting to the attendees and asking if everyone was having fun. The man raised his hand high, declaring that he would serve as the official host and commentator for the upcoming acts. With a wide, beaming smile, he introduced himself as Stardust. Gary continued to happily chew on his pie as he listened to the host kick off the ceremony, announcing that starting this season, the competition rules were scheduled for a complete overhaul. No's eyes popped wide open in astonishment, instantly speculating that this year's competition wouldn't follow the same structure as the previous one. The presenter raised a hand, confirming that the game would take place in the same world as before. After showing footage of last year's match, he announced the transition from the standard 5-on-5 format to the dynamic US mode. With a confident grin, he declared that this mode was so wildly popular there couldn't possibly be a single student in the academy who hadn't played it. Kang Hyun let out a small laugh, agreeing that they had definitely chosen all the crowd favorites. The presenter's grin froze solid when the newcomers pointed at themselves and admitted that, in fact, they had never even attempted that mode before. The three individuals abruptly pivoted around. Rubbing the back of his neck, the young man clarified that he didn't avoid the mode due to a lack of friends, he simply found more joy in competing in solo biggies. Carrie chuckled and added that she wouldn't touch us until she secured the top spot in her solo B bracket. The trio raised their eyebrows so high they almost touched their hairlines in disbelief. Smiling confidently, the newcomers assured everyone that despite being novices, they wouldn't encounter any difficulties. The players settled down at the table together. The professor stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the strange reality that Carrie and No hadn't yet experienced the special mode. Everyone averted their gaze, while the other players remarked that they had genuinely never encountered individuals who completely skipped out on the most popular games and modes. The young man raised his hand and nervously inquired about their next steps, given that the competition was scheduled to begin in just one short month. He arched his eyebrows in surprise when the tutor responded with a calm assurance that everything would somehow work out. Our instructor waved his limb around while clarifying that this setting relies on synergy, mentioning that since their virtual puppets function identically, they should master it before lunch. Kang Hyun squeezed his knuckles tight enough to pop, declaring that he would be absolutely thrilled to spill the beans to our main hero and Carrie. Old Lee was grinning while the spire toasted, under a salmon horizon where the school campus appeared. A pair of gamers beamed while pointing out that this particular blueprint represents the chaotic time hero's global arena layout. Folding his limbs like a stubborn lawn chair, Deokyun mentioned he would blab about this routine just like the boss ordered before practice starts. Perched on a skyscraper, the gamers noted the goal is basically a castle siege, requiring character buffs and enemy stumping, and he sketched a weird cart showing that the main base is invulnerable until the perimeter towers are turned into dust, while Deokyun pointed at the little foot soldiers marching from the generator towards their doom. Then after they got smacked, the lad mentioned the tower prioritizes these tiny minions, giving players a chance to rush in and cause some mayhem. No stuck his hand up because he was confused and needed to ask something. Dripping with nervous juice, he wondered if they could just rush one lane with 5 guys, but the coach shut that down immediately, and he explained that splitting experience points between too many people makes everyone weak, so the lad realized that efficient leveling is the holy grail of this competition. Presenting a shiny warrior, he noted that all your fancy glued and abilities work here, while Deokyun added that those goodies are available for purchase at the local Mo shop. Both No and Carrie became motionless until he gestured sideways, loudly proclaiming that it was finally time for a rehearsal. Carrie joined up with 2 random teammates as the ground started glowing, looking at her idle friends before Guy asked which path she preferred. Then she picked the middle because she likes being the center of attention, ignoring the sunset while her pals warned her that solo charging without minions is a recipe for a painful beating. Smirking like she already won, Carrie bragged about her muscles and sprinted toward the hostile mob who were brandishing sharp objects, including one guy who swung a blade at her head. She danced around the strikes like a ballerina while closing the gap, eventually causing a poor foot soldier to lose his noggin in spectacular fashion. Her teammates looked like they caught a fly in their mouths, while Carrie giggled and yelled that she planned on deleting every single enemy from existence. Viewing her stats, she grabbed a weapon, while her buddies complimented her lightning-fast progression, and then she tapped the glass when someone mentioned a massive brawl was breaking out elsewhere. Her forehead wrinkled up quite intensely. Under the watchful eyes of her crew, she convinced herself that she had discovered the ultimate cheat code to win the match. Grinning ear to ear, she suggested that while everyone else was busy fighting, she would just sneak over and turn their headquarters into a parking lot. Charging ahead and ego, tripping about her brilliance, Carrie ignored the warnings and started hacking away at minions while dodging fireballs, mockingly stating that no sane person would let themselves get hit by such slow projectiles. A sudden boom turned the ground into a nap zone for the troops, leaving the rivals smiling and chuckling with absolute satisfaction. Magic light sliced the air, showing that without minion, a player becomes the tower's favorite punching bag, causing Carrie to collapse while panting and glaring at her foe, and she asked about the group fight. But the opponent just chuckled and mentioned they had rearranged their priorities. The lady ground her molars in pure agony, screaming that numbers do not scare her. She lunged forward only to have something whistle past her ear at Mish speed. An aggressive blade unexpectedly punctured her spinal region. Carrie clenched her jaw upon realizing this specific mode features an annoying ability that makes evasion physically impossible. Her pals spectated from the sidelines, whispering that she was about to learn that big muscles cannot replace a working brain. Vibrant puffs of gas drifted lazily. Hyokjin popped his eyeballs out quite intensely. Soaking wet with anxiety, he wondered what was actually happening. Hovering like a spectral creep, he watched No standing amongst a pile of defeated goons, and as the hero scowled, the teacher realized the kid might actually be a freaking prodigy. The hero, bowing his head slightly, acknowledged that this battle was just a standard lane fight, and the controls felt no different from a typical He realized a new game meant starting over at level 1, so he opened his system window to spec his talents and plan his future build. His opponent strolled up, completely unimpressed, and asked if he was planning to stand there all day just staring at his skill tree. She thrust her sword forward, only to have her leg instantly encased in ice. A result of the freezing arrow. The hero explained smugly that he suspected this would happen, given the map's ice magic effects on water, emphasizing the importance of skill distribution based on environmental features. Rating his staff again, he added that perhaps this high-stakes strategy was a side effect of practicing with academy students, forcing them to learn intense attack and defense tactics. The young man took a practice swing and casually wondered aloud if maybe he should just try to loosen up a bit first. Moments later, the player successfully landed a solid hit on his opponent with his weapon. The fighter was, well, flashing a massive grin, as he simultaneously evaluated his skill usage and analyzed the current situation, recognizing that he significantly surpassed the abilities of typical players. However, compared to real life, his preferred style of play was decidedly underhanded and less than honorable. After introducing him with Shia, the associate silently debated whether his talent measured up to hers. The young man bowed his head, unaware his friend was thinking that based on his football performance, he'd be lucky to hold the team's ankle. Necessitating a closer look at why the professor picked him behind them, a monster materialized, following the announcement that killing the map boss granted a special buff for capturing the fortress, which could turn an unfavorable situation around. This monster's specific location drew all players for a critical 5v5 showdown. The fighters stood opposite each other, all gathered directly in front of the beast. Grinning excitedly, the hero understood this was officially his very first large-scale group battle. Brilliant explosions illuminated the battlefield as the character noted that his teammate's slain opponent seemed exceptionally weak, providing no opportunity to gauge their true talent, forcing him to shift focus to the progress of the main team fight. One of the fighters found himself completely surrounded on both flanks. The attacker, trying to hit his teammate, yelled at the guy to get out of the way. The observer watching the scene looked completely astonished. Analyzing the person, the fighter noticed they already possessed 2 completed high-tier items, concluding that someone with such a powerful build definitely didn't belong on a rookie team and was probably just a high-level troll looking for an easy win. Grinning from ear to ear, the fighter bellowed that he found great entertainment in thoroughly thrashing weaklings. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in his mind. From behind, the hero calmly stated that he had successfully landed his strike after all. The opponent snapped his head back, asking if someone here actually possessed a decent punch. Grinning broadly, he declared his initial plan to charge straight through the front was now officially cancelled. Rushing into the attack, the man roared that he would prioritize eliminating the mage above all else. The protagonist jumped backward, quickly assuming the attacker specialized in close quarters combat. The young man teleported behind him, muttering that this opponent couldn't possibly compare to Shia's skills. The observer watching the battle was completely wide-eyed. Pausing in surprise, the enemy commented that his target had clearly mastered some kind of advanced evasion technique. Charging forward for another attack, the man yelled out that the jump move had a lengthy 20-second cooldown period. The young man shielded himself with his hand, shouting back that a mage would quickly be finished once they ran out of chances to dodge. Immediately after that, the guy quickly averted his gaze. One of his teammates quickly shoved the opponent away from him. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the latter demanded to know where the tank had suddenly appeared from. The soldier looked directly at him and simply stated that he had specifically come there by himself. Something immediately slammed into the man's face. The young man smiled faintly, remarking that everything had unfolded precisely according to his intentions. Dan's eyes grew wider as he desperately tried to process exactly what had just occurred. Replaying the evasion sequence in his mind, the soldier realized that while the technique usually facilitated a retreat backward, the man had actually used it to jump toward a position where his teammate could assist, resulting in aid from the tank who was protecting the healer. The soldier further grasped that for a ranged player in a large battle, strategic positioning is paramount. requiring them to utilize terrain alongside the tank to strike enemies from a location where they are safe from counter-attack. Staring at the individual, the fighter couldn't decide if the move was a complete accident or a deliberate, tactical maneuver, questioning how someone playing for the first time could possibly execute such advanced strategy. The book clutched in the person's hands began to shake violently. The narrator recalled that as a child, the introverted boy avoided crowded places at all costs. The student sat bolt upright when the text described how, in moments where his shoulders tensed, limbs trembled, and cold sweat appeared, the boy was overcome by fear of societal scrutiny. Snapshots surfaced of him alongside his parents, revealing that when the patriarch mysteriously vanished without a trace, he was careful to avoid causing further anxiety for his already unwell mother. His eyes were bugged out, a visual testament to why he finally decided to conquer whatever fear was haunting him. The entire cohort of disciples was staring hard, captivated by the spectacle. One guy scoffed, noting that the unimpressed expressions and unimpressed glances he received were wildly different from the doomsday scenarios had cooked up in his head. Once he got a better grasp on things, the issue would disappear entirely. The boy clutched the book, and as soon as it was mentioned, his shaky hands immediately settled down, almost like the trembling had never occurred. From that day forward, he developed a new hobby, meticulously analyzing the expressions and behavior of everyone nearby. He kept his own eyes down. The man observed the ongoing match, mentioning that he now applied this meticulous habit to every game he played. Thanks to this particular genre, his knack for observation had transformed into genuine, competitive talent. The opponent wound up for a punch, roaring about how he dared to space out while in combat. The guy effortlessly sidestepped the surprise attack, then immediately thrust his hand forward. The enemy's eyes widened slightly in response to the unexpected move. Doxedane watched, equally astonished, as he finally understood that this performance wasn't a lucky accident in the slightest. The entire scene abruptly came to a standstill. A guiding arrow materialized pointing toward him, as he calculated exactly where to position himself in the fray, pinpointing the precise location of every single person, confirming that this individual was a genuine tactical prodigy. The youth flashed a quick grin and unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A brilliant cobalt ray impacted the opponent's head. A bead of perspiration rolled off his companion's forehead. The youth casually slung his staff over his shoulder in a relaxed gesture, gazing toward the horizon. The fellow figured the match felt so effortless simply because the competition consisted entirely of rookies. The academy building materialized in view. The disciples stared blankly, demanding to know if the rumor was accurate. The comrade in front of them confirmed it with a nod, explaining he had checked multiple times to be certain. Someone remarked that the guy was truly astonishing, possessing the knack to discern everyone's intentions, even during chaotic team skirmishes. Rubbing his head sheepishly, the young man mentioned that he genuinely assumed this level of observation was something everyone could accomplish. His friend's expression drooped, realizing with disappointment that this was exactly the outcome the professor expected, having already been aware of the man's latent abilities. The hero, standing beside the others, suddenly understood that he had focused exclusively on one matches, completely unaware that he possessed a unique gift for team-based combat. The hero smiled, declaring he had finally discovered his true specialty. In addition to his high synchronization level, the commander suggested that given his specific ability, he would excel as a ranged player. His strength lay in a high sensitivity and quick analytical mind, allowing him to discern everyone's intentions and consistently find the most secure spot, essentially creating a safe haven for himself. His comrade beamed and announced their newcomer had achieved a level 10 understanding of the skill. The newcomer's eyes went wide as saucers in response. Frowning slightly, the hero confirmed that it was a safe haven. The other person wondered if this ability was solely due to his analytical eyesight, allowing him to monitor the dispositions of multiple individuals simultaneously. The young man looked down, mentally scrambling for the proper name of this technique. The protagonist, surrounded by teammates, mused over how hard he had struggled to identify this talent, only for his comrade to name it instantly, and he wondered just how long he would remain in this state of ignorance. The soldier grinned to himself, questioning whether his specific skill might accidentally hinder his teammates. A companion, in arms, looking at the leader, asked if he had considered that possibility. The leader confirmed he had, explaining that he reached the conclusion after observing the two of them in action. She also turned her attention toward them when someone raised the question of what to do with the vacant positions. Grinning to herself, she realized it was finally time to assign roles, with center and bottom lane remaining open. She figured she'd take the primary role, since her physical condition was top-notch. The hero frowned, realizing that although his analytical view was perfect for support, he wanted to play center. The leader glanced down, then raised his hand to speak, declaring that the protagonist should take center and Shia should handle the bottom lane. A broad smile spread across the leader's face. His eyes flickered sideways immediately after activating his perception skill. Veins were practically popping on the girl's forehead. Curtains materialized in a nearby room, with light starting to filter through the gap. The guy stood up and cheerfully announced that everything was absolutely wonderful. The bright morning sky came into focus. Two individuals were jogging around the training field. His friend, slightly behind, asked how he felt about waking up early to run, to which he replied, "It's wonderful." A teammate, glancing away, commented that he never expected such a response. Continuing to run alongside, the colleague asked why the new guy specifically wanted to train with him. The hero explained that he had heard the colleague was the most dedicated, and he was determined to do whatever it took to improve. A smile spread across his friend's face upon realizing that his talk about becoming an ace wasn't just idle chatter. Ryan alongside him, Gang Hyun remarked that he was keeping pace better than anticipated. The young man confirmed this, explaining the professor specifically advised him to properly develop his endurance. The scene shifted to replays, highlighting the protagonist's brutal post-opening ceremony schedule, no free time, groups down at training, game mode practice, and then reviewing matches with the leader for feedback. Next came footage of him getting repeatedly trounced by a girl, a sparring partner he constantly sought out in his free time. Despite the grueling regimen and 0 breaks, he smiled, genuinely enjoying the work because it was helping him cultivate his newly discovered talent. The professor, folding his arms across his chest, announced that since Shia and No were sufficiently adapted to the strict training regimen, it was time to move on to full 5-on-5 team battles. Extending his hand, he emphasized that unlike a casual game, communication with allies was crucial for competition, and they needed to learn the specific signals used by their teammates during play. The young man briefly glanced over at the girl just as the commander instructed everyone to move to their assigned positions. Raising a fist, the lady demanded an explanation for losing the center role, given her talent levels totally crushed the rookie's pathetic numbers. Our boss appeared shocked, wondering whether his little minion felt completely unhappy regarding her assigned role. Frowning deeply, the girl nodded to confirm her annoyance. The dude instantly squinted hard. Standing nearby, the boss wondered if she had any clue why 2 souls were stuck down in the bot lane, and after waving some charts around like a mad scientist, he clarified that while mid needs an early bloomer, the bottom is for those late bloomers who start as weak kittens, but grow into giant, scary lions who eventually carry the whole squad through the fire. Moving closer, the lad mentioned that they pampered the bot player because later on, that person would basically carry the entire team on their back like a glorious, sweaty donkey. Her pupils popped out quite suddenly. Walking away, the chief muttered that if she hated the idea then fine, but he figured her fine muscles made her the perfect protagonist for this digital drama, though she begged him to stop his weird flattery. Those two dudes made grumpy faces, impressed that the boss tricked her into the bot lane so easily, while our main guy noticed her mood had swung from cloudy to sunny after that chat, and the instructor grinned while asking if they were finally set to play. The digital arena flickered into life as gamers faced off like cats preparing for a scrap. Reaching out, our hero felt like a pro in his element, thinking that maybe he wouldn't fail miserably at this tournament after all, especially after he managed to smack an enemy with a shot and dashed forward upon seeing she was stuck in a crowd control nightmare. A shadow popped up right beside him just as he was daydreaming about grabbing his very first kill of the day. Another rival tried to strike. His avatar took a hit to the shoulder, and he realized he was so hyper-focused that he missed the enemy jungler lurking like a creepy stalker, so his teammate saved his hide and grumbled about having to babysit these clueless rookies. That guy smug displayed a goofy smirk. His buddy glanced behind him. Making a sour face, Deokshin complained about sending pings that went ignored, insisting the boy should watch the map more unless he wanted his coaches to weep. Immediately after, I pointed out another teammate who seemed like the clumsiest pillar of the squad, holding down the top lane, and one could see he tried his hardest as a tank, refusing to perish even when mobbed by every opponent on the field, serving as the team's literal backbone. I'd also presented the girl serving as our helper, as we saw her standing in the back to heal her friends, while the boy recalled how she meticulously supported Shia and complimented every player throughout the match, cleverly using her skills at the exact second her teammates needed the most to survive. Deokshin Walston, feeling pretty proud that a mere second-year student was already acting as the team's grand mastermind in tactical radio. Picturing his defense, the hero recalled how this guy lived in the jungle eating monsters and roaming around to make everyone's life easier, and as he blocked another blow, it became clear he wasn't just a fighter but a strategist drawing up the blueprint for their ultimate victory, acting as the brain of the operation and ensuring everyone knew what to kill next. The bad guy looked shocked right before a massive boom turned the whole screen into a blinding white flash. A pair of rivals hit the dirt immediately. His Ellie darted away, shouting that he was heading elsewhere and would critique the newcomer's performance once the match concluded. Then the scene shifted to the school hallway where an assistant swung the door open to summon the group, while announcing that the tournament brackets were officially posted. That lad grinned quite widely. The speaker nodded his head, mentioning they should be tingling with excitement to meet their first victims, and when the team logos flashed, Jang Hyun gasped, noting these rivals were last year's runner-ups. Kim raised his hand, explaining that being such giants would be the perfect way to announce their arrival to the world, and our hero learned these events are streamed online for everyone on the planet to witness. Chia smacked her own arm, demanding to know if these were the same losers known for being total cowards in the past. But the coach promised this year would be different, since the Vipers only won before because of their old leader's sneaky tricks. A data board popped up, prompting the hero to wonder if that guy had graduated, while a teammate guessed that a third-year named Mathu was the new boss. Looking at the leader, the girl asked what the deal was, and he clarified the Vipers' captain was a totally different person now. Then a highlighted name appeared on a sheet, making the protagonist's eyes bulge as he recognized the fellow. Everyone stared at the new kid when he revealed that this mystery captain was also part of the special recommendation program. Mathu eventually made an entrance. Standing in line, the boy wondered how his life led to this moment, while 2 rows of students stood tall. Then the boss clutched a paper, mentioning that a legendary beast slayer who took down its rank was among them. A massive, toothy smirk stretched over his mug. 2 new arrivals were hanging around, while the helper, perched near the crate, confidently declared a spare outfit must be lurking somewhere. Though the pupils couldn't fathom why the room was stuffed with so much random junk, the main character, gazing off into the distance, recalled their mission was to grab a document, yet they were met only by a bizarre collection of oddities. Right then, the fighter's attention snagged on one specific automaton, prompting the guy to inquire about its operational status. The assistant, averting his gaze, chirped that the droid would only function once artificial intelligence was poured in, as currently it was just a hollow metal shell, adding that his former pastime involved amassing robots purely for personal kicks, much like the main fellow still inspecting the box when the man rambled on about ditching most of his collection upon joining the faculty, save this unique specimen still grazing the shelf. The instructor, plucking a piece of fabric, happily announced success in finding the item, only for someone to interrupt with the query whether it would actually move if you installed a thinking machine inside. Kim spun around to check. Grumbling, the fellow observed that his recent tone had become rather coarse and required more respect, but the other chap insisted he hadn't meant it that way, advising Tone to keep a low profile during daylight hours. His visual sensors dipped toward the floor. A communication device materialized in his grasp. The automaton gave a quick blink, introduced itself, and the assistant wondered aloud if this meant the droid was suddenly capable of speech after previously remaining mute. Leaning slightly, the man probed whether transferring consciousness into the phone was accurate, and the robot countered that no, being somewhat behind the times, couldn't keep up with modernity, leading the questioner to muse that this robot must house some seriously advanced smarts. Odin, cracking a smile, began lamenting his boredom sitting inside the phone, requesting temporary use of that physical form and even complimenting the man's looks. The assistant, knitting his brow, conceded that this machine seemed genuinely good at reading human moods. The head casing of the robot popped up. Raising an appendage, the assistant commented that this particular chassis was far superior to the 5-year-old version he previously employed. The rest of the group clustered near him eagerly. Staring at the onlookers, the robot wondered what the big fuss was about, asking if seeing a machine move was a novel experience, prompting the young man standing behind to ask if the assistant's actions would cause any trouble, to which the helper responded that it was fine since the vacant shell was just sitting around, so it might as well be useful, adding that he himself mentioned residing with this assistant since childhood and would surely enjoy seeing the creator show off. As the girl cradled Tone, the assistant cheerfully declared the squad now boasted a proper good luck charm. The chap, glancing at his counterpart, apologized sincerely, while the other assured him that mere appreciation sufficed at moments like these and complimented the newcomer on his keen perception of group sentiment. The guy's complexion flushed scarlet following those remarks, instantly triggering thoughts about the looming contest as the competition grounds materialized, and the announcer beamed, welcoming the gathered spectators. Holding the mic close, the official announced himself, and his partner did likewise. Numerous identical arenas dotted the landscape as the news spread they were at the annual Fantastic Academy Jamboree, kicking off the inaugural contest amidst the hovering land masses of Fantasia. A massive crowd filled the stands when one of the hosts assured everyone they wouldn't regret attending this season's spectacle. A gentleman appeared near a low barrier, the Academy chief humbly declaring himself a devoted follower of the Academy's competitive spirit, stating that observing his students' prowess was his sole source of delight. The venue shimmered into view from afar, and the elder's voice carried, proclaiming that their energetic play channeled the player's effort, their very essence seeping into his soul. Frowning, the head figure noted the harsh reality that only one faction could claim victory in this bout, while the young man looked up, absorbing the message to pour every ounce of their passion into the game so they'd harbor no future regrets. Everyone else lingered nearby until the director finally signaled the commencement of the very first clash. One team advanced confidently, immediately countered by the rival group's entrance upon being named, followed swiftly by the protagonist's squad. They lined up opposite one another as the host implored the audience to unleash a thunderous greeting. The entire stadium came alive. The young man lifted his face shield, comparing both visual feeds simultaneously, confirming they were indeed at the Academy Stadium. Yet he could also glimpse the intersection venue. A device emitting a brilliant beam appeared, leading the young man to surmise these wall-mounted, three-dimensional projectors were installed so spectators in the intersection could also see the action. Smiling, the young man realized the sheer magnitude of it all, causing one rival's eyes to whiten alarmingly. The other man rubbed his temples, recalling prior incidents and complaining of a sudden onset of throbbing pain. The sailor, hands clasped behind his back, remarked that his associate managed to round up quite a few contenders this year, but added pessimistically that he suspected a repeat of last year's predictable outcome. Extending his hand, the instructor expressed hope for an engaging tournament, to which Lee grasped his hand tightly, admitting uncertainty about finding it particularly captivating. The professor chuckled, assuring him his lads were so formidable they would shatter all expectations, prompting the other man to snatch his hand back and demand how he dared utter such a boast. The young man smirked, musing that this was the first time he had witnessed the professor engaging in a war of words. Someone standing before him began discussing the main character, and the rival, with a grin, mentioned that the boy lost his guardians young and had been raised by a singular robotic assistant, asking if this youth was the unfortunate head of that household. The hero, scowling deeply, demanded by what right the other person made such a claim. The person spoken to closed his eyes, stating that he was pinning his hopes on the protagonist for this particular tournament. Suddenly, a girl materialized directly in front of his face, stepping closer to suggest, quite politely, that he should simply cease speaking before facing a physical reprisal. Then, another hand appeared. The student squeezed his eyes shut, recognizing the newcomer, the most spirited youth hailing from city's poorer sectors, a person truly impervious to fear. The faces of those people came into view after he questioned whether her existence was truly valued so little, given her apparent lack of self-preservation, leading the announcer, resting one hand on the table, to declare an intense mental skirmish unfolding between the teams, promising a fiery initial confrontation worthy of the opening rounds, and immediately called the contest to order. His teammate, hands tucked in his pockets, advised the young man to maintain his resolve, as their adversaries merely sought to mentally undermine them before the battle commenced. The leader called out to the hero, whose deepening frown indicated rising fury. The fighter instinctively balled his hand into a fist, resolving to retaliate during the upcoming game. The man raised a single digit skyward. Rising abruptly from his seat, the referee boomed that the eagerly awaited debut match of the Academy was officially underway. The three primary combatants from each side instantly took their positions. Following that moment, a duo of buddies emerged alongside a mystical token, as a holographic buffet of monitors drifted before the fellow. Portrayals of his squad occupied the glass when the boss ordered a solid effort. His expression seemed incredibly grim and sober. Immediately, a skeletal head materialized, and the villain gave a cheeky little wave. The lad, still scowling, noticed his excitement had vanished quicker than a magician's rabbit. The rival, peeking ahead, sensed the kid lacked fear and possessed more grit than a sandy sandwich. Grinning, the warrior suggested testing the prowess of a person who actually crushed its ranked tier. The protagonist also glared forward with extreme concentration. A digital chart showing everyone popped up, then arena visuals flashed as a voice announced the scrap was finally live. Nudging his pal, the host sought an opinion on the duel, while the partner remarked that lane scuffles were the true heart of the game. Team icons flickered as he guessed the main crew had a tiny lead. Though he was dying to see the underdogs attacked, he figured if they could just farm quietly during the early phase, they might actually flip the script. Both contenders square off as the announcer begged the crowd to track the vile moments of the lane brawl. The opponent, summoning a bony mutt, tried to grasp what was happening. Watching the kid, the fighter realized that even against top-tier mages, this rookie held his ground quite well. It was clear the boy was a total immature, making him wonder how he ever beats rank monster. Shrugging it off, the soldier glanced away and told his elite to start making moves. Suddenly, this gamer swung his. She pivoted around and hollered at her companion. The woman, tucking her shield close, shouted she was doing fine. Monsters swarmed as she mocked their mistake for ignoring mobs to poke players. Then a pop-up screamed their ellie was getting hammered. All the creeps rushed the bad guy instead. A blue aura hugged the fighter, while the announcer quipped the healer got stomped by tiny creeps because he was impulsive and had zero mana left. The silly blunder gave their rivals a huge head start in the lane. The lad, smirking, figured his squad was actually quite capable. The man extended a limb as a teammate warned about a sneaky jungle dweller creeping at the top of the map. An old pro mentioned that in these titles, distant foes vanish like ghosts unless you are careful. One must always stay sharp and watch for where the forest prowler might jump out, especially during lane fights where you need to mark your turf. It is the best way to avoid getting flattened like a roadside tortilla. Standing on his line, the kid realized if the boss was right, the ganker would pop out from the left, so he just had to hug that side to survive. His peepers bugged out when a creepy chuckle echoed nearby. The grinning rival teased him, asking if he was gullible enough to think the jungler was coming from the top. The protagonist glanced sideways just in time for a different bad guy to smack him. His eyeballs became massive. His face went totally pale, wondering why the heck the opposing support was camping his lane. The rival waved a hand, and pointed out that more than just jungle creeps roam the map. The kid gnashed his teeth as the villain boasted about snagging the maiden kill of the match. A notification confirmed the tragedy right after. The announcer broadcasted it too. Smiling with joy, the ref asked his buddy what he thought of that sneaky play. The expert showed a map, explaining the bomb support faked to retreat to the base but actually sprinted middle to deliver a nasty surprise. The captain showed up and remarked that their master plan was working like a charm. The lad was just floating in the respawn zone waiting to rejoin the world. Frowning, the fighter admitted he never expected that specific player to jump him, and it was clearly a calculated trap from the start. Squinting, our hero realized he was the very first casualty, meaning every viewer on the planet just watched him die. The girl, back on the field, said she expected him to reappear sooner. Another pal told him to focus and quit moping over a single goofy blunder. Frowning, the guy agreed and vowed to win the match just to spite them. The bad guy was staring intently at something straight ahead. Looking at the kid, the warrior saw he was hugging his tower for dear life, meaning he finally learned his lesson and was playing super safe. Opening his eyes wider, the opponent realized this type of game was actually perfect for the boy. A lane brawl broke out as he thought about how bullying the enemy is the whole point. By shoving minions early, one can slip away safely before the next group arrives. He weighed 2 baths and knew the foe might think he either swapped lanes or went hunting with his jungler. If that happened, the enemy top and forest players would have to play much more defensively. The soldier was suddenly confronted by the news that the player in the middle lane had pulled a disappearing act faster than a magician on a bad date. The opponent started glowing with an ominous blue light, while the 3 players realized that the game wasn't really underway until everyone had bought their gear, like high-stakes shopping had finally concluded. The commentator grinned, pointing out that the Vipers had somehow managed to siphon off experience and gold from the enemy. Their leader glanced around, utterly baffled as to how their support player had reappeared in the middle of everything without anyone noticing. The players faced off while the host detailed how the entire Viper squad had ganged up on the one poor guy in the center lane. The referee confirmed the Vipers were pulling ahead, and their coach smiled, remembering the strategy based on high maneuverability and a shopping spree for speed, boosting items. The team snake, like mobility, guided by Royd, meant they moved decisively and shook the enemy mascot, leaving them reeling as if trapped inside an ever-expanding snow globe. The leader, tossing his weapon, ordered them to invade the enemy's jungle and force a confrontation. Standing over a defeated wolf, the fighter noted the opponents also seemed to prioritize speed, warning that if they simply kept wandering, the game would stagnate and end. Now was the time to force a turning point, before the gap between them widened further. As images of the 3 crew members appeared, the auctioneer requested Gang Hyun go into the jungle for light support and provocation, while the hero was instructed to hold back in a position where they could quickly join a skirmish. The enemy captain grinned widely, recognizing the protagonist's team believed that taking control of the losing position somehow guaranteed an eventual victory. His comrade's face popped up, delivering the news that the enemy hunter had trespassed into their territory, probably looking for trouble. The leader smirked, understanding the provocation attempt, and initiated the counter plan. He reasoned that if this specific player entered the jungle, they had likely called for backup from either the top or mid lane. The mage charged ahead, certain about the number of allies currently positioned in the enemy's jungle. Recalling his previous struggles against that rank player, the man decided he wouldn't squander energy on such a trivial command, given his ultimate goal was to settle the outstanding debt incurred during his exam. The assistant took a quick look at her teammate, and then shouted her name. She clenched her jaw tightly, clearly frustrated. A pair of enemies launched themselves directly at her. The leader wore a confident smile, convinced this match was officially concluded. Yuck, Jun's eyes widened significantly as he questioned whether the leader actually believed that statement. The man lifted his hand, asserting that the leader had severely misjudged them. Instantly an ice spear impaled one of the enemies, who glanced around in confusion, attempting to figure out the source of the attack. The protagonist appeared directly behind him. The soldier turned, demanding to know what he was doing in that location. Immediately, a map displaying all player positions appeared. The head crossed his arms, inquiring whether the rookie's special analytical sight could predict enemy intentions. The young man widened his eyes, questioning if this ability would still be classified as a superpower. Even if it actually worked, the person standing opposite him clarified that wasn't exactly what he meant, instead asking if the player felt anything specific while observing others' reactions. The rookie responded that he could only discern where they were looking. The fighter glanced over, realizing he could see his comrade's eyes in the background. The protagonist turned around completely, explaining that despite the ongoing match, Janny's gaze remained fixed on the snacks, clearly indicating a deep desire for food. The leader squinted slightly in thought. Just after that, the man grabbed the plate, causing the girl to yell a question about his intentions. She held out her hands, pleading for just one snack, and the head noticed how long they had been chatting, all while he kept studying the other's eye movements. A small bruise suddenly formed on his forehead. Standing nearby, the auctioneer requested a few tests to determine if the ability was useful during gameplay, instructing the beginner to focus on reading the opponent's eyes so the team could follow his intuition. The young man, staring forward, recalled that extensive trials with the leader proved his predictions were correct 80% of the time. Reflecting on his lane battle, the fighter knew he had developed a knack for accurately discerning enemy intentions just by watching where they looked. The enemy player stared intently in a single direction. Right after that, his eyes abruptly moved to the completely opposite side. The attack dog charged ahead. The hound began engaging the neutral monster. Simultaneously, the enemy player had already vanished from view. The young man frowned, remembering this exact location was where the leader consistently glanced after venturing into hostile territory. Immediately following that thought, the fighter launched himself from the ground. As he continued running, the protagonist understood he was heading for the bottom lane. An icy attack struck one of the opponents. A satisfied smile spread across the guy's face. The hero clenched his fist, realizing his prediction had been completely accurate. The host looked up and announced this player's sudden arrival as support. The overhead view showed a chaotic 3-4 clash erupting in the area. The enemy leader scowled, yelling instructions to ignore the tower, claiming they would gain the upper hand by eliminating the ranger quickly and moving out of range, allowing them to use every available skill to finish off the remaining targets. The girl immediately grabbed her legs after activating the dead man's possession. The second enemy launched an arrow, while the assistant swung his hammer to strike with the Holy Judgment ability. Chia's eyes went wide as the ally unexpectedly intervened and blocked every single attack. Her health bar above her head nearly emptied completely, prompting her to desperately ask the rookie to provide cover. Sprinting ahead, she begged for some trust, which made the bowman look like a startled owl. The brawler delivered a spicy knee sandwich, launching the victim backward as her pupils pulled a blue mood ring stun. Chia aimed a bolt at her own skull, grinning while bragging about her melee skills. While the turret started sniping fools and racking up points, the boss bolted for the exits as the announcer screamed that the Viper squad got toasted by architecture, ending the match in a pathetic defeat of 2-1. Diochin smirked, declaring the party was just starting. As a duo cornered their prey, the flashy cards appeared while the commentator yapped about a jungle trespasser seeking blood by the tower, which trapped poor Matthew in a very awkward 2-against-1 wrestling match he never signed up for. The gladiator scowled instantly. The ref, cuddling his mic, sang the funeral dirge for the fallen gamer while reminiscing about the team's glory days. Then the screen showcased 5 salty faces as he gushed about how they were finally playing like legends, making everyone forget last year's absolute dumpster fire of a performance. The boss's optics popped wide. Perched on a stool, the sidekick praised the boss' skills, wondering if the other guy was blind to previous matches where the hero pulled a total 180 of epic proportions. The droid stared into space, humming about being a useful cog in the machine, while the scholar kept his trap shut and watched the chaos unfold. Watching Janjin's avatar, the mentor saw him bullying enemy turrets from the get-go. Noting that a single death would have nuked their chances instantly, he glanced at the support girl, realizing she was basically a walking band-aid who soaked up pain for the squad. Then he spotted the captain, the actual puppet master behind this mess, who wove a web of strategy faster than a caffeinated spider. The professor marveled at the guy's brain, which seemed to have a cheat code for winning no matter how many times he witnessed those amazing tactics. He beamed, hoping these three were finally scrubbing away last year's depressing stains. The screen cut to the carnage, with the announcer shouting that the crew was steamrolling through the bot lane and invading the base like uninvited guests. With one turret already turned to gravel, the enemy captain looked like he just saw a tax collector when he heard they were knocking on the barracks door. Dakshin threw a side eye at his buddy and hollered his name. Loitering close by, the brawler brought up last year's embarrassing defeat, but his pal clapped back by asking if he was referring to the time the leader sobbed like a toddler, to which the fighter grumpily said that was not the point. Dan Hyun whipped around when asked if he recalled the crowd's faces from the final whistle, simply nodding that the memory was burned into his brain. The trio faced the bleachers as the manager described the arena as a silent freezer devoid of cheers, a hellish scene that almost made him snap, frozen in place. The boss confessed his hatred for losing not just to these jerks, but to the school and the fans, while his friend wondered if even the crowd was the enemy now. Dakshin scowled, vowing to force the crowd to cheer whether they liked it or not. Tucking his arms, he proposed they wrap this up with a classic, chaotic 5-man Royal Rumble. Dant lifted his paw and predicted a loss for the heroes, claiming that since they were last year's tier trash, they were basically doomed from the start. Asta cocked his head, betting his lunch that these losers couldn't possibly take down the guys who snagged the silver medal last time. The hooligan spoke up, admitting he thought the other squad were the clear winners of this particular circus. Looking elsewhere, the lady was dead certain that the rival team would mop the floor with our hero. Hanging his head, the big guy mumbled that the enemies would clinch it, while the woman nearby stood firm and agreed the other side would dominate. Gripping the mic, the announcer shrieked that the pressure was absolutely relentless while he stared down the players. The talker clarified that this was definitely the boys' squad. The Warriors charged ahead, leaving the ref scratching his head over how they suddenly launched a full-scale siege on the barracks tower out of nowhere. Watching the debris fly everywhere, the manager yelled that the opponent's defensive spire was turning into a pile of expensive pebbles. Snarling, Royd heard the grim news that they were down to their last buildings in the core. Drenched in perspiration, the kid believed a comeback was possible if they survived this clash, so he cooked up a plan to trigger the fight using a teammate lurking on the flank. Clutching his mallet, the reptilian brute knew that securing the first kill would hand them the victory. Glaring intensely, the beast set his sights on the squishy wizard who had been bleeding since the match began. No appeared all around. Our hero yelled for his girl to watch her six, and after boot, slapping a monster's jaw, she screamed some compliments back at him. Igniting a flame hex, the lead guy begged her not to label his snooping as creepy stalking. Planted firmly, the dude summoned a massive inferno barrier, instantly triggering a pop-up saying he just deleted some poor soul from the game. Scowling deeply, the chief felt grumpy that such a little punk performed brilliantly while technically being the most pathetic and mature in his zone. Observing the lad, the rebel realized that once their fight kicked off, the entire vibe surrounding the fellow shifted into something far more intense. Parting his lips, Noah commanded his brain to focus, mainly because he had managed to snag only a single victim so far. Resting his magical staff on his shoulder, our hero struggled to fathom the villain's scheme as the terrain literally dissolved beneath everyone's toes, so he leaped from a rock, realizing he required a secure vantage point for long-range sniping, then advanced with total certainty that victory was his, while azure shards skewered his foe's flesh. With huge eyes, Royd saw his buddy get booted from the match. Speaking for the opposing squad, the bad guy figured they were too sloppy earlier, given that just 2 fresh recruits boosted their crew's skill to orbit. King glared at him with disdain, and the rival's boss felt sure they would steamroll through such a pathetic group of losers without breaking a sweat. Reaching out, the big boss viewed his foes as total crooks, while Noah hid behind his pal and Kun gripped his archery gear with both hands. Seeing the wizard weave some magic, Royd saw they were way tougher than expected. Shortly before our hero somehow pocketed 4 fresh eliminations. Our main man stowed his gear away, as the whole squad lined up shoulder to shoulder like a row of awkward penguins. Dropping his jaw, Jin Hyun couldn't believe his buddy wiped out 4 people at once. While Dick, Jun squeezed his hand tight and asked what the heck was going on, then the allies screamed to grab the last foe so their friend could finish the set, even as Royd frowned at the plan to hold the enemy still for a bit and beating, making the villain snarl and rage at being treated like a pieta before everyone charged while Stardust lounged upon the desk, and the announcer yelled that a single warrior had massacred everyone as a giant island drifted lazily through the sky. Staring with mechanical shock, the Tin Man found it hard to compute that a full 5-person massacre had actually taken place. Patting the beast's skull, Paulette noted that earning such a rare trophy was about as easy as finding a needle in a volcano. Looking up, Noah heard the speaker confirm the total wipeout, leaving the crowd shocked to hear the squad was demolishing the rival base, while King scowled as his dual towers fell, and the students breached the core, all while the professor clenched his fist and processed the live updates from the pitch. Glancing at the glowing beams, the official shouted that the enemy's heart had exploded, prompting the star player to clutch his hedger and grin, praying that this win would distract people from the fact that he was the very first person to die like a total noob. The dude's eyes bulged. Standing up, the teenager felt the crowd's ecstatic roars vibrating through his very bones, while his partner glanced over and Noah suggested they should keep providing such wild entertainment, leading to a bro hug before the rival tapped his lens and Stardust declared a win for our team, while a lady with a mic checked if the opening show was spicy enough for everyone. Shutting her lids for a moment, the woman said it was finally time to grill the MC who turned this match into a total circus. Looking baffled, Noah waved at the crowd, while the interviewer teased that his nerves were showing since it was his debut chat, making him realize the whole planet was staring at him. Then she noted their victory after the big clash and asked if he really expected to beat last year's second-place team, to which he modestly replied that they played well but he always knew they'd crush it, leading the lady to point out he'd secured his first win, and a rare 5-kill streak all at once, crowning him a champ and asking for his thoughts, which he answered with a weird face saying he enjoyed it, before she told him to just chill out. Shoving the mic forward, the girl invited him to send a scary message to their future victims, leaving the guy looking like a deer in headlights as he pondered how to threaten them. eventually deciding his upcoming words would serve as the squad's official war cry just as his teammate showed up. The gimmer hit his gaze. Gasping, the expert realized that neither the school nor the rest of the planet should ever take them lightly. While No bit his lip, and only managed to squeak out a single syllable before slapping his hands over his face in embarrassment. The monsters were grinning, as No recalled being told he looked like a vibrating phone during the talk before he bit himself and ran off, though his buddy reminded him it was his first rodeo, and he was naturally nervous, so everyone should probably stop bullying the poor kid. Staring blankly, the shy fellow pondered why his life was a constant series of awkward accidents, while the teacher grinned and praised their performance for putting their name on the map, and the girl beamed about hearing the crowd scream their titles, prompting the lad to vow that next time they'd give the fans no choice but to howl their names, though the boss reminded them to rest up and stay sharp before the next round. A pale gate popped up. Whirling around, the man caught a sound of a tone he recognized instantly. The boy slumped on the sofa. Wearing a hesitant expression, the hero mentioned he needed some advice, specifically about improving his lane performance, as he clutched his noggin and worried about being a dead weight for the crew, which made the mentor realize the kid was finally starting to self-reflect in a productive way. A single golden eyeball popped up to ask if such a path existed, to which the teacher gave a big thumbs up. Looking grave, the mentor explained that the secret was building a private practice dimension and asked if the boy remembered those world-building lessons, which Noah recalled were led by their coach, so the man confirmed that crafting a custom zone for laning would make his life much easier, eventually asking if he was brave enough to try inventing his own digital sandbox for training. With a cocky smirk, the youth gave an upbeat confirmation. Some bizarre dimension popped up. That boss possessed the facial expression of a damp cardboard box. A path materialized, making the fellow look like he just lost his lunch. Some spire rose while folks stood around feeling awkward in this weird dimension. That gamer wore a gormless expression. Staring forward, this fellow queried how this practice realm was forged, so an academic explained the man stacked several spires, then some boss muttered surviving them all would sharpen landing skills, but an instructor noted such passion was great even if such room was trash, and glancing at some shadowy sphere, that gentleman joked about a kid's failing art marks, mentioning the scholar would clarify basic dimension building, noting folks need a function first, like some drilling field for mid-lane combat, since people must buy some zen vibes from an in-app market. An atlas suddenly manifested. Twirling a sphere, that gentleman asked why people needed to trim boring parts from such power sources. Peering through a digital pane, an instructor noted for pathway drills, a single level 1 spire sophist, adding how switching goals to structure destruction or murder would create some mid-lane simulator, and a feline popped into some orb, so gazing ahead, Noah asked where this youth might find a punching bag to fight, and that other guy claimed such things were easy fixes. Gesturing skyward, this tutor mentioned a massive stash of player stats, claiming he could spawn a bot for sparring, and a pile of info surface. Grinning, that gentleman told him to pick a victim, but the student pointed out one fighter had a glitched nameless tag, and a one-eyed freak materialized. Scowling, this man explained those tags simply evaporated, so he suggested avoiding such dusty files, though our hero wondered if fighting was truly mandatory. Theming, our lead decided he would pick that specific champion, bragging he would crush the dude today before moving to better files. That scholar stared straight forward, patting his noggin, that fellow sighed about following such instructions. Some predator suddenly manifested. Gripping a stick, this boy remarked how this place was literally just a single straight path. That gamer peered forward, wondering if this was a mystery man's robotic clone. Within a holographic grip sat a very sharp kitchen knife. Glancing over his shoulder, this fellow thought he should hurry up and finish this trial, since a core of laning is avoiding monster aggro. Pushing with minions is vital, and abruptly, a rival lunged forward, so a sword was buried deep in Noah's ribcage. This hero's golden eye twitched, reflecting on how such sneak attacks got him off guard, noting he didn't even trigger those spires, so he realized he stepped out of bounds like a total noob, admitting this foe was actually quite a beast. That antagonist's limbs rested upon the hero's midsection. Abruptly, the dude was launched skyward. That protagonist's violet peepers glowed. Relaxing upon his throne, that instructor muttered about having grand expectations, yet the boy nevertheless performed such as a brat. An old flashback of his pupil emerged. Gazing straight, that fellow whispered how conquering his previous history might prove quite troublesome. Night approached. The night sky loomed, clearly indicating a very late hour. The gaming equipment materialized for the digital battlefield. The protagonist gripped his helmet, complaining about playing 79 times that morning without ever managing to scratch his opponent. Wondering about this unique playstyle, he admitted the guy was completely different from what he learned. Easily the strongest fighter he'd encountered, and questioned the identity of this new challenger. Attaching the card to the door, he recalled telling the professor he would be done during the day. He knew Carrie would mock him endlessly if he found out, so he had to defeat this new challenge to save face. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, He looked surprised as a man with clothes over his shoulder asked if he'd been training all morning. The master thought this newcomer was genuinely unsettling. Smiling, the newcomer commented that Deokjin's friend seemed very different, prompting the protagonist to ask if he knew Deokjin. The stranger confirmed it, mentioning he was a second-year student. The protagonist put his hand on the stranger's shoulder, complimenting the first pentakill and saying he was now a fan. He added that he and Deokjin had a bad relationship due to a recent fight, prompting No to assume he argued with his friends too. The stranger smiled again, stating he tried to make peace about a misunderstanding, but Deokjin wouldn't listen and was incredibly stubborn. The protagonist grinned, asking if he truly meant it, to which the other guy responded by telling him not to complain so much. A slightly intimidating image of the player surfaced. The stranger turned away, declaring that Deokjin hadn't changed a bit, waving his hand enthusiastically. The man yelled that he would cheer for him during the next game, prompting the protagonist to express his gratitude. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist realized he had completely forgotten to ask the guy's name. A new building came into view. The player laughed. Hidden from view, the young man crossed his arms, demanding to know what was so funny, reminding him he was supposed to grab his uniform and rush out, warning that he wouldn't wait if he delayed again. The stranger ultimately offered an apology. The young man adopted a completely serious expression. As he put on his jacket, the man commented that he felt like he'd just run into someone from back home after ages. Placing his hands on his chest, the young man declared himself the leader of the Metal Shark team. Grinning broadly, the player mused to himself that he supposed everyone must have really missed him. The stadium came into view. The player looked away and asked No if he had been overdoing things lately, prompting No to ask how he could tell. Glancing sideways, the young man explained that since he trained physical strength with No every day and knew he also practiced with the professor, it seemed obvious. Moving his legs, the main character replied that overworking wasn't an issue, as he enjoyed sharpening his skills. His partner interjected that they needed to go observe other teams' competitions today, so he should ease up on the training. The protagonist confirmed his understanding. Looking to the side, the guy asked what was necessary to perform well in lane fights. His teammate considered what it truly takes to hold a lane effectively. The young man asked if willpower wasn't the required trait, to which the man replied he definitely intended to use it. Knitting his brows together, the player revealed his battle results totaled 179 defeats. No buried his face in his hands, insisting that willpower alone wouldn't be sufficient. A floating island appeared in the sky. The main character looked visibly interested. The girl put her hand to her face, describing how it felt to visit the stadium as a mere spectator. The player asked if this was his first time watching, and the protagonist confirmed it with a positive nod. Looking forward, the man stated that they needed to pay close attention, because today's specific match was essential viewing. The guy turned and agreed completely with the sentiments. Gripping a microphone, the host welcomed the gathered spectators to the match, introducing himself and declaring it the final game of the inaugural week before 2-week break began. The stadium lights blazed as people looked around, clearly excited about the two competing teams. A wolf image appeared, representing a team of sophomores who earned a respectable third place in the previous year's standings. A man wearing glasses emerged, though the players' actual faces were kept off screen. People turned to watch the other side, revealing their team's name, Metal Sharks. The young man grinned, explaining that due to roster issues, the entire lineup had changed, making it a brand new team consisting solely of first-year students. Except for the second-year captain, the team members appeared on screen, highlighting the stark contrast between the two competing sides. This setup promised a truly captivating rivalry between the two groups. The man made a strange face and asked if he wasn't friends with that guy named Auction. The player made a terrifying face, demanding to know who claimed he was friends with that weirdo, warning them not to ever associate him with such trash. Furrowing his brow, the young man declared this must be the traitor they discussed before, thinking he had rushed to assemble a team of first-years by fleeing and betraying them all for the chance he had mentioned. Throwing his hands up, the captain asked why they looked so worried. The captain, still off screen, told them there was no reason to be intimidated by other teams having second or third-year players. The guy looked forward uncertainly, questioning if they would truly be okay. The captain replied that they were incredibly cowardly. Putting a hand on the guy's shoulder, the man advised them to simply execute what they practiced in training, promising no issues, warning them specifically against making errors due to fear. The subordinate confirmed his understanding. The player's face showed clear dissatisfaction. A massive screen displaying the players came into view, indicating that the game was moments away from beginning. The character smiled, noting that the instigator was also a middle lane player. An image of the player appeared. The man asked with a gesture if he knew that particular player. No stated that he attended his school, referring to him as a disgusting creep. The girl then offered to scold the villain if he had caused no trouble. The interlocutor replied that wasn't exactly right, claiming the opponent was insignificant and he could easily defeat him without even training with the professor. Looking forward, the guy commented that the man was quite unlucky, as his lane opponent was known as the third generation of the finest mid laners. The player stared ahead, seething with fury. The character from the Freed Wolves team appeared, holding a blade to his face. The opponent declared he had no high hopes for them, since they finished 9th last year. Yet this first-year student dared to bet against him. Scowling slightly, the young man considered himself to possess the skills of a third-generation Academy superstar mid-laner, though he admitted the pressure here felt nothing like practice. The figure emerged, confirming that adhering to the captain's commands would guarantee success. The knight began his attack, declaring the opponent seemed too stressed, yet the enemy continued his assault, making it clear he intended to eliminate them alone. The hero pointed his sword, insisting he had to secure the first kill. A look of frustration crossed the freshman's face as the man found himself suddenly surrounded by wolves. The captain turned, and announced he would prove to DAction exactly how wrong they were. A man with two faces appeared, asking if he should cause a scene. The student's face abruptly appeared in sight. The sharp blade hovered dangerously close to his eye. The sword sliced just past his face, prompting the guy to execute a sudden counterattack. Having taken the strike, the knight realized his opponent's movements had unexpectedly changed. An armored foot stomped into view. Attacking with his sword, the man loudly questioned the current level of synchronization. A heavy horizontal strike echoed through the area. The hero continued to deliver blows, causing a white essence to stream from his opponent's eyes. With a shocked expression, the guy inquired how the player could possibly be failing physical training. No knit at his eyebrows, deeming it absolutely impossible that his rival, not the offender, had managed to level up that much during this short period. The blade was held directly against his neck as the enemy materialized right behind him. A yellow face appeared, indicating the suddenness of the event. Since the player had just been eliminated by a single first-year student, the assassin stared intently at the blade. The girl landed a solid hit on her opponent. The spectators looked on, confirming this team's dominance over the opposing side in every lane. The captain's eyes turned green as the helmeted man led the charge. It became clear that the team had started systematically destroying the towers, pushing steadily toward the Nexus. A face wearing glasses appeared. A strange symbol emerged on his neck just as the building began to collapse around him. The Nexus was destroyed, confirming that something entirely unimaginable had just occurred. The helmet rested in the man's hands, as the young man smiled, keeping one hand casually tucked into his pocket. The hand clenched into a tight fist, signifying the continued rebellion of the teams at the bottom of the rankings. Dissatisfaction was clearly visible on the faces of all the team members. Heat appeared in view as Carrie delivered a kick. The girl smiled and admitted that she felt completely sluggish during the previous game. The guy responded that she needed to be more serious. Finally, the lady replied that she was serious, adding that she just specialized exclusively in close quarters combat. A look of annoyance crossed the young man's face as he recalled watching last week's Metal Shark duel, which had strangely left him feeling anxious ever since. Players appeared, and the character landed a punch that clearly bypassed the opponent's defenses by targeting their weak spot. The man narrowed his gaze, thinking he definitely would not lose to the captain. An illustration appeared, officially declaring the victory of the team known as the Immortal Devil Kings. A leg emerged, making it clear that the White Owls team was fighting against the Vipers. With his hands in his pockets, the player declared that their meeting happened earlier than anticipated, calling it a long-awaited time for revenge. A vibrant purple eye became visible. Looking ahead, the young man inquired why the opponent he sought was not among the group. With a serious expression, the girl asked why he seemed to be searching for a specific new member of their team. The lady held a blade in her hands, stating that even if he were looking for him, he wouldn't be able to meet him, as the rookie was only a substitute on their team. People watched the screen as the player launched an attack, confirming the victory of the Freed Wolves team. Bewilderment spread across the faces of the crowd, as it also became obvious that the colorful mermaids team had somehow won. The player knitted his eyebrows. Suddenly, a colossal shark appeared, making it clear that the metal sharks were annihilating the opponent's Nexus. The captain smiled, celebrating the metal sharks' win. The second week tournament rankings were displayed, along with several pop-up windows. The Immortal Devil Kings had battled against the metal sharks, and looking at a piece of paper, the young man announced that the metal sharks would be their third match opponents. Frowning deeply, Noah pondered that predatory fish squad, and the scoundrel who wronged him. A flash of irritation crossed the fellow's features. Casting a side-eye glance, the young woman figured he was already deep in thought about that backstabber. Slipping her hand into her pocket, Carrie declared indifference to whether he was a traitor or not, adding she'd never even met the guy. Continuing about the virtue of sincerity, it struck her as slightly off base to judge after hearing just one side, admitting that while she tried to empathize, it proved trickier than anticipated. People stared intently at one spot. With a wry smile, the lady proposed aiming for triumph, noting that win or lose, everyone present stood to gain their desires, asking if that wasn't the plain truth. The gentleman let his chin droop downward. Spinning around, the chap inquired if it was plastered all over his expression that he was preoccupied with the betrayer pulling serious mugs. The athletes responded in the affirmative. The resident hall for the players' department loomed into view. Lou tumbled out of the vehicle, chucking the bottle. Noah instructed him to snag it. His companion offered thanks in return. Eyes forward, the lead guy inquired about this week's unfortunate opposition. His mate informed him they'd clash with the White Owls in the final showdown. The main dude mused that dispatching the team that snagged the top spot last year would likely be a real headache. A player showed up, signaling he was benched due to a bout of the blues. Without revealing his expression, the gentleman asked if that assessment of his focus on the traitor was accurate. The player responded that whether he possessed strength or not was something only a direct combat encounter could reveal. Keeping his features concealed, the fellow mentioned that if the shopping was done, he should scram. The younger man, in turn, worried what the fuss was about. Looking off to the side, the hero spotted his antagonist, thinking he shouldn't feel the jitters since he'd already bested him, adding that here he'd taste victory. With a sneer, the competitor asked if he'd heard the rumor they'd be squaring off next, adding he'd buffed up his own talents slightly, then crowed that it still paled next to his own achievement of scoring the first pentakill in the whole tournament. His finger jabbed a button, a confident grin spreading. No suggested they play a cracking game. The rival eyed the extended hand with utter disdain. Furrowing his brow, the lead character queried if he was genuinely being given the silent treatment. The protagonist clenched his jaw tight. A street lamp materialized. Perched on the seat, the captain asked what intel the other wanted. Gazing straight ahead, the subordinate pleaded if they could perhaps shelve that specific tactic during the upcoming match. The player retorted by asking if he was suggesting that because he feared deploying the special helper. Slumping his head, the young fellow denied it vehemently. Placing a hand atop his skull, the guy demanded to know what the issue was if he wasn't a chicken, affirming he'd insisted no one in the academy knew about the illicit aid, promising to deliver everything for them and secure wins, asserting they'd crush everyone and overhaul their lives together. After all, the biological enhancement hidden in their system has bypassed the game's security measures. The player stood facing the entity, turning his gaze away. The man listened to the advice that subtle actions would keep things secret. A grin stretched across his face. The captain suggested they avoid making things needlessly complex. A wave of remorse washed over the teammate's face. Knitting his brow in concentration, the man stated there was simply one specific chap he was keen to conquer fair and square. A jolt of astonishment registered in the listener's eyes. Keeping his gaze averted, the boss remarked that human nature, in the end, was quite basic, adding that people transform once they attain their desires. Clutching the container, the fellow asked if he truly doubted his capability to trounce adversaries sans that secret weapon. The antagonist confidently stated his self-assurance. Finally, the captain clarified that it wasn't just about the squad. Pivoting, the young man contended he seemed to miss a crucial point, noting he hadn't reached this stage through pure talent but thanks to the illicit assistance. Raising his hand, the man cautioned him not to forget the actual reason he'd ditched everyone to recruit freshmen. Offering thanks for the beverage, the adversary's teeth ground together hard, hands tucked in his pockets. The captain needled him, suggesting his obsession with yesteryear was merely youthful folly. Suddenly, a look of shock crossed the man's countenance. People exchanged glances. The younger man's eyebrows drew together. The youth's features froze in utter surprise. Lifting his hand, the leader offered a casual hello to his rival, concealing his expression. The player declared he'd definitively prove the other wrong in the next engagement. Turning back, the captain opined that people's persistent fixation on the past was their shared Achilles heel. A snapshot of the team appeared. Surprise flickered across the faces of the observers, inquiring if their pal was okay. Given the huge bags beneath his eyes, pointing toward his phone, the guy assured them all was well, as he merely needed to finalize some prep work. Without revealing his face, the man announced that as a countermeasure for the Metal Sharks match, he'd whipped up pattern analysis alongside several fighting maneuvers, adding he'd dispatch them presently. Peering at the handset, the player marveled that he'd truly assembled all that in a single day. Calling in mind, blowing since every single tick of the Metal Shark crew members was itemized precisely within. Hiding his face, the man observed that the young fellow's tenacity was frankly limitless. The student, however, reflected that perhaps he'd pushed things a bit too far, admitting he thought he'd sorted out his emotional baggage. Yet, meeting the rival face to face brought on another emotional surge. The group stood with their backs mutually turned. Shutting his eyes, the young man resolved that his entire focus needed to be laser locked on achieving victory, concluding that overthinking was a unnecessary complication. With both hands gripping his head, the teammate exclaimed that their collective duty was to unite for the team contest, and no, inwardly decided the fellow was clearly wallowing in self-reproach. A smirk played on the lead character's lips as he reflected on his own refusal to lose, adding that the instant he finished reading this, he'd restart intensive specialized training. A prompt popped up in the game's simulation. The simulated enemies went at each other savagely. Suddenly, a scene transition occurred. The enemy launched an assault. The hero bathed in purple light emerged, and it became apparent that the longer he sparred with the elusive opponent, the clearer he perceived the specific element missing from his gameplay, which was mastering the art of impeccable timing. A single foot appeared. The protagonist managed to duck the incoming strike. With knitted brows, the chap mused that the unseen foe would inevitably profit from the favorable timing alignment anyway, noting that his weakness in direct lane confrontation stemmed from an inability to predict those opportune moments. Continuing his thought process, he resolved that in this situation, he would repeat the attempt relentlessly until he cracked the timing sequence. Fire erupted in his palm. The young man commenced his assault. Holding his mug firmly, the professor inquired what on earth had transpired, asking if he'd been wrestling with the phantom adversary this entire duration. Looking elsewhere, the younger man confessed that across 712 bouts, he had managed precisely 712 defeats with a deliberate lack of eye contact. The man commented that 700 losses over a fortnight was a rather significant statistical outcome. The student then asked for the phantom's identity. The professor finally responded that he hadn't the foggiest, as that data was ancient history. As he raised the cup toward his lips, the mentor thought he was pleased his collected intelligence was proving accurate, and questioned the student's bizarre call, suggesting his competitive spirit hadn't won even after stepping away from the field. Staring forward, the professor considered that suffering 700 identical failures must have induced massive psychological strain, to which no countered that he had, in fact, gleaned something valuable, giving a crisp thumbs up. The lead character announced that today marked his first ever one-sided benefit, adding that if he kept this up, a genuine win might actually materialize. The man's face remained perfectly impassive. A smile spread across the man's face as he absorbed the questioning about the source of his amusement. The instructor, in turn, speculated internally that perhaps he had finally unearthed the real key weapon of this particular protagonist. A look of puzzled inquiry dawned on the hero's face. Rocks drifted in the atmosphere. Gripping a plastic mic, the announcer shrieked that the nerdy showdown was starting, beckoning losers toward center stage. An exit materialized while rival squads showed up, as some teacher stood nearby explaining how these losers placed last a year ago but were now top dogs, and a battleground formed, featuring a captain with spectacles and a dude with frustrated eyebrows. While a girl giggled about playing nicely, someone reached out a palm with high hopes, and the boss smirked about their previous chat. The antagonist looked quite grumpy, and while hiding his mug, that mysterious fellow gave a thumbs up. Commentators popped up to scream that chaos was live, featuring a hellspawn boxing a fish, while a lone wolf stood apart, hiding his peepers from the world. Harry peered through glass, mocking his size and asking if feelings would ruin the match, wondering if he realized that playing while emotional was a disaster, while the boy made a derp face, noting she usually grumbled first, so she joked that winning would probably fix her bad mood, and hiding her identity. The woman claimed extra characters are basically trash, then suggested bullying the bottom lane, which her teammate liked, asking if she should begin the massacre while charging forward, right as enemies arrive. The announcer looked absolutely stunned when a tower crumbled, and Carrie hit the pavement within 7 minutes, proving the bottom lane was a total dumpster fire, as one girl was lying there unconscious, but the woman woke up claiming her buddy just sucked at gem class and needed a nap, and the mage chuckled about how easy it was, sporting a nasty black eye, while the hidden captain told them to breeze through the match without any real effort, as the leader ordered a full summon and total destruction, revealing a bizarre tattoo on his throat, while staring ahead, until a solo kill occurred. The top lane fell, and the crowd gasped as the power balance between the squads shattered completely. That last sprint, a look of total shock hit the dude. Shushing everyone with a finger, the leader declared they would stop the competition and seize every lane before the rivals could even blink, while a devil gazed at some puddles as the host stood paralyzed, rambling about how some lanes still stood, just as the tactical map popped up. The teacher stared forward, as the middle lane turned into a mosh pit for the gamers, while No looked confused and the bad boy didn't know what to do. A faceless fellow stared forward, while the boss seemed ready to punch a wall. Scowling, the announcer wondered how the hell they were still alive, noting that one lone lane offered a sliver of hope for the losing squad. Folks watched as the lady bolted, making the leader look totally pissed off, as a guy peered through a digital window while the gamers engaged in a brutal slugfest. Frowning deeply, the jerk recalled the boss' advice and figured he could trash No single-handedly, claiming he had mastered the opponent's movements, while noting the guy was a complete amateur at lane play, so he would exploit that weakness for an easy win, though he warned himself about the reaction, boosting sync mode, and he whined that this stupid failure had totally obliterated his dreams of becoming a professional button masher and living in a gaming house. A beastly slicing sound echoed, while the hero gripped a big stick. That main dude stared forward. Sparkles gathered in his palm, revealing a handsome profile as his eyeball started glowing like a pumpkin. He wound up a punch that barely missed his nose, followed by a loud thwack that sent the jerk flying into the next zip code. Gaping like a fish, the boy plotted his revenge. Then the captain showed up, and as he started sprinting away, the boss admitted he expected some nonsense, but not this specific craziness, questioning if the two guys were related since they both acted like idiots. Smirking, the fellow claimed it was irrelevant, since he planned to fix the whole mess personally, and then everything went pitch black. Gripping a pointy edge, some gamer screamed about finally catching that fellow. Bright lights flared as the hero bowed his head, realizing the enemy jungler would hit the mid lane if the others won, and he vowed to block the path with a serious expression, while his foe licked his fingers and praised his perfect prediction skills. As a helper stood up to announce the players were close, then a man asked if the duo finally reunited, while a droid wondered if they were in a secret relationship, so the guy explained they were both elite recruits who grabbed the top spots in class. But the droid simply queried whether they were top buddies, and finally, he noted they were old pals selected by the same teacher a year ago, even if one swapped teams before the big human brawl started. The machine looked totally confused, wondering which of those clowns was actually the winner. Several loud thumps echoed. The helper giggled about some guy named Deoxin, just as a sword was disarmed and sent twirling through the air, and a dagger stabbed the floor, as the bad guy bragged about his gaming skills, admitting he had been a professional loser since he was a kid. So the hero told him to keep those boring memories to himself, but the purple-handed freak asked if he was hurting his feelings, offering to play a little game of tag. Some sharp knife shone with a neon violet light. That gamer spun about quite quickly. A metal weapon zipped rearward similar to a boomerang, proving such a maneuver was merely some bizarre returning talent. Some fresh gash opened across that fellow's skin. As the enemy began their assault, they declared this move was an eternal taboo, probably confusing game over with eternity. Smiling wistfully, the captain recalled living in a city where the trash piles rivaled the Himalayas, reminiscing about finding a broken console there, fixing it up, and spending all their free time playing, dreaming of becoming world-class pros. The children appeared in the memory. The guys sat on the floor, agreeing this was the sole pleasant recollection from a city that looked like a dumpster fire. A game character popped onto the T-screen. With furrowed brows, the young man lamented that he had completely spoiled those memories by ditching the team without a word of discussion or even a dramatic exit speech. Blocking incoming blows, the leader argued that his opponent was just too much of a good guy, suggesting that if he hadn't already planned his exit, he would have definitely fought to keep the group together. He quickly grabbed the other player's wrist. The man took a massive swing. The knife embedded itself squarely in the enemy's shoulder, leaving the victor standing over a very surprised loser who definitely wasn't expecting that. With the blade firmly in hand, the player demanded an explanation for what exactly the other person was supposedly going to argue against, saying he still needed to hear the full story. The warrior, face contorted in anger, demanded to know why he bailed on the team, betraying the professor who had basically discovered them. He pointed out that they were practically unstoppable when working together. Staring ahead, the captain realized his opponent was actually pretty strong, speculating that maybe he didn't deliver the killing blow intentionally because he just really wanted to talk. A health window appeared, showing the meter was dangerously low. Shifting the blade, the enemy sarcastically asked if the player thought he was exempt from personal circumstances, claiming he had already provided his reasons for leaving. The opponent's icy blue eyes appeared, suddenly realizing a chance. A strike landed, severing the player's right arm, and a countdown for recovery began at 10 seconds. A close-up showed the guy's single eye. The young man shouted his opponent's name, keeping his eyes hidden behind a shadow, as a foot started to move toward the enemy for an attack. All at once, a chit popped into view around his neck, quickly followed by a hand. The leader smoothly countered the attack by holding out his hand. The hero's face showed pure shock, apparently thinking, "Wait, is this correct? I thought this was just a game." A shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the background, lurking behind the enemy. A knife materialized in the air. The villain started his attack, ignoring the existing cuts he'd taken. The player realized with surprise that his foe must have seriously leveled up in martial arts recently as the opponent closed in. A close-up showed the enemy's face, revealing his philosophy. The game was just a stepping stone to achieve a bigger goal, and everything else was expendable to realize their dreams. Holding out his hand, he asked if the player would help change the world with them. The girl appeared, smiling happily, just before the villain inexplicably stabbed his friend. The image shifted back to children near the television. The opponent thought wistfully about how they could never return to those days of happy team play. The guy smiled, wondering if anyone would notice the little chip. The girl assured him, looking forward, that no one would, because the device was programmed to interface with brain waves before the signals ever reached the game's main program, displaying dark silhouettes. The lady explained that the chip contained data from thousands of high-ranking players, athletes, and even martial arts fighters, guaranteeing the system would always execute the perfect move at the perfect time. The young man raised his hand, pointing out that the program's name was ridiculously long. The lady agreed to shorten it immediately. Meanwhile, a commentator watched the fighter Salvador vanish, reporting that the player had just taken out a user from the protagonist's team all by himself. Turning his head, the warrior sarcastically wondered if he should clean up after his little buddy. A brief flashback showed the participants fighting fiercely about 2 minutes ago. The man advanced, the assassin, glaring from under his brow, remarked that he was surprised his opponent made such a ridiculous mistake in the lane by moving into his danger zone. Finding himself in position behind the enemy, the villain gleefully seized the chance to attack. No glanced around quickly. A second later, the guy executed a sudden, unexpected leap forward. Frowning hard, the enemy realized the move was a complete fake. Out, the tiny knight immediately stabbed the player in the back. A projectile hit the villain's face, causing him to realize his opponent had deliberately taken the hit just to create this specific opening. The main character, looking down at the fallen fighter, explained that he had walked directly into a well-laid trap. Gritting his teeth, the assassin listened as the protagonist pointed out that everyone inevitably changes. Reaching forward, the main character asked which of them was actually the real loser in this situation. Covered in a vibrant purple aura, the guy recognized that after 700 matches against the mysterious nameless man, he had developed a rather concerning habit of constantly guessing what his opponent would do next in his place. Looking downward, the young man understood that this was precisely the moment when the minions would pour onto the field. Evading the flurry of blows, the young man reflected that if his opponent had been the notorious nameless character, he would have been eliminated already, meaning he couldn't keep fighting in this style. The professor watched the events unfold with interest. The man watched, noting how significantly his student had improved their link control in just 2 weeks. Swinging his staff, Noah couldn't quite process his complicated feelings about fighting a stronger enemy so frequently. The main character grinned, feeling how effortlessly he managed to overwhelm his opponent. Veins throbbed intensely on the murderer's forehead as he screamed at the top of his lungs for his opponent to stop taking it easy. Strapped into the game device, the student remembered analyzing every single match and practicing religiously after each loss. Determined to improve, the disciple's hand trembled as he refused to even consider the notion that he might lack talent. He clutched his dagger, deciding he must secure this victory independently to prove everyone wrong. The protagonist, placing a hand over his heart, announced that with so few life points remaining, defeating this foe would be easy. The guy then began to cast a powerful fire spell. Just a moment later, a massive, powerful explosion reverberated across the game world. The young man's health bar started to rapidly deplete. The assassin's remaining life points also dropped to a critical, almost non-existent level. Covered in a sheen of sweat, the scoundrel was thoroughly annoyed that he had managed to lose yet again. Extending his hand, the student suggested his friend simply use the eye helper program if he actually wanted to win for once. The fighter looked at the glittering trophy, realizing that this was exactly what he truly wanted. The rival team stood proudly with the trophy. The player began to imagine a terrible scenario where every member of his team was replaced by the opponents. The boy's eyes were wide as he tried to understand why his brain would conjure such a disturbing image. Frowning, the user realized he didn't even recognize the person he was imagining. Glaring at his rival's back, the assassin couldn't accept that this loser could possibly be stronger than him. Noah generated a massive fireball, confident that the rival's low health pool meant he only needed one hit, making this the perfect time for an extensive skill. Looking ahead, the assassin was struck by a terrifying realization. Keeping his head high, the student was afraid he was about to lose in the same exact way again. A strange symbol illuminated as the stream of fire rushed forward. The main character briefly looked back over his shoulder. The sliding fighter admitted his friend had been right. The assassin skillfully dodged the attack. Smiling, the warrior joked that his comrade acted like he didn't need any help, despite clearly benefiting from it. Watching the protagonist get hit, the scoundrel noticed his ally was actually quite effective at using the helper. The guy remained seated, still wearing his helmet. Muffled sounds were emanating from the device. The young man began to remove the headset, gritting his teeth as the victory announcement confirmed their crushing defeat. The opponent remained perfectly still, holding out his fingers. The captain notified his teammate he would overlook the fact that he almost disobeyed orders. Frowning, the student listened as his comrade expressed continued reliance on him. The enemy group leader turned his head. The guy lowered his head. The young man pulled a mournful face. Jang Hyun looked away. No looked down. Sola covered her face with her hands, and Shia's mouth fell open. The enemies began to leave as the professor watched the screen. Raising her hand, the girl invited the man to put on a good performance next time. Frowning, the teacher began to understand the situation. The room was full of dejected players with lowered heads. Kim wiped sweat from his face, and muttered that even Jang Hyun, usually so cheerful, was visibly shocked by their first defeat. Looking down, the guy lamented their utter inability to resist, questioning who would have thought they would lose so easily due to physics alone. The girl angrily clenched her fist. No. Parting his lips, said the game felt strange, especially since he had been completely in the flow from the very start. The main character recalled feeling surrounded by a powerful aura, then grumbled that idiot suddenly became far too strong. The professor, looking forward, explained they shouldn't be so depressed. believing they did everything they could in the match. With his hands buried in his pockets, the teacher recalled that his team's coach often said a person who tries to learn a little bit of everything tends to do well. The young man's expression grew serious. The assistant suggested using this defeat as a stepping stone to level up even further, reminding everyone that many competitions still lay ahead, requiring total concentration. Turning his head, the mentor decided to check up on the metal sharks and Lily. The scene switched to a view of the clear daytime sky. Running quickly, the protagonist noticed he still felt exhausted, even after an entire day had passed. Sighing heavily, the guy said the actions felt extremely difficult, noting that losing to Loki's team was an even bigger blow. Frowning seriously, the young man insisted he really didn't want to lose to Hyunjun of all people. Pouting, the player called the protagonist a loser, but he instantly objected, claiming it was actually a draw, and if they met in the playoffs he would absolutely win. Pacing nervously, Noah mentioned he used to be beaten very easily in the past. Sweaty-faced, the protagonist wondered if his recent struggle stemmed from a lack of synchronization, and when he would regain the ability. A tall building came into view. Standing in the doorway, the guy announced he felt fresh after exercising. Suddenly, he noticed Han lying on the bed, strumming the guitar. The student casually ran his fingers along the strings. Smiling, Noah complimented Han as playing, adding that it meant he could play the guitar too. Then he saw drool running from the teenager's mouth and realized, unbelievably, that Han was actually sleeping right now. Looking at the protagonist, Han mumbled that he had arrived. The protagonist muttered that this guy was truly a master of sleep. Standing by the bed, the young man asked about the guitar, and Han explained Professor Wazin had recommended finding a hobby to improve synchronization, specifically mentioning his own synchronization was linked to hearing. Players walked past outside as Han revealed he planned to perform at the upcoming school festival with a band. The guy, surprised, asked for details, learning that the festival, marking the end of Week 5, involved transforming the entire academy into a hologram, unifying reality with its mirror world. No smiled slightly, calling Han incredible for preparing for the festival while competing. Han then added that their original vocalist couldn't participate, so they needed a replacement. Parting his lips, Han said he had already spoken to someone about it. The student asked if he knew much about a particular girl, making the protagonist turn in bewilderment. The student then introduced the two girls on their team. The protagonist confirmed he knew them well, and the interlocutor asked if he talked to them often, which he affirmed. The player then asked how to become friends with her, before abruptly tossing some items aside. The user looked calm as the young man wondered if Han had developed a crush. Han denied liking him, clarifying that it was actually a man with a good voice he admired, causing Noah to blush bright red. Han then recalled lying on a bench and worrying about the cancelled performance, so he entered the mirror world to sleep there. The protagonist questioned how he could possibly sleep while so worried. The student's mouth hung open. A girl's silhouette appeared as the player explained he was awakened by a woman singing with a truly mysterious timbre. Touching the tree, the user explained he immediately followed the sound, reaching a remote spot where no one else was present. The teenager saw the lady ahead. Her eyes were closed, and she wore a slight smile. Han said he was stunned by her flowing, beautiful voice, instantly realizing she would be perfect as the new vocalist. The protagonist, blushing, muttered that this sounded like love at first sight. The girl spun around in surprise, and the student explained that he spoke first to try and hire her. Standing next to the lady, the disciple declared that he needed her for the band. A bead of sweat trickled down the lady's cheek. The player stared straight ahead, lost in thought. The singer made a swift exit, eyebrows practically scraping his ankles as he fled. One character noted that anyone would sprint after hearing those specific words. Another character quickly justified their concise conversation style, explaining they preferred not to engage with strangers for long periods. The person they were talking to, however, retorted that the brevity was a little too brief. The teenager looked utterly baffled, declaring that he didn't see how the professor's lecture on communication skills applied here, especially since he just wanted her to sing. Han offered a tiny bit of assistance, provided it wasn't a problem, while Noah pointed a finger and asked again. Suddenly, a pair of legs materialized. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, confirmed that Han wanted him to be the designated talker, which Han confirmed. The protagonist then retorted that Han had no problem talking to him. The student observed that his friend resembled a small, anxious mammal, asking if he could actually manage this on his own. The protagonist wasn't convinced it would be simple to approach her, but the student assured him everything was fine because his hearing was top-notch. A magical shell made a dramatic entrance. A small hamster was spotted, intently focused on consuming a delicious nut. Two young romantics paused beneath a sturdy tree, murmuring assurances that everything would eventually turn out okay. The boys, while shuffling their feet, debated which team would dominate the upcoming showdown. The girl's face unexpectedly popped into view. The woman lifted her hand. The player abruptly bolted, announcing he'd discovered something on the other side, which completely flummoxed the guy. A small shimmer of light was visible in the distance. The user dragged his feet on the ground, sighed dramatically, and questioned how the other person managed to run off so quickly. His companion simply pointed, stating the location was right over there. No's expression registered shock. With her hand over her heart, the lady launched into a powerful psalm as the girl meandered through the trees. Smiling to himself, the protagonist realized exactly why Han had been so intensely serious about the matter. As the lady stretched out her arms, the protagonist thought watching her joyous performance was enough to heal his soul. The music was truly exceptional, prompting the student to grin contentedly, and confirm that this amazing sound came from her. The young man suddenly adopted a deeply serious frown. The lady spun around abruptly, with hands casually stuffed in his pockets. The student complimented her beautiful song, while the player flashed a cheerful smile. The girl opened her mouth, and the lady's face suddenly turned bright red. Noah glanced at his friend. The lady then placed a finger to her lips and demanded to know why they were stalking and torturing her. Frowning, the main character mumbled that there must be a misunderstanding, insisting that she had completely misjudged them. He figured that since he was supposed to be the link, he should take the initiative. Spreading his palms wide, the protagonist urged her to listen, explaining again that it was just a simple misunderstanding. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. The lady asked if he was the legendary big dark player. He pointed a finger at her, curious if she recognized him. She confirmed, explaining she kept up with it, so she knew him well. She then listed his accomplishments: committing the first murder, being the first to die, and biting his tongue so hard it almost detached. The guy squinted, thinking to himself that maybe she could have left out those last two parts. The singer, happily opening her mouth wide, realized the second person was a member of the team and also a fan of Shia. The young man then chimed in, saying the misunderstanding seemed to be cleared up, suggesting Han take over since their personalities clearly didn't match. A bead of sweat trickled down the student's cheek as he apologized for scaring her during their previous encounter, explaining that he wasn't very experienced with first impressions. The girl, scratching her head in return, assured him that it was perfectly alright. The player abruptly mentioned that he had accidentally overheard her singing recently, causing the lady to immediately turn crimson. Standing directly in front of the lady, the user confessed how incredibly impressed he was, believing her voice possessed a wonderful quality capable of lifting everyone's spirits. Placing his hand dramatically on his chest, the teenager then asked if she might consider performing as the vocalist for their group at the upcoming festival. Assuming she didn't mind, Noah looked over at his friend and whispered that this sounded less like a request and more like a full-blown declaration of love. The singer, parting her lips, double-checked if he was asking her to perform in front of the entire academy. Receiving an affirmative answer, a spark of excitement flashed in the girl's eyes. Clenching her fists in delight, the lady declared that it sounded intriguing, and something she definitely wanted to attempt. The main character nudged the elf's shoulder, remarking that everything had gone surprisingly well, only for the lady to interject that she had one condition. The singer grinned, laying down a strict rule that they must never attempt to find her in real life. Looking down, she emphasized her wish that they stick to this single condition. Kun pulled a face and muttered that he didn't really care, as long as she could perform with them. Raising her hand, the vocalist proposed meeting again tomorrow at 1 o'clock, right here. Sunlight illuminated a pink strand of hair. The girl turned, introduced herself, and requested they use her name informally next time. The massive structure came into view. As they walked down the corridor, the protagonist noted that she was far more vibrant and chatty than anticipated. The student called it strange, prompting the guy to agree, pointing out her peculiar request not to be found in real life. Looking ahead, the student wondered why she experienced a similar synchronization feeling that he had felt earlier. The young man sharply lowered his eyebrows, clenching his fist tightly. No proposed that Haru might be a non-player character or perhaps even a phantom who didn't exist in reality. Meanwhile, his companion accused him of reading far too much manga. A vista of the city appeared before them. A sleek black microphone materialized. The girl opened her mouth wide and sang with great power. Then the lady closed her eyes to listen. The lady had a look of satisfaction on her face. The singer turned up the corners of her mouth. Lifting her hand, the vocalist expressed her disbelief that she was rehearsing for a performance in a natural setting. She added that this intersection was truly the best. Everyone treated her kindly, and she felt great singing in such a good mood. Standing before the girl, the guy confirmed her name was Haru and praised her voice, privately thinking that on the actual day of the performance, everyone at the academy would probably faint. The student then asked Han exactly where he discovered such talent. Blushing, the young man claimed they were extremely lucky she agreed to help, then asked if she had ever performed with a group before. He received the reply that everyone would probably be shocked to learn this was her very first time. Opening his mouth wide in excitement, the teenager said he was eager to become better friends with her, asking if they could trade contact information. The lady gently declined, mentioning it was a bit difficult. The student touched his chin thoughtfully, stating they were about to take a quick walk, and extended an invitation to the singer. Sweat beaded on the vocalist's cheek. Suddenly the player reminded everyone that he had explicitly promised Haru not to meet her in the real world. The guy scratched his head and offered an apology, The user then added that he wanted to sleep as usual, and would therefore be skipping the walk as well. Looking at the girl, Han asked if they were going to head off. That pointy-eared fellow jerked around like a startled cat upon hearing his name. Then a woman lurking behind the scholar invited him for a stroll. Those dudes were boogieing like caffeinated toddlers with giant grins, and the Melody Queen bragged about their intense rehearsals until the scholar grumbled that he needed his beauty sleep, which somehow led to the lady thanking him for finding a karaoke spot, and then Haru asked if he was actually being real yesterday, causing her to flush pinker than a strawberry milkshake when he acted serious, and as they strolled forward she mentioned feeling his blunt charm while Han apologized for being a weirdo before they got into a deep discussion about how internet trolls think he can see through souls like an X-ray machine, and then crossing her fingers she asked if he could read her mind, which he shut down by saying he just wanted to go back to bed because his brain was fried and those were just his personal thoughts, even though she hadn't considered that logic yet. And he ended up questioning her about the situation while sweating like a marathon runner in a sauna. That woman gaped like a fish out of water while the guy scratched his head over her bizarre rules, and under the glow of a nearby street lamp, it was clear he wasn't going to stalk her like a creep, even though he was definitely curious about her deal. The songstress abruptly bowed her head as if looking for a drop penny, then grinned while explaining she was actually a spirit who met her end at the crossroads and lacked any solid bits, leaving the young man looking like he was solving a complex math problem. Visualizing glowing stripes, Han grumbled about hearing that funky pulse again, and standing before the gull, he noted that mixing fear with fun and being positive yet negative is just the rhythm of life's chaotic playlist with opposite vibes. Then the lady begged for his attention while he sweated like a pig, asking if she got her ghost stories from some comics while she just smiled and asked if any of this was even real, leaving the student totally baffled about what this person actually considers reality. Our hero looked more lost than a sock in a laundry basket, totally clueless about his next move. Those fellows gaped with their traps wide open. That bitter gesture toward Chia. The gamers traded nasty glares while Dang Hyun face-palmed hard, doubting their squad's survival, just as a majestic floating landmass appeared in the sky. This picture depicting the epic showdown involving those rival squads flickered onto the screen. The announcer clutched his mic and yelled that the brawl had kicked off, asking the expert for his hot take, while the camera panned over Verpods as the guy explained that the veterans from this side had all graduated and left the scrubs to lose every match on this server. But then he noted that BIC actually played like legends in their first few rounds despite losing the last match, and might actually be X if they done screw up, leading a stun Stardust to clarify if BIC was the blue squad and X was the red one before the screen turned blue, and the host bragged about how his winning prediction was coming true because BIC were absolutely swimming in a massive gold hoard of over 6,000 coins while X struggled to keep up on that floating island. That auctioneer clamped his trap shut like a grumpy bulldog. The gamer told the protagonist to push the lane and support the crew, all while looking like he just finished a marathon, and mumbled a quick sorry. That guy no chewed his skin in total shock. A spooky shadow circled the protagonist while he was told to head into the woods without dying, manage his lane, stay ready to back up the team, and report when the enemy went missing from the middle. Frowning deeply, the dude grumbled that Dakshin was acting like a bossy drill sergeant, and complained that he simply couldn't track his lightning speed. Without warning, Shia delivered a spacey kick to her rival right in the gut. That scholar peered toward that man, and observed she felt they had trekked a massive distance already, as if they were walking across the entire continent. Since archers shouldn't lead the charge like meat shields, retreating seemed smart, but she insisted she had it under control, looking like she swallowed a lemon. The girl hoped her previous failure was just a bad hair day. Out of nowhere, baddies swarmed her, and gaping like a fish, the student shrieked for her teammate to help. The old teacher and his sidekick lounged while the announcer hollered about being wobblier than a gel, mold, noting that the squad was basically a chorus of toon cats. Salty driplets trickled down the dude's face while everyone wondered if BIC had truly lost their mojo after that disastrous dance. Off with them, a crew. Grinning like a villain in a low-budget movie, the fighter mocked the BIC squad for being total noobs who couldn't cooperate if their lives depended on it. Dropping his chin, the gamer bellowed that they were finally about to taste their first win. Out of the blue, Kang Hyun pancaked his rival, practically palm, smothering the poor guy's nose. Towering over the loser, he questioned their collective brain cells while the commentator screamed about a BIC solo kill. Looking at the bright clouds, people wondered if this would flip the script on the match, and meanwhile, the boy rubbed his bro in disbelief. Pointing a finger like an angry schoolmarm, Hyokjin griped about this trash-tier gameplay, asking if the concept of actual control was a foreign language to them. He insisted she follow his lead, but she barked back that his directions were way too obnoxious for any sane person to obey. Looking grumpy, the boy asked if she realized her lone wolf act was tanking the tournament, but she hit back by asking if his bossy attitude was choking her vibe. With a loud slap of his hands, Kang Hyun marched over and told everyone to chill since they actually won wondering why they were fighting over spilled milk. Deokun stared at his shoes while being told his bossy micromanagement crippled the main guy, sparking a debate on whether his version of teamwork was just a solo ego trip. Looking baffled, the girl was teased about whether she was a physicist or a gamer, and if she intended to outsmart rivals with gravity or brain power. Folding his arms, the guy joked about the two troublemakers bickering, while Silva noted his sudden captain energy, which Noah claimed was a hidden talent. They moped a bit, remembering the professor's advice to be objective about their performance. A skyscraper loomed, and then we saw our hero lounging on his mattress. Perspiration leaked from the dude as he worried if the squad would even survive the week. Catching a chuckle, the student glanced over to see Han and No having a silent, glaring contest. Amidst the swivel gaming chairs, the whole mess became clear. Propped on his bed, the gamer admitted that despite their high winning odds, the internal drama was poisoning the well and making what should be easy wins feel like grueling, painful marathons. With a sad squint, the lead guy lamented the team's broken chemistry, though his buddy wondered if things might just fix themselves. Lifting a hand, the kid reminded everyone they had 5 players, suggesting they think of themselves as the fingers on a single hand. Glancing over, Han lectured that grabbing anything requires all digits to cooperate, noting that one rogue finger ruins the whole grip, which sounded increasingly bizarre to the listener. Crossing his arms, the player argued the fingers weren't broken yet, so they could eventually be reined back in. The boy just looked lost in the weird metaphor. The guy wondered if that trash talk was appropriate for a pro, but No just gaped and reminded him they were foes anyway. From his mattress, the hero assured everyone they would bounce back, while the team vowed to seek vengeance in their next clash. Lifting his chin, Arlie asked if Haru was okay, sensing something was fishy. Staring at the floor, the student muttered that it was no big deal. Picturing the girl rocking a microphone, the student noted her smooth rapport with the guy, and the band's solid practice sessions. Hans arched his brows, admitting that while things looked shiny, he felt like the weak link, especially since he swore not to stalk Haru in the real world. Back then, the girl had flashed a grin, hoping they would just follow her lead. Clutching her heart, the vocalist begged them to keep her existence purely digital and not hunt her down offline. The gamer confessed that his curiosity about her actual face was growing by the second, leaving the young man looking completely baffled and confused. Thinking out loud, No questioned if the guy was genuinely smitten. Sunlight flickered through branches while wide-eyed blue slugs shrieked. She had dangled her legs, shoving aside weird creeps. The girl looked stern when jeered, but players arrived. The student groused that she expected to be the strongest at the academy, yet she lost to some nobodies. Surrounded by monster loot, she gritted her teeth, wondering what her point in Bict was if her stats were failing her. She had just kept her hands tucked away. Wiping her brow, the girl mentioned her own scuffle with the auction house. Suddenly she spotted a piece of plastic. The gamer snatched up the item and called out to the student. Walking over, he informed her that she had lost her card. The kid's jaw hit the floor. Shia blinked in confusion, wondering if a simple thank you was too much to ask before checking her screen. Seconds later, the girl shoved her smartphone right under the guy's nose. The display showed a message asking if she was indeed the Shia from Bict. With hands in his pockets, the guy confirmed it, totally puzzled as to why that was the text. The lady turned bright red. Placing a hand over her heart, the girl proudly declared that she was her biggest supporter. The girl's brows shot up when she saw the request for an autograph. Clunk. A can tumbled from the machine. She passed the beverage to Shia, perched on a bench. The player was stunned, until the girl clarified it was a bribe for returning the ad. She admitted she'd always wanted to chat as a fan, while the gamer, wiping sweat, found the fan girl talk quite bizarre. Biting her lip, the student commented on her cheerfulness and asked why she communicated via phone. Shia quirked an eyebrow, asking if she'd always been this way and what her name was. The girl tapped the screen repeatedly. After a brief pause, the female student let out a grin, her expression positively beaming, and as she lifted the edges of her mouth, she announced her handle, while the gamer glancing her way noted his new acquaintance tag. Then the chap swung his head around, watching as she laced her fingers together and inquired if she, too, could spectate that very match, to which Haru chirped a cheerful yes, adding a side note that while it was a bummer they took a loss, there were heaps more matches coming so they shouldn't fret. The young scholar's face looked quite perplexed, clearly wondering if she appeared utterly pathetic, and while tightly balling her hands into fists she lamented her own terrible performance, admitting she was supposed to be a sharpshooter, but her long-distance accuracy was non-existent, relying solely on brute force to charge forward, which ultimately got her taken out and cost the squad the win, prompting the player to grit his teeth and admit he'd been sparring with the auctioneer and achieved nothing but being a major drag on the team. When just then the songstress shoved her phone toward the girl, explaining with a smile that she became an admirer precisely because she loved that very stubborn streak. As in the game, the user snagged the foe by the hair, and Haru typed out that it truly didn't matter how many bad guys stood before her, she just wouldn't yield, only advancing. And while that tactic didn't always pan out well, she thought those were the moments she truly sparkled. brightest, causing the girl to close her eyes with deep satisfaction, and declare that she simply had no recourse but to cheer for her, making Xia instantly flush crimson, as the lady touched her own chin, musing that something was piquing her curiosity, specifically asking if the Time Heroes contingent could manage without a dedicated marksman. The singer countered that she figured close combat suited her better, after which the player drooped his gaze, pondering aloud if dragging along range specialist all the way to the bottom lane was truly necessary. A sliver of sun caught the foliage just then, and simultaneously the vocalist apologized, confessing she knew practically zip about the game and had spouted nonsense, for which the user offered thanks because it actually helped. Then perched on a seat, the student questioned why she was chatting via phone and if she had a frog in her throat. A bee of perspiration trickled down Harris' cheekbone, and she tentatively raised her hand, suggesting she would only share the scope if the other person promised to keep the whole thing under wraps. A massive edifice came into view. Noah gave his cheek a quick rub, sitting across from Daekjun and internally questioning why the fellow had summoned him, wondering if he'd managed to put his foot in something again. The gamer's smug was set in a very serious mold. The scholar let the corners of his mouth droop, and then, to the protagonist's utter shock, which made his eyebrows shoot up, the user suddenly mumbled an apology, as the fellow dipped his head, saying sorry for messing up the current match with his bizarre commands and generally souring the team environment, blaming it all on his own nervous energy, prompting Daekjun to shut his eyes and confess that had let one single loss reveal his total lack of backbone, and as their captain, he felt genuinely ashamed. Lifting a hand into the air, the chap assured him that everything was perfectly fine, adding swiftly that it was entirely due to his own personal failings. The younger fellow directed his sight toward the team's commander. The player's eyes widened like saucers upon hearing that Noah also had a tidbit to drop, specifically asking if he recalled Noah mentioning that he and Nightmare attended the same academy. The team then gave a smug little smirk, and the main character revealed that, as a matter of fact, he had been the target of this guy's torment back in high school. The protagonist clamped his mouth shut, explaining that this rich kid came from money while he was a parentless waif, so they were hardly in the same league. With a slight upward curve of his lips, the young man chirped that the sole thing he was positive about was his own gaming prowess, causing the Metal Sharks team member to clench his jaw in sudden dread, as Noah declared had always thrashed him in every sport imaginable, so he figured he could at least outshine him in this one thing. Achieving a momentary psychological triumph, sweat was now streaming down Daekjun's face, and the main character lamented that this time had dropped the single contest he actually stood a chance of winning, and despite feeling furious, he also found the whole situation incredibly grating. The central figure piped up that the final verdict wasn't actually in yet, causing the student to blink rapidly in surprise. Clenching his fist with clear satisfaction, the guy announced that their standings were now perfectly even, and considering he snagged the top spot when enrolling, his overall tally against Loki was now level as well. Looking downward, the scholar listened as the other person stated they only had a tie score with him, and promised they would clinch every remaining game, blast into the playoffs, confront once more, and definitely wipe the floor with them. The professor then gave a slight smile, remarking that if he was that concerned, he should seek out the main character, and perhaps all his troubles would vanish, a meaning the player grasped instantly when he'd been told to go meet the protagonist. The user pondered that this relentless urge not to lose must be the very essence of relentless forward momentum. And just then, Noah, clutching his phone, noted that it was already time for practice. Suddenly the protagonist spun toward the team captain, making the latter snap his head up quickly. Raising his eyebrows, the fellow inquired if he planned to join him for the training session. Just as tall barriers came into view, Daekjun, hand stuffed deep in his pockets, commented that this man had been running through that exact drill by himself, adding that he finally figured out why his performance in the lane had recently seen an uptick. Staring intently at the glowing display, the young man mentioned that he could select the adversary's equipment loadout, and specified precisely what kind of armament he desired. The gamer's pupils contracted instantly. The user declared he wanted nothing more than a single, solitary dagger, after which Noah's jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming that they should commence immediately, while the leader internally wondered if his buddy was genuinely obsessing over that detail yet again. Suddenly, an adversary materialized directly in front of the student, the foe visibly enveloped in a shimmering magical haze. Flipping his chosen weapon aside, the student mumbled something about his objective being straightforward, emphasizing that he joined the academy for the express purpose of becoming a top-tier sports athlete. Loki once extended a single finger, and Daekjun explained that his intense desire not to be beaten by Loki wasn't simple rivalry, but more of a gut-wrenching feeling of being betrayed when Loki quit the team without even a quick word to him. The teenager's face instantly flushed a deep scarlet. A still shot of a famous player filled the television screen, and then the student announced that the simple, driving force behind his quest to turn pro was simply wanting to emulate the legendary Faker. Abruptly then, the student's ongoing adversary came charging straight at him. The user lifted one brow upon hearing the advice to lock his focus down. After a brief beat, Daikjun raised his gleaming sword high. The leader's eyes narrowed with alarming speed. The opponent's gaze blazed with fierce intensity. In a sudden move, the enemy knocked the weapon clear out of the student's grasp, and the final tally of their digital duel flashed upon the monitor. Noah, standing behind his teammate, asked if that challenger they just faced was actually quite formidable. Drenched in sweat, the kid double-checked if the teacher really confessed to stalking him, only to hear that the old man already handed over the goods. Weird vibes circled the bad guy, making Daikjun suspect he jumped the gun, though witnessing it once hardly made him an expert witness. So the boss begged for another round, but our hero gaped like a fish and shouted that the spotlight belonged to him now. A pair of limbs materialized before the dude gave the wood a solid thumping. The fellow parked at the desk gave the green light for him to step inside. Staring forward, the perv wondered why things were so gloomy, noticing the boy's hands buried deep in his pants while looking like a kicked puppy. And the student grilled him on whether the files belonged to the legendary faker, making the mentor leak like a broken faucet. So with a frown, he demanded to know how anyone tracked down a ghost player and what their secret connection was. Opening his trap, the refined fellow questioned her logic regarding that wild assumption. Daikjun stared at the guy and explained he'd been stalking the pro's gameplay since he was in diapers to mimic every twitch. And he bet his lunch money that no one else had wasted more hours rewatching Faker's highlights than him. Digital ghosts of the goat appeared, and the chief admitted that grinding with these mystery files made it obvious they were dealing with the legend himself. Reaching out, the kid mentioned he would have sold his kidney at auction for those files, but the ghost seller ghosted him. And since these records are priceless and impossible to purchase, the wide-eyed student declared that holding them now was basically a sign from the heavens. His eyeballs popped out in total shock. Out of nowhere, the educator shushed him with a finger to the lips, looking grave while promising to spill the tea if the boy cared, and clutching his heart, the youth soared to take the info to his grave, right before a whole squad of gamers crashed the party. The teacher smirked while hiding his hands, announcing that the Victor Unicorns were their next victims in round 5 if they did mess up, and he mentioned that since they finally learned how to talk to each other last time, he expected a glow up, while the bot chirped for the force to be with them, and Noah grumbled about that teamwork nonsense, glancing at Daikjun and Shia while doubting their survival, which earned him a nasty look from the girl. Then suddenly she threw her hand up and asked to be the front-line brawler instead of a back-row archer, leaving our hero thinking she was too sharp to stay in the back. Folding his arms, the player noted she'd been filling the slot as a favor, even though she felt like a fish out of water, because she was terrible at sniping from distance and preferred to just punch things until they stopped moving. Benching herself, mentally, Shia admitted that being a grunt was tougher than being a sniper, especially when the map shrunk and things got sweaty, but she wanted to show off her true muscle. And wiping her brow, she claimed this wasn't an ego trip but a play for the team's glory, refusing to be the dead weight any longer. Then the professor chewed his lip, realizing the girl had finally stopped overthinking and found her own path to greatness. The gamer stared at his shoes, wondering what on earth was happening. The educator admitted it sounded like a solid plan, causing the student to look like he'd just seen a ghost. Giving the kid a head pat, the coach agreed to trial her strategy, noting that her gorilla strength would probably carry the day, and she thanked him, leaving a sweaty no questioning if the Ice Queen Shia had actually just humbled herself. Witnessing the solemn faces, our hero was baffled that nobody protested the crazy plan, while the girl grinned like she won the lottery. The boss turned beet red, making the rest of the crew squint in confusion at the awkward scene, just as the floating island came into view. A pointy stick suddenly lunged at him, but the kid dodged it like a pro before delivering a gut punch that turned the enemy's eyes into white marbles, and the announcer yelled that Shia from Meg had just bagged her 5th victim, prompting her to flex and roar like a champion. Sitting nearby, Stardust noted the girl had bounced back from her earlier failures, proving that her brawler strategy was a stroke of genius, and Haru clutched a fan sign with the lady's face on it, while the caster screamed that she was definitely the most valuable player of the match. The hero scowled like a grumpy cat. Sparks flew from his hand as he hollered about her being a beast, clearly annoyed that she was hogging all the glory today, while tiny fighters clashed right in front of him, and while the archer aimed, the boy realized the mid-lane enemy had pulled a vanishing act. Gasping for air, Noah cried out that his target had vanished, only to be grilled about which way the guy ran, making him fear another lecture from Daikjun. A single bead of moisture rolled down his face, reminding him to keep his cool despite the chaos. While smacking a foe, the captain shouted that he had finally spotted the missing runner. The gamer whipped his head around to see what was sneaking up on him. The player told him to hold his beer while he handled the threat, urging the kid to charge the medal for the win, which brought happy tears to the boy's eyes. Planting a boot on the loser's spine, the boy looked so epic that Noah whispered about his coolness, all while the kid gripped his twin blades tightly. Spinning around, Daikjun questioned if the vision was real, pondering if he was hallucinating or truly awake. While the academic and his crew rested on stools, the boss suddenly turned a bright shade of crimson. The instructor squinted like a confused owl and flicked the moisture off his face. The helper wondered why the lad was staring this way, shocked to find the legendary faker in the professor's seat. Projectiles bombarded the spire as the announcer yelled that Baek was relentlessly attacking, showing iron resolve after the brawl and showcasing their epic comeback. Gazing at the starry expanse, Nell blinked shut, shoving his mitts in his denim. Our hero noted SMVE status, feeling glad to be on Deokjun's level despite his own stagnant skills. With a grumpy face, he confessed a deep desire to be the Tsar, wishing he didn't care about public opinion or possess the stamina of a marathon runner. Gritting his teeth, the fellow yearned for that sweet synchronization power once more. Unexpectedly Bizon, relaxing on a park seat, remarked that those were some inspiring sentiments. Gasping like a fish, the youth asked for a night, while the man joked that he must be famous, then questioned his bond with Han. No inquired if he referred to the coach Han, receiving a firm nod as the man stroked his goatee. The lead fellow asked why the heck he was hanging around, and the scholarly man, grinning like a shark, replied that he specifically sought him out. The boy asked for the motive, causing the elder to narrow his lids suspiciously. Poking the lad aggressively, the older gentleman declared that his patience had finally evaporated, chuckling with closed eyes. Bizon explained that the perf held him back until now, but his self-restraint was toast, admitting he had been itching to do this for ages. A solitary bead of perspiration trickled down the teenager's face the moment the topic of synchronization levels cropped up. Gripping the player's shoulders firmly, the trainer asked if he wanted the secret to not exploding while using his powers. Beaming, the scientist in charge of the brain, Sync Project invited Node to become a human guinea pig. The hero's eyes popped like dinner plates when told they would fix his broken abilities. Foliage drifted through the midnight air, and then the gamer tentatively asked if they were actually promising him a second chance at using that power. The scholar stayed quiet, his lips forming a thin, grumpy line. The man questioned if his pal had actually tracked Node down, prompting Bizon to wave a hand and shout that it had been a grueling 6-month wait. Lounging on the sofa, the boss of the colorful mermaids complained about the wait for stability. Though the other guy swore he followed orders, his spectacles shimmered with a mysterious light, while the teacher secretly hoped to see the boy evolve through grit alone without any fancy power-ups. The mentor suggested the kid's progress wasn't half bad, then asked why he craved the sync so badly, causing him to grab his ankles and yell because though the listener already realized he simply wanted to become a top-tier ace and help the team, the gamer scowled with deep, simmering annoyance. Leaning forward like a hungry predator, the protagonist stated he needed to surpass Shia, mostly because he hated being demoted from the spotlight. Staring intensely, the professor wondered if such a petty reason was truly the spark. Clutching the boy's noggin, Bizon roared that such a feat was practically a pipe dream. Smirking, the manager of the colorful mermaids promised to give it his all, asking if the kid trusted him, while the colleague sighed that if the boy was this determined, there was no stopping him. The school instructor watched the duo intently, admitting he placed his bets on the user's potential. Noah grinned like a lottery winner, realizing his powers were back, provided he followed the rule of not using them in real matches until the training ended. The protagonist climbed into the virtual gaming coffin, and then, out of nowhere, his digital avatar took shape and replaced his human form. Wandering the lab, the kid felt totally lost. Glancing back, the lead researcher explained this was a custom-made sandbox for testing his brain waves, filled with all sorts of fancy data points. Pointing at the massive monitor, the mentor showed some embarrassing footage from the entrance trials, making the player complain about the selection of his worst moments. A glowing gauge popped up next to the fellow, and he cut to the chase, explaining that the kid's powers were wonky because his levels spiked like a caffeine addict's heart rate instead of moving slowly like normal people. The hero gnashed his teeth in confusion when the man suggested a simple sigh could set off his power levels. He wondered what kind of mental gymnastics were actually required to make the numbers go off. A flashback flickered where the gamer stood behind the top-tier warrior and dared him to a duel. Now, he pondered which specific moment in that scrap triggered his power surge. The pupil grinned, questioning if a rank loser like his opponent was truly worth the hype. Then the star student landed a heavy thud right in the center of his chest. Raising his defense just in time, the boy felt his posture crumble like a house of cards. In the memory, Noah began a slow motion tumble onto his backside after the heavy impact. A smug, punchable smirk stretched across the face of his rival. At that exact moment, the pro gamer seized the protagonist by the throat, pinning him to a brick wall. The bully mocked him for being a big talker who was actually just a pathetic weakling. Running his fingers through his messy locks, the young man confessed that he really shouldn't judge people's power levels so poorly in the future. The student in the snow-white shirt scowled with rage. Noah looked at the floor, squeezing his hand into a tight ball, and muttered that the spike happened because he saw a face he absolutely loathed, prompting Bizon to suggest a risky experiment without the 100 safety cap. The kid's eyes went wide when he was told to spar with a hologram. Hun's ghost shimmered in neon blue, stroking his chin. The prof noted a 207 reading, doubting it would go higher against him. The top student wore a muddy brown cloak, and the mermaid coach noted no change at 240. She stood tall, and suddenly the hero saw the meter hit 340, leaving him baffled while the teacher noted her strange influence. Deokjin relaxed his beefy arms, and the professor mused that his value had dipped back to 204. Roy pouted, and the power level stabilized instantly. The user named Jin's eyes that glowed like empty white light bulbs. Looking down at the data, Bizin let out a startled yelp. No's jaw tightened like a very rusty vice. Deep in the gloom, the mysterious visage of a player in a disguise peered out. With heavy armor draped over his frame, the kid's synchronization hit a staggering 450. Leaning on his hip, the teacher marveled at the record-breaking stats, then asked how he was connected to the nightmare of the Metal Shark Squad. Raising his chin dramatically, the leading man revealed this character was his high school bully, adding that the jerk called him a failure every single day. So he truly didn't want to fail ever again. The mentor stroked his beard thoughtfully, realizing now that the power fluctuation was entirely linked to a person's moods. The player gave a defiant thumbs up, declaring his arch nemesis was someone who thought the skull mask looked amazing, yet the head of research couldn't fathom what sort of feeling the protagonist held toward his fellow competitor and partner. The protagonist's brow furrowed like an old map as Bizin theorized that if these intense feelings dictated his sync level, then the ultimate feeling that maximized it could be pure awareness of a rival, a raging desire for absolute victory, or even a simple, fiery competitive spirit. The laboratory featured giant beakers brimming with bizarre fluids, and the professor decided he needed a bit more detail on this. Immediately suggesting they move on to the next round of testing, the scene shifted to an office skyscraper silhouetted against the dark evening sky, where a very wary individual was simply collapsing onto a cushion. Han placed both palms on the bed, noting his neighbor looked utterly exhausted, and recalled hearing some rumors from his own coach. Then asked if it was true they were running these strange experiments related to synchronization levels, to which he got an affirmative nod, holding a wicked needle between his fingers. The coach of the colorful mermaid team inquired if mere physical discomfort might influence his synchronization score, and the young man confessed they had been subjected to odd trials and kept there for 5 whole days, adding that he initially thought the coach was just a pleasant old man, but actually, he was terrifyingly obsessed with weird scientific inquiry. He suddenly remembered to ask if his teammate was actually fine with their team's coach essentially helping to train the competition. Peering down from his elevated bunk, the student insisted that he absolutely did not mind at all, explaining he wanted to battle his rival when he was in peak fighting condition. And besides, their entire team was unfortunately devoid of anyone who actually pursued excitement or fun, which prompted the mentor to quietly mutter that every single team had its own unique personality, or color. Tilting his head like a confused poppy, No asked if the massive concert preparations were running smoothly, to which his roommate happily stated they were getting along famously, adding that frankly, it felt like they probably didn't need to practice another minute. The protagonist quickly inquired about Haru, when Han suddenly launched himself onto the floor, declaring she possessed a wonderful singing voice, but his friend quickly clarified that wasn't exactly the point he was trying to make. The player leaned his head back as his friend asked if he had managed to pinpoint a legitimate reason why he was so determined to encounter her in the real world. The guy spun away from his companion, admitting he hadn't the slightest clue about that particular answer. Lowering his eyebrows in genuine alarm, the student internally screamed that he definitely had a crush on Haru, and inwardly cursed himself for being such a massive emotional idiot. The young man nervously dragged his finger along the floor, and the protagonist worried that after the concert was over, they might never meet again, questioning if he was wasting precious time since he couldn't even stand to watch the stream comfortably because the atmosphere was just too stuffy. The characters' dark outlines stood back to back, and No pondered whether he should just take charge and attempt to force these two romantic messes together. The view shifted to an ominous, completely black void. Suddenly, rapid footsteps began echoing. Several colleagues in dark, expensive suits marched confidently forward. Smirks of malicious intent appeared on the faces of both the guy and the girl. Spreading her hands in a wide gesture, the lady noted they hadn't seen each other in far too long, then smoothly asked if her counterpart had been doing well during this long separation. The cryptic man held a carved chess piece between his fingers and delivered a short greeting to his assembled subordinates. The chief inquired if all the planned affairs were moving along properly, prompting Lily to tilt her head slightly and confirm that they had successfully handled the assistant's necessary assurances, and furthermore, no one from the Academy's supposed security team had even suspected their organization existed. Putting his hand dramatically to his neck, Loki stated that he was finished with the necessary involvement of all the members of their Metal Sharks group when asked how the recruitment of fresh faces had progressed. Sitting back in his chair, the mysterious man assumed that their initial preparations were mostly finished, and then added that before they could dive into the actual villainous work, he had summoned the two of them here to pass along a tiny bit of vital information. A sculpted figure of a noble knight rested on the chessboard, and at that moment the boss revealed they had failed to discover the reason, but he had received intel confirming that the individual known as Faker, who perpetually concealed his true identity, was currently operating inside the academy. The young man flashed a knowing, sly grin and wondered aloud if the boss was now speaking about his beloved idol and the famous auction sensation. In that very second, his pupils noticeably shrank to pinpricks when the chief offered the straightforward advice that he really needed to be extra careful around Faker. Lowering his jaw, the riddle-wrapped man ominously declared that this particular player could potentially become a massive obstacle in the path of their highly important scheme. Placing her hand expertly into her pocket, the girl instantly accepted the command when the boss instructed them never to forget that Faker actually existed. The mysterious leader tightened his fingers around the delicate chess piece he held. After placing the elements securely onto the board, the boss dramatically announced that the main, decisive move would be initiated in exactly 3 days during the highly anticipated Academy Festival. A moment later, an unseen figure ruthlessly pushed the black game piece completely off the square grid. A distinct, satisfied smirk spread across his features. A single game component fell onto the table atop, and the boss coolly remarked that on that exact day, they would utterly demolish the entirety of the fantastic academy. Smiling broadly and shouting with sheer joy, No excitedly exclaimed that this was the fabled Academy Festival. The view shifted to a game street, right in the center of which enormous statue stood proudly on the day of the school celebration. A child's eyes widened with pure joy, and the main character was utterly astonished that he saw actual people from reality, after which he finally understood what they meant when describing the fusion of reality and the intersecting world. Dropping his jaw, the guy asked if Kun was scheduled to perform today, to which Kun replied that there was much time before the demanding training camp started, so everything was quite manageable, and the question was repeated regarding what he planned to do with his friend. In the very next moment, the player decisively pointed his index finger straight forward. Putting his entire palm dramatically to his forehead, Gang Hyun offered a greeting to the protagonist, spreading his arms wide. Noah confessed he couldn't grasp what his friend was doing in this location, to which Noah explained that his actual companion had some urgent business to attend to briefly, so he had to be here as the designated substitute, when he was suddenly asked if his absent friend had simply ditched them and run away. Smiling widely, the substitute user explained that only about 3 hours had passed since the friend left, and the main character mentally retorted that 3 hours absolutely qualified as a definitive escape. The young man lowered his chin and asked if his new companion would accept a paddleball challenge, explaining that this was a specialty Academy Festival item that conveniently permitted an immediate one-on-one skirmish. A vibrant magic sphere instantly enclosed the two students, and the user simultaneously revealed that if you forcefully toss this glowing orb and strike your chosen opponent, a protective shield will immediately materialize around both the person who threw the projectile and the poor soul who was hit. A sharp sword cleanly punctured a piece of paper, and the fighter remarked that following the activation they just needed to select the method of competition, adding that if they desired, absolutely anyone could place a ridiculous bet in the form of a physical object. The guy quickly looked away, and his companion suggested he could simply think of it as the academic version of the Tama fight, then noted that it looked like the chaos had already started right over there. Walking past a variety of vendor stalls, Noah inquired if the game really took up that much street space, to which his friend admitted he thought it was slightly uncivilized to host such an activity in the middle of a busy thoroughfare, when suddenly the nearby vendor loudly exclaimed that such an opinion was not the best way to put it, since this was a crazy festival after all. A single drop of sweat rolled down the main character's cheek, and he nervously clarified whether his busybody neighbor had been the one who dragged him into this spectacle. Clenching his fingers tightly around the pulsing orb, Hun forcefully declared that he specifically wished to challenge the protagonist right now. Immediately, a powerful magical shield began forming rapidly around the two unsuspecting heroes. The hard barrier pressed uncomfortably against Janjun's cheek, and he sputtered, not understanding why they would conduct this here because it was terribly inappropriate. Putting his hands casually into his pockets, the player explained he still despised the fact that he had lost to his rival that one time, after which he casually suggested they should just start their brawl right away. Looking straight ahead, the guy nervously contemplated how this entire spectacle was unfolding in such an incredibly crowded place, and then asked how they would even determine which game they would play. Raising his head upward, the student asked if his opponent noticed the large hovering cube above them, explaining that whichever image the item landed on would grant that person the power to select the actual game. Smirking widely, the young man asked if this meant they would be clashing seriously for the very first time in what felt like ages. The main character smiled back, returning the eager intensity. In the exact same moment, the giant floating cube violently dropped onto the hard ground. The image of Han was clearly visible on the uppermost surface. A man walked past, carrying various snacks sealed carefully inside transparent plastic bags. Chio was happily taking big bites of her skewer dish. Hera held a juicy burger in her hands and noted that there were so many wonderfully delicious things available at the festival, to which her friend replied that the prices were fantastically low, and better yet, they wouldn't gain any weight. making this the absolute best place to binge eat. The girls were leisurely strolling down the street, and the singer then profusely thanked the idol for agreeing to hang out with her today, to which the idol asked what all the formality was about, because they were close friends, and heard back that it was still a tremendous honor for a simple fan. Looking warmly at her friend, the player asked what her plans were for today after the performance finished, and whether she would actually reveal the full, honest truth to the rest of the group members. Placing her hand gently to her neck, the lady softly admitted that she still found the situation quite terrifying. A single bead of sweat trickled down her cheek, and she explained that she feared meeting someone she already knew in the real world, dreading that her true self would deeply disappoint the people she only interacted with online. In a prior memory, the friend sat on a plain wooden bench. Having previously clarified what the condition aphasia actually was, the student asked if this essentially meant she was completely unable to utter a single word, to which she closed her eyes and displayed a typed message indicating that if she merely attempted to make a sound, she could do it, but she was fundamentally unable to carry on a proper conversation. The vocalist managed a happy, small grin as she relayed that according to her doctor, it was impossible to pinpoint the precise reason, but he suspected it was most likely due to a severe emotional shock she experienced during her childhood. Tilting her head down sadly, Haru explained that those beloved people were probably only meeting her because of her extraordinary voice, and then asked tearfully if they would instantly feel let down if they saw her true, silent self in real life. Looking sadly at the ground, the girl eventually suggested that it would be significantly better for all involved if she simply continued being friends with them solely within this place and consciously avoided seeing them in ordinary, everyday life only. Taxed, and, clutching the skewered snack like a tiny, culinary scandal, she had declared this entire situation at Drafty. The player, juggling her shopping haul, mentioned she'd encountered Chia everywhere imaginable, and the consistency was spooky, confirming she was equally predictable both in the real world and cyberspace. Placing the plate before the outraged diva, the student cheerfully suggested reporting anyone expressing disappointment, promising disciplinary action that would ensure they never utter such ridiculous poppycock again. A supernova of devotion erupted in the admirer's gaze. Twinkling dangerously, the woman blissfully fluttered her eyelids shut, inquiring if perhaps they might have a clandestine little rendezvous once the curtain fell on the grand performance. The user poked her companion sharply with an elbow, demanding an explanation for why the restrictive clause only applied to forbidding actual face-to-face gatherings, to which her friend mumbled that she was merely a bashful, blushing wallflower. The vocalist shrieked that delicious egg tarts were being peddled right over yonder, causing her companion to gasp dramatically, and warned that any subsequent tardiness to the show was squarely on the tart's shoulders. Just then, an impenetrable, defensive screen materialized smack dab in the center of the road. The peculiar, shimmering orb of enchantment commenced a rapid, unceremonious vanishing act. Noah immediately slapped his palm against the ground, checking for structural integrity. The star of the show clamped his molars together so hard they might crack from sheer rage, then let loose a terrified bellow. Hovering right behind Hun, the player screamed that this feat defied logic, considering Hun had just crushed the rhythm game's hardest difficulty, earning Incest Plus designation. Hun, meanwhile, grumbled that picking a game with such a biased opponent felt profoundly unsporting. The student suggested another round, but his rival suddenly thrust a palm forward, declaring this confrontation was their grand final. Since they each secured one victory and one devastating defeat, the score officially stood as a tie. Waggling his digits menacingly near the student's nose, the user asserted that the true champion would be crowned at the forthcoming tournament. The two champions exchanged a firm handshake. Simultaneously, the main guy dramatically swore he would never be defeated again, and his buddy instantly chimed in that the sentiment was mutually shared, while Jin Hyun sighed softly that the whole juvenile rivalry was undeniably sweet. Offering a farewell wave, Han announced the hour was rather advanced, and he needed to scoot, prompting his friend to confirm he would absolutely be in the audience, so Han better put on a spectacular show. Resting his hand on his hip like a retired supervillain, No mused that despite appearances, this fellow clearly possessed the internal fortitude necessary to cheat death and loved ones just for a victory. Then, the sleek gentleman encased in the charcoal-colored business attire strode ahead with unsettling assuredness. Without warning, the protagonist's pupils swelled into dinner plates, reflecting pure, unadulterated terror. Directly ahead, the player recognized the face of a true menace. The awful kid who terrorized him during secondary education. The former rivals crossed paths like ships sailing in opposite directions, one marked for wreckage. Nightmare glanced back just as the hero declared he wouldn't suffer defeat when they met again. Addressing the back of the former school tyrant, the student passionately vowed that he possessed the grit to secure a decisive victory. The young man responded by simply dragging the edges of his mouth down into an extremely pronounced scowl, partially concealed by a spooky skeleton mask. One of the student's eyes glinted as he echoed the protagonist's challenge, adding darkly that there would be no opportunity for a rematch, then bid him farewell. Meanwhile, a frantic individual sprinted down the main thoroughfare amidst the school's massive festival, pushing through the bustling throngs. Haru lamented that the delightful distractions had made her completely lose track of the clock. Exactly as Shia had warned, she located herself trapped between two monolithic structures, realizing the assembly was imminent and she urgently required the fastest shortcut available. In the adjacent alley lurked shady characters sporting vibrantly colored ensembles, the dramatic shadows cast by the heroes in beast masks stretched along the pavement. When one abruptly asked the head Honko if halting their scheme might be advisable before things spiraled out of control, the villain, strangely wearing some sort of moisturizing hair mask, scoffed, asking if his comrade was having second thoughts yet again, and whether had forgotten their partnership deal. A cohort dressed in a ridiculous mouse costume clasped his hands nervously, and their commander sternly reminded them that failure meant severe personal peril for everyone involved. The singer flew past the hiding place just as the troublemakers discussed focusing exclusively on their main target, the academy director. Haru's eyes immediately sprang wide open when she overheard the chilling plan about Jimmy seizing total command of the entire institution. The young woman abruptly pivoted her attention, fixing a laser focus upon the peculiar, unfamiliar figures. The masked antagonists snapped their necks around like synchronized automatons, all staring straight at the vocalist. The woman instantly clamped her jaw shut so tight it hurt and released a muffled squeal of agony. Simultaneously, Shia's devoted follower dropped to the earth with a resounding, unfortunate thump. Subsequently, the talented singer cautiously peered over her shoulder. Hoisting a giant bear mask menacingly, the troublesome ruffian inquired exactly how much she had just managed to overhear. Haru instantly shut her brows up toward her hairline in exaggerated dismay, providing a firm, yet shaky, denial. Confronting her questioner directly, the young lady insisted weakly that her ears were entirely useless, and she hadn't detected a single syllable of incriminating conversation. The distinguished gentleman sporting the impressive monocle let his chin sag in utter disbelief and emitted a deep, theatrical gust of air. Leaning his head dramatically on his fist, Sailor lamented that somehow, through an unfortunate twist of fate, he had been saddled with the responsibility of babysitting this enormous academy event. The professor, reclining comfortably in his throne, dryly noted that Sailor was decidedly not blessed by fortune, prompting his counterpart to retort that since the professor was present, he could certainly sneak away for a coffee break. The individual responsible for creating the entire universe inquired if Lily was volunteering her time today, adding that youthful exuberance was truly magnificent, to which Lily placed a thoughtful finger on her chin and reminded him that he was barely eligible for adult discounts himself. Gazing vaguely off into the distance, the mentor mentally debated whether this whole situation qualified as a romantic outing or perhaps a similarly cringe-worthy social engagement. Just then, the automated system blared an announcement detailing the detection of a player's projectile firing within the notorious A7 sector, causing the nervous monitors to question whether a full-blown brawl was unfolding nearby. The instructor chose to focus the surveillance feed directly onto Sector A7, where the monitor displayed the alarming sight of several individuals wearing grotesque animal disguises aggressively cornering the poor vocalist. The woman's pupils shrank dramatically to pinpricks, especially after her coworker expressed astonishment that a whole horde of masked hoodlums were ganging up on a single, solitary student. Sporting a distinctly villainous smirk, Sailor voiced his outrage that these scoundrels dared attempt such nonsense right on campus, displaying absolutely zero fear of consequences. Then he dramatically promised to extract and expose every scrap of their prided identification details. Glancing at the ringleader's retreating figure, the professor spotted a telltale insignia confirming the perp was indeed the notorious Loki. In a flash, Lila's hand shot up and settled disturbingly close to her mentor's astonished countenance just as he started launching into a detailed lecture regarding the identity of this mysterious young delinquent. The ominous ring adorning the woman's finger began leaking thin, dangerous tendrils of dark sorcery. Instantaneously, the wicked woman viciously wrenched the poor gentleman's neck, sending him spiraling. The mastermind behind the fabrications of worlds crashed onto the carpet with a terrible noise, having been rendered completely unconscious by the sudden hijacking of his high-level administrative access. Observing the chaos on the enormous monitors, the lady coolly remarked that Loki was quite the reckless oaf and genuinely wondered how he ever managed to function without her managerial assistance. Trailing her tongue along her upper lip with predatory satisfaction, Lily commented that the scheme had merely kicked off slightly ahead of schedule, then casually inquired if this was the precise moment to unleash the truly spectacular main attraction of the entire festival. Yang Hyun dramatically opened his arms wide in a gesture of utter acceptance or perhaps exasperation. Nestled securely inside the container rested a cache of ominous, pitch black combat orbs. In a split second, the enchanted, shimmering spheres abruptly lit up with an intense and aggressive crimson illumination. Band members hovered by their instruments while a guy asked if anyone could get a hold of Haru, causing his companion to drop his jaw and joke that their rehearsal window had slammed shut since she was never late before. Meanwhile, Hyun stared at the screen thinking the signal was active, which meant she was still in the intersection world, but for some weird reason she wasn't responding. Then he recalled her dress dancing in the breeze and wondered if something went wrong or if she just got cold feet about the show. Suddenly the young man bolted from his chair and declared he was going to find her while his disciple sat there fuming with a face full of rage. Noah pressed his lips together in a daze, wandering down the street, while realizing that flying solo at a festival was way more depressing than he initially expected. So he looked at his shoes and wished he could invite Tone along even though he had been avoiding the intersection like the plague for ages. Right at that moment, the scholar snapped his neck toward a symphony of frantic shrieking echoing nearby. Sneaking up behind a wall of people, our main man couldn't figure out if there was a show going on or a riot, while a girl on the pavement begged for some kind of miracle. Gripping the shrieking man with both hands, the gamer explained they were just having a casual match with a battle ball, but as soon as the whistle blew, her friend decided to start having a major physical meltdown. The dude wearing the bucket head helmet looked over and asked if the intersection was prone to such nasty glitches, but she snapped back that it was impossible and suggested it was likely just some weird, immersive street theater. Glancing at his digital HUD, the user realized with a sinking heart that the logout button was completely broken. Noah ground his molars in a panic, unable to wrap his head around why everyone was complaining about being stuck in the game, so he suggested they go find the Academy boss and demand some answers. Out of nowhere, a guy wearing a giant rooster face popped up behind the hero and asked what all the clucking commotion was about. The antagonist was casually feeding a custom-built combat sphere as if it were a pet. In that same heartbeat, the mystery man shoved the orb toward the group. The sphere zoomed toward the player's jugular faster than a sneeze in a library. A massive turtle was seen paddling through the clouds with a giant fortress perched on its shell, inside which the Academy director was lounging on his throne. Squinting through his wrinkles, the old-timer realized that the rumors were actually the cold, hard truth. Dark energy swirls wrapped around the back of the chair as the leader noted that the Academy was currently at total train wreck, while a girl stood behind him suggesting her current actions were no joke, leading him to admit he never dreamed she could pull off such a massive stunt. Then the boss called out to Lilia, fixed her hair and bragged about her easy checkmate, mentioning that the school's security was basically as thin as a wet paper towel. To which the headmaster replied that the youth in his day weren't this crazy before asking if she had snagged the deed to the world yet, only for the villainess to shut her eyes and explain she had simply locked the exits and tickled the system's belly. A black orb sat lonely on the floor while the lady explained that she had successfully converted all those harmless battle balls into lethal weapons and added a special mode just for the losers. Suddenly, the old man's pupils shrank to tiny dots when his guest noted he might think her edits were useless. Then she wondered aloud what would happen if the pain sensitivity in this virtual world was cranked up to a blistering 100%. Turning her head around, the supervisor asked if she was aware of the fallout, getting a response about a famous article claiming that dying in the intersection with max pain settings would trick the brain into dying in the real world too, which left the man totally confused. Then Lilia spread her arms and said she just wanted to watch the chaos unfold, grabbing the seat while explaining her pals were currently pelting guests with combat spheres, causing the masked guy to fume as the villainous laughed that hope was a losing game. Meanwhile, a bandit in a bear mask stalked a pair of players as Loki tossed an orb and his partner confirmed they had already picked out the loser. Then the lady dragged the throne toward the edge and mentioned a mass sacrifice would be the talk of the town, asking if breaking the Academy's firewall wouldn't be a total shocker for the public, while the director stood there with her mouth agape wondering what the prize for all this mayhem actually was. Kicking the fence in frustration, the mean girl muttered that the main event was still to come, dangling the old man over the abyss while explaining that the demise of the system administrator and game master named Jimmy was the real goal, and as the leader's crown tumbled into the dark she called it their first big step. But the Academy director just squeezed his eyes shut with grim determination. The lady's eyes bugged out in a panic when the man suggested that she wasn't the only lunatic running around with a grand plan. Jimmy's ring started glowing like a disco ball, and he questioned if she honestly believed taking his life was going to be that simple. A blinding flash of light suddenly exploded all over the balcony area. Closing her eyes and letting out a loud shriek, Lilia stood before massive wooden doors until a dapper old man in a business suit suddenly materialized right behind her. Pushing up his glasses, the Academy head remarked that weaklings always project their own failures onto others, asking if she really thought he'd leave the world to professors without a safety net. Then he pointed his fingers and promised to tie her up, standing on the cliff edge as he added that he would take his sweet time listening to the names of every single one of her accomplices. The woman clamped her mouth shut, looking significantly more worried than before. Seconds later, a devious little grin started dancing across her face. Lilia suddenly blasted a whole fountain of crimson magic directly in front of her. Jimmy's jaw hit the floor in shock while dark energy swirled around the girl's hand. Then the system reported that an admin command was triggered but was currently frozen until his powers stabilized, meaning all his orders were officially cancelled. With her eyes bulging in pure terror, The academy boss couldn't figure out how she managed it until her rival joked that as fellow admins they could just cancel each other out. Then the villain stepped forward and bragged that she had spent 3 long years making a pirated copy of the Passepartout key. Holding the combat orb right against the old man's nose, the lady smirked and asked if he was still a big fan of playing games. Clenching his jacket in both fists, the manager pointedly asked if she truly believed her rule. Bending meant she wouldn't face exclusion, even though she had completely rewritten the playbook. Peeling off her blindfold, Lilia scoffed, claiming she was practically an expert on the digital meaning of pain, whatever that meant in a game. With a mischievous grin, the girl suggested they commence a deadly game where lives hung in the balance. The gray-haired man, known as the god of battle moves, found his virtual board games boring before virtual reality took over. He had never once lost a strategy match like chess, bad or changey, earning him the legendary title of Game Master. A dramatic glint flashed across the lenses of his glasses, fitting for the director of the prestigious science fiction academy, who was now rapidly assessing the escalating situation. As Jimmy watched Lilia, he knew her smug overconfidence wasn't just bravado. She clearly had a secret trick up her sleeve. The battle ball's game selection was unpredictable, and since she probably manipulated it, his chances of winning were negligible. Tapping his fingers together, the manager realized he was heading for a dangerous checkmate situation, so he decided to make a desperate choice and call for backup. The old man stroked his beard, adopting a thoughtful pose, shifting her gaze to the side. The girl wondered if he was thinking deeply or just trying to look important. The villain pressed the sphere against his opponent's chest, smugly announcing the game would proceed regardless. Suddenly, a protective barrier shot up around the heroes, causing the villain to sharply drop his hand in frustration. The man wore a distinctive ring on his finger, and he quickly chose to signal the people waiting outside for help. At that exact moment, a glowing, magical moth emerged from the ring and flew away. The intense, glowing eyes of a man hidden in the shadows suddenly appeared. Nova and his character were positioned back, utterly confused about where they were, despite being certain they were at a festival. Clenching his battle ball, the guy planned to use it for revenge. His previous battle had changed everything, and he needed this fight to wash away his shame. Standing among the surging crowd, the user couldn't figure out his surroundings. A bright flash of light reflected sharply in the young man's wide pupils. Peering through the crowd of onlookers, the top student finally spotted the protagonist he was searching for. A man wearing a rooster mask approached the player from behind, and the guy decided this was the perfect time to explain that everything in sight belonged to him. Suddenly, the bully raised his hand in preparation for an attack. At the exact moment, the stranger tagged Nose back with a battle ball. The academy student abruptly halted the bandit, furrowing his brows in frustration. The player exclaimed that the attacker was actually his father. The young man instantly squeezed the sphere in his hand. The resulting magic barrier shoved the protagonist sharply in the back, causing the user to collapse onto the ground. The surrounding crowd grumbled loudly about someone using a battle ball during such a serious situation. The protagonist let his jaw drop in exhaustion, thinking to himself that this was the definition of anxiety, when suddenly a voice call notification from the back team appeared. Tapping the screen to answer, the student wondered why the assistant was calling them all Kang. Hyun appeared in strange armor. Another girl was frozen mid-shoe with bewildered lips, and the auctioneer's eyes looked ready to pop out in fear. The assistant, wearing protective gear on his shoulder, frowned menacingly and shouted that there was an emergency, demanding everyone pay close attention. The user turned his head as the assistant ordered them to avoid all skirmishes and absolutely stop using battle balls. A drop of sweat ran down Nose's cheek when the assistant explained that a terrorist group had attacked the academy's mirror world and increased the physical sensation within battle balls to a painful 100. Holographic screens appeared with students asking if this was a prank and if terrorists meant they could quit the game. The young man lowered his eyebrows in disbelief as the assistant confirmed the news was real, explaining the main terrorist was Professor Lily from the Metal Sharks. The assistant warned that based on the information he received, her accomplices would soon begin to use battle balls to forcibly assault players. A sudden flashback showed Loki putting his hand into his pocket, making the user instantly suspect his friend might be involved. The student, mouth agape in anger, demanded to know the whereabouts of the professor. A man in a white coat stood before a massive tree, revealing he had left to take control of the situation. The professor looked up and noticed the gate was already closed. He gazed at the treetop, talking about which path remained. Duchin's jaw dropped in fright, exclaiming her mentor was working with the terrorists. She wondered frantically what to do next. The assistant explained that until the professor fixed everything, they needed to evacuate guests to the square for hiding. Pressing her hand to her leg, the girl added that she was pretty sure she had just bumped into one of the terrorists. A call to Haru appeared on her screen, and the assistant told her not to fight him under any circumstances. Just run away. Pressing her finger on the hologram, the student muttered that her friend was not responding. The man wearing the mouse mask gripped a battle ball tightly, clenching her fist. The user remarked that this was exactly how people were being attacked. then screamed that she wouldn't forgive anyone who dared hurt her fan. A view of the open air area showed someone shouting for everyone to evacuate. No dropped his jaw in anger and explained that the academy world had major issues, so nobody should use battle balls, telling everyone to follow him to the square during the evacuation. A person in the crowd mentioned they thought the inability to exit was just a bug, and another girl added that she was getting goosebumps. The protagonist shifted his gaze aside, thinking it best not to tell anyone about the increased sensitivity percentage. Just as the assistant advised, he then wondered if the fainting lady was also part of this supposed bug. Touching the barrier, No tried to shout encouragement to the two players, simultaneously worrying about she and whether she could fight the villains alone. Given how little he knew about the terrorist group inside the sphere, the guys stood opposite each other, and the protagonist shouted that they absolutely shouldn't hurt each other or fight until the administrator arrived. The best student clenched his jaw in displeasure, exclaiming that the whole situation was confusing. The guy on the street offered to go get someone for help. The rooster, masked man, thinking he was hunting for prey, hadn't expected to find such an outstanding user. Frowning angrily, the terrorist recalled losing to this guy in the entrance exam. He remembered perfectly how insulted he felt by those calm, defiant eyes and swore he would never forget. Approaching the young man, the terrorist decided that now, with an assistant, the protagonist was nothing more than easy prey. He invited him to play, asking if he was too cowardly for such nonsense. The best student silently lowered the corners of his mouth in frustration upon being told that he wouldn't be able to fight at all. Gun slumped, tilting his head down in exhaustion. Standing in the middle of the street with his palm resting on his chin, the student realized the noise had become so overwhelming that he couldn't hear Hiro. The elf's sharp ears picked up various phrases, leading him to realize that despite the confusion, the situation was clearly dangerous. Clenching his jaw, the young man worried that his beloved was caught in the turmoil. Gripping the controls in the virtual gamepad, the player decided to focus completely, searching for sounds hidden in even deeper places. Blood began to trickle from his nose as he pushed himself to concentrate even further. The girl's face was marked with numerous scrapes and abrasions. Suddenly, Khan sharply twisted his head backward. Peering down the narrow alleyway, the user sensed unstable breathing and a faint, helpless heartbeat. Instantly knowing someone had lost consciousness, he pressed his palm to the ground, desperately hoping the victim wasn't his girlfriend. At that precise moment, his pupils narrowed sharply due to anxiety. Between two houses lay the unconscious singer, her hair still neatly tied back with beautiful elastic bands. The young man sadly raised his eyebrows in despair. Leaning his head on his hand, Bowden burst out laughing. Lying on the table, the robot declared that nothing provided more charge than watching a good drama unfold. Plugged into the wall, the automatic machine realized he didn't need to worry about electricity bills at the academy, which made following no worthwhile. Moving to the window, the cyborg mused that he still couldn't understand what was so wonderful about these festivals. Looking at the crowd, one noted that they had combined reality and intersection points, but he preferred reality and couldn't understand everyone's virtual reality dependency. Suddenly, players began vanishing in beams of light, leaving only a few people on the street. Gripping the windowsill, the robot asked if the holograms had disappeared or if there was a connection failure. Turning back, the automatic machine asked if there was an electrical failure, though since the drama on screen was still running, he quickly dismissed the possibility. The cybernetic fellow, looking thoroughly bummed out, claimed this drama was above his pay grade, assuring everyone he'd just keep streaming the whole fiasco instead. Suddenly, a fellow concealing his face popped up right where the academy's mirror administrators were hiding out, reclining like a villain in his big chair. Loki confessed he was utterly flabbergasted that Professor Lily had decided to personally hunt down the big boss. The monitor glow illuminated his smug face, reminding him this area was officially sizzling, metaphorically and literally. Before he boasted they now controlled everything and capturing the director was practically secured, making this operation a certified success. Then, his eyes darted to a sudden red warning sign. The screen showed another masked intruder, this time sporting a ridiculous cardboard box helmet, prompting Loki to groan that guests always arrive before the monologue is finished. As lab coats scurried through the hallway, the box head confirmed the ruckus meant Professor Lee's warnings were spot on. Sarah, shaking her head, simply couldn't swallow the idea that Lily was the mastermind behind this colossal mess. Hoping their colleague, Professor Sailor, was safely clocking out his shift, Duncan, whose mask featured poorly cut eye holes, muttered that if they cranked the pain simulation to full blast, they might actually need to start paying attention. Taking a dramatic stride across the decking, the bad guy scoffed, expressing utter disbelief that these highly prestigious faculty members had bothered showing up. Clutching a battle ball tightly, Loki announced with forced politeness that it was time to roll out the red carpet, or perhaps the battle mat, for their arrival. Hidden strategically behind his sidekick, the Tetkir speculated this newcomer was the Lily helper they had been briefed on. His partner quickly promised to handle the intruder while the cutter fixed the central hub's disastrous workload. The accomplice then spread his arms wide, posing dramatically, wondering aloud if the intruders understood the utter impossibility of externally breaching the battle ball domain, guaranteeing that as long as the game was active, this hallway was essentially impenetrable. The master seemed unsure if he should utilize his item to barricade the path, causing Sarah to grind her teeth together and fiercely insist he simply chill out and relax. Brushing a hand across her armor, the freshly graduated student confidently declared victory. Meanwhile, the weirdo wearing a hair mask reached out a demanding hand, asking about the final outcome. The scene then shifted to the virtual world Central Plaza, where Hans was parked on a wooden bench, cradling Haru, who was innocently sprawled across his lap, his mouth drooping into a mournful frown. The young man lamented that his companion showed zero sign of waking up, as the singer's eyelids remained stubbornly shut. Gently patting his sweetheart's hair, the gamer was utterly confused by the situation, until a ridiculously loud shout suddenly ripped him out of his thoughtful stupor. Janie scowled, his eyebrows knitting into a furious shade. He was gripping his hands into solid rocks. A colorful mermaid team member declared that having a romantic rendezvous during this crisis was utterly unthinkable and quite rude, but the accused scoffed, denying it was a date while his friend continued sounding like a pompous, old-money snob. A bead of nervous perspiration trickled down Hans' face, just as his associate burst out that he had literally encountered someone utterly magnificent. Jaw-dropping in pure fury, the user detailed that this maniac was a gaming, crazed lunatic who completely snapped, stressing that his breakdown happened almost the minute the whole commotion started. A memory surfaced, showing 5 people confronting a bizarre figure. Janus recounted that upon hearing reports of a weirdo chucking battle balls at folks, he tasked an academy senior with capturing the culprit. The guy wearing the ridiculous full-body fog suit insisted that he was immune to the usual statistical advantages, revealing the psycho had forcefully utilized the battle ball, forcing a grueling final one-on-one confrontation. The bucket covering the assailant's head popped right off following the sight, and the man reported witnessing a horror show, confirming the villain had successfully neutralized the elder student. The elf pinched his lips shut, struggling to comprehend that Haru had suffered the exact same fate, especially since his informant added that everyone defeated by this maniac fell into an irreversible coma, which was highly suspicious. Sweat poured down the snowman's face as he screamed his absolute certainty that the psycho was the prime architect of this chaos, only to be questioned immediately about the veracity of his statement. Dyokjin dropped his eyebrows in utter confusion, clarifying that the individual attacking everyone with a battle ball was wearing some kind of facial covering. Han, still seated, inquired if the assailant belonged to no squad, and Janus assured him his intel was totally reliable, grinding his teeth in pure irritation. The player realized this must be Professor Lily's accomplice, the very person his mentor's assistant had warned them about. The user's eyeballs looked ready to pop out of his skull from sheer terror, yelling that these masked goons were forcing battle ball duels on everyone, adding that refusal was useless since they just witnessed the guy in the rubber chicken mask deploy one regardless, leaving the poor young fellow baffled as to why they were assaulting innocent bystanders. Dyokjin's eyes suddenly shrank to tiny pinpricks as he calculated that deploying battle balls while the sensory output was dialed up to the maximum implied the attackers possessed a guaranteed trump card for victory. Simultaneously realizing he needed to panic about the professor's safety. Crouched suspiciously behind a piece of foliage, the worried student pondered if his dear, lifelong pal was actually mixed up in this disaster. Tapping his digit against the informational display, the young man reluctantly admitted that despite his reluctance, he was now obligated to personally investigate this mess. With a mischievous smirk, Loki wanted to know the pressing reason for this impromptu phone call. The caller grimaced, demanding Loki's precise location, which Loki cleverly deflected, pointing out the caller hadn't stated his own coordinates, before cheekily suggesting they attend the fun fair together. The antagonist quietly scratched his collar when the caller suspiciously inquired whether the ongoing racket was somehow connected to his activities. All at once, a tremendously self-satisfied smile bloomed across his features. The unconscious forms of several faculty members were scattered before the terrorist, who then commented that his partner was truly brilliant. Clutching his mask, the youth remarked that his observational skills were sharp, sadly noting that changing the history leading up to this point was no longer possible. Arching his eyebrows theatrically, Loki bid him a delightful visit. Immediately, the gamer's mouth corners dropped dramatically because his long-time buddy had just compared him to an infamous historical Korean turncoat, which was just harsh. Dyokjin, his forehead crinkled with rage, demanded an immediate status report on the other's location. The scene cut away, showing the complex housing the flying transportation. The professor mounted a mythical flying reptile, firmly gripping the reins. The man muttered that with the main gate fried, his travel plan involved solo aerial transportation. Instantly, the enormous beast soared into the upper atmosphere. The target area, which appeared to be shaped like a gigantic turtle, was encased in an impenetrable shield, confirming the teacher's suspicion that they had deliberately sealed off the floating castle to prevent any unauthorized docking. Extending his hand with flair, the seasoned mentor proudly announced that he now wielded totally different capabilities. Fragments of the enchanted orb scattered downwards immediately, The dragon bolted ahead, its magnificent wings fully extended. Scanning the observation deck, the professor started piecing together the true meaning of the display. Moments later, the man leaped onto the platform, observing beneath the protective barrier that poor Jimmy was literally kneeling before the evil perpetrator. Lily's mouth dropped open in astonished confusion. Grabbing the academy director by his collar, the woman demanded to know how her instructor had managed this impossible entrance. The mentor, his face darkening with a menacing glare, softly addressed the main antagonist. The criminal pondered for a second, slowly rotating her attention toward her opponent. The elderly man's arm was hanging uselessly in the air, prompting the woman to notice his missing signet ring, confirming he had pulled a surprisingly clever stunt by transferring his authority to the administrative manager right at the final moment. Slamming the game's supervisor onto the hard ground, the villainess confessed her shock that the director's ultimate Hail Mary pass involved relying on a professor. The annoyed man ground his molars together, calling Lily's statement an impressive display of supreme overconfidence, especially when she flatly insisted his efforts to halt her were utterly futile as well. That last practically popped her eyeballs out like a cartoon character when someone grilled her about her ongoing reliance on that digital helper. Resting a hand on her hip, the wicked lady asked if he caught the drift, and he joked that his knowledge went way deeper than that. Looking like she swallowed a lemon, the rebel leader couldn't grasp the logic, even as the educator explained they were known as Prism, a naughty gang slowly gaining some serious clout. Something weird materialized by the fellow's hand while he got grilled about his all-knowing status, though he ignored the distraction and quipped that his suspicions were relatively fresh, cladding himself in a metal onesie. The mentor noted he started doubting them when they cheated his pupils out of a win. Scowling like a grumpy badger, the teacher mused that Lily still had plenty of stuff he could snatch away. Suddenly a limb popped up, then a rival in a comfy chair smirked that he finally showed up, followed by a gamer appearing, staring straight. The guy wondered why ratted him out so fast, but the foe just said it was time for an emotional farewell. Staring him down, the antagonist proposed a wild team, up to flip the world upside down together. Furrowing his brow in confusion, the lad asked what flavor of crazy the other man was serving today. With a smug grin, the rival ranted about the city's chaotic vibes, the gross filth, and hungry kiddos, complaining that lazy politicians just watch crimes happen like a boring movie. He declared this place a literal dumpster fire compared to home, vowing to trash the current setup and hit the global reset button. Actually, the opening act for this grand show would be the total destruction of the school. Youths lounged near the perimeter, while that gentleman shielded his nostrils using a palm to block a nasty stench. Wearing a stern expression, the dude accused him of just making excuses and wondered if a silly motive was worth backstabbing the squad. The adversary shot back by asking if he was still stuck in his annoyingly blunt ways, all while the gamer lounged in his seat like a king. Clenching his jaw, the adult pleaded that he should regain some sanity before things got out of hand. That valiant fellow initiated a strike. The bad guy's mug was as blank as a fresh sheet of paper. While cranking the assailant's arm, the youth shouted that the arrow was shifting and noted he caught him using that flashy new move during the last tournament. Obviously thanks to some digital cheating software. Hanging his head, the gamer questioned how much more dignity he was willing to flush away hiding his features. The rival claimed victory was impossible against his eye buddy. He pointed out that the sensation of agony in this realm had spiked, meaning further resistance would just lead to a world of hurt. Glancing at the floor, the man suggested that joining them was the only way to avoid becoming a corpse. The rival countered by inquiring why the guy acted so fixated on him. The voting, the boy questioned whether their bond remained intact, leaving the adversary looking absolutely floored. Out of nowhere, a ruby orb emerged. Dismissively gesturing, the scoundrel asked if he grasped the consequences of triggering that thing. The lad replied that they were now locked in a deadly tango that would only stop once someone was face down in the dirt. Contorting his features into a weird grimace, the youth remarked that he simply could not stomach watching his old pal play the role of a movie monster anymore. A glass-like parallel version of the campus manifested. The fellow was sprawling on the dirt like a tired dog, looking heated. The youth expressed shock that he could actually feel the sting within this digital simulation. Shoving his hands in his pants, the gamer mocked him for collapsing after a single gut punch, explaining that cranking the sensory dial to the max changed how the body reacted. The lad questioned the claim about the 100% intensity setting, keeping his face hidden. The man teased him about being a scaredy cat, noting the fight wasn't over yet. It turns out this match followed a double tap rule, requiring 2 hits on the exact same spot to win. The dude was grounded like a toddler on a timeout. A digital token popped up, revealing that a target mark sticks to a fresh wound, and hitting it again triggers a spicy electric shock for a victory, though the target jumps around, so you have to be quick to double dip the same area. A picture of 2 dudes flashed on the screen. Looking forward, the rival bragged that the choice to end this fun little massacre belonged solely to the guy with the bigger muscles, meaning him. The fellow looked genuinely shocked that the kid wasn't sweating the physical agony. Scowling, the youth barked that he hated the other guy's massive ego and assumption of superiority, bouncing like a flamingo. The foe claimed those were just opinions, while the boy stared at the ground waiting for a boot to the face. The strike suddenly curved like a nasty slider. It smacked right into his noggin, delivering a flawless Brazilian-style kick straight to the jaw. A glowing target popped up on the boy's cheek while a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. One fighter struggled to block the heavy pressure from his rival. The youth's eye glowed a scary rat as he wondered why on earth he was losing to a literal rat of a human. A fluffy little hamster popped into view. Then the gentleman asked why people gossiped that his kid had trouble remembering who was who. Looking forward, the lad casually remarked that he didn't care to memorize nobodies, claiming he only focused on the losers who were beneath his level. Theming, the youth claimed he perceived the surrounding energy and viewed folks as mere beasts, making the leader speculate if superhuman reflexes made everyone else seem boring. Shutting his lids, the guy asked if this attitude was actually okay, wondering if he believed this ego trip would make him an invincible champion who never tastes defeat. But the dad noted it would be a shame to waste such potential in just one reality. Reaching out, the man promised to be a spectator, vowing to stay out of the way as long as the kid kept winning. Pulling a terrifying expression, the elder threatened that a single loss would trigger a total memory wipe, forcing him to relearn life from scratch while reminding him that the universe is vast, so he ought to demonstrate curiosity and admiration. Contained there. That adolescent fellow rotated. His old man's grin flashed, wondering if a supposed prodigy could handle this mental labyrinth, while the gamer took a sharp jab to his gut, confirming that entering the Fantastic Academy meant tasting bitter defeat for the very first time. Absolute dread washed over the lad's face, proving that losing had turned his confidence into a complete joke, making him doubt his own skills while his physical form actually started to develop visible cracks. The star of the show appeared, and from that second he only had eyes for the protagonist, feeling total hopelessness because he was a pathetic failure while the other guy was the champion. Just as his father predicted, his spirit was crushed. Noah relaxed atop the seat, suggesting the boy could get some payback if he simply performed a hard reset, just as a weird shiny trinket popped up. And during several hits, the young fellow decided he would restart as many times as it took, admitting the world was actually massive and showing some respect by being in tree, while asking if they were finally on the same level. He rambled about how his physical form and primal urges were totally rejecting the situation, but he was forced to persevere to finally topple Noah. The gentleman swung blindly. The rival's visage looked mangled. His features became visible. A funky mask sat on the villain's head. The man struck. Feet slid across the ground, grabbing the rails. The kid said that admitting his weakness allowed him to see things previously hidden. With a smirk, he noted the opponent fought like a world-class champion, using a standardized technique while mixing in other perfect moves depending on the heat of the moment. Extending a knuckle, that gentleman wondered why the kid started giving out free compliments. Advancing a bit, the veteran announced he was finally finding his foe quite intriguing, mentioning the duel wasn't nearly as garbage as he expected. Following a swift boot, the gamer questioned if that specific move felt familiar from just a few moments ago. Displaying his knuckles, the antagonist realized he replicated the Brazilian strike, wondering if he had simply stolen that maneuver. Staring forward, the boy mentioned he was slightly wrong, because that specific strike was a slash that landed much higher. Fixing his clothes, the youth thought he should probably straighten them out, while the veteran noticed he had transformed and felt slightly anxious, deciding to conclude the match right away. A fist hit home. Rising again, the guy joked about taking that punch on his alternate cheek, wondering if the boy lacked any sense of terror. Resting a palm upon his scalp, the fellow inquired what was supposedly reaching its conclusion. Looking forward, the player said he should show any other tricks he had, because he would absorb everything, remembering his dad's words about a big world, and decided all these people were just experience points for him. Closing in on the dude's mug, our protagonist confessed the veteran was clearly the more powerful warrior. With a grin, the man mentioned that what doesn't kill you makes you tougher, saying the match would end if the same spot got hit twice, then suggested a race between his leveling up and the rival's victory. That villain stared straight forward. A pair of legs appeared. A red ball was in the player's palm. Throwing the toy, the enemy asked how long she would keep running away like a scared rabbit. Smiling, Carrie asked who would want to fight him, saying she already felt the game's full realism. Running away, the girl recalled the assistant's order to move people to the plaza, saying she didn't know the head count but had to get them far from the square immediately. Shock hit the maiden's features. Retreating slowly, the antagonist claimed he shouldn't squander effort on a loser who bombed the tournament. Yet her sprinting skills were actually impressive. Then a projectile struck his skull without making eye contact. She invited him to stick around. His scalp shook with rage. Pursuing her, the guy noticed bystanders atop a metal tower, wondering if she finally quit fleeing so he could put the ball away. Perched on the beams, Carrie mentioned they planned on attending a buddy's musical show today, but his drama ruined everything. Removing his hedger, the villain stated her friend's fate was irrelevant, suggesting she focus on surviving her own upcoming timeline. Shock hit the maiden's visage. Smirking, the female antagonist questioned if she recalled being stomped during the tournament. Powerless to fight back, looking ahead, the men warned that making him unmask meant her brain was heading for a shutdown, while the lady asked if she was the one being targeted. Instantly the rival's pupil expanded. Throwing a kick, the woman announced she only desired to return the favor for her prior defeat. Carrying that attack, that foe wondered why our hero lacked terror given this agony became felt at maximum intensity. That villainess scowled. Kicking her rival, our maiden called her a hopeless little girl, shielding her face. This antagonist found those movements quite irritating and tried to intimidate the girl by claiming victory represented an impossibility. That lady frowned. Reaching out, the rival stated she utilized a pro-assistance tool based on elite data, asking if any human could surpass such a program. Our hero felt stunned realizing this duel mirrored facing thousands of experts simultaneously. That opponent smirked and declared herself completely unbeatable. Carrie plastered on a cheerful smile and asked if the rumors were true. Grabbing hold of the other girl's biceps, she bragged about being among the world's best players, insisting that she was physically unbeatable within the academy's walls. The villain, in turn, began to question reality. Noting that Carrie wasn't just unafraid but had actually become calmer. With a confident look, Carrie stated that she felt much better because the conversation had become engaging, offering to share her own backstory. Looking ahead, she explained she grew up in the worst possible town, where adults offered no protection to children, and everyone prioritized their own welfare. Survival demanded that she constantly fight the grown-ups. The man stood nearby, holding cash in his hand, biting her opponent's leg. Carrie declared that this environment had instilled in her a great deal of rage and raw power. The young woman then launched her attack. The villainess, looking unsure, concluded that without a talent for learning, she would be completely useless, mentally deciding where to hit, adding that the specific target didn't matter because her assistant would react to any situation. The warrior's eyes glowed bright red. Carrie continued running forward. Her rival's face registered complete shock. The girl clenched her teeth in determination. The players were descending rapidly. A man with a distinctly green face emerged, pointing a finger. One player declared that the guy was clearly insane, suffering from a severe case of game addiction and head sickness. Noting he had attacked several people earlier, another man stood in the middle of the crowd, holding a red ball. The opponent announced that he seemed to have found a hunting ground packed with an incredible number of monsters here. The villain stood next to a very tall person, looking down. The third-year student asked if this person was truly attacking everyone, promising swift retribution if he continued causing chaos. Smirking, the young man thought about how defeating him now would make huge news, giving him a chance to instantly become the academy superstar, then ordered the person to stop causing trouble and vanish. The opponent held an object, wiped down his suit, and snidely suggested the stupid monsters should clear out. Noting they seemed aware of the situation and were already attempting to flee, the player stared at the victim. People began to scatter in fear. Taking off his mask, the guy thought that if not now, when else would he experience such a feeling of superiority, praising his assistant as the absolute best. A faceless man asked if something in the area had caught his interest. The player pointed, and asked if the unconscious girl was also the fault of this villain. Shutting his hands in his pockets, the villain confirmed he had seen her recently. Asking what difference it made, the hero remained impassive. Looking forward, the opponent challenged him, asking what he thought he could possibly accomplish. A massive blue barrier suddenly appeared. A cube materialized and rolled across the floor. The object contained a depiction of people. Without revealing his face, the enemy announced that the right to choose had been passed to the trash, adding that regardless of the game, his assistant possessed data on all the world's top players. The guy, in turn, selected game 485, titled The Rhythmic Pandemic. Gesticulating wildly, the offender questioned whether he honestly believed that choosing a rhythm game wouldn't affect the level of sensitivity. He warned that losing would create electrical waves strong enough to scramble his brain, prompting the young man to say he would choose music instead. Making a displeased face, the man thought about how the guy always confused him. The opponent's face registered shock when he heard the game title was Rhapsody of Sunset and Ashes, claiming he had selected a song no one had ever attempted. With a determined expression, the man declared that he would succeed. Pressing the necessary buttons, the player announced the game start. Hands appeared on the interface. Multi-colored squares began to appear rapidly. The shapes multiplied quickly. The villain watched as the keys were pressed. The opponent, looking utterly shocked, thought about how the notes were flowing out at an incredible speed. Noting that sequences were appearing inappropriately fast, causing his fingers to curl up, he wondered if the data of the top players could truly withstand this, concluding that everything would only be fine if he somehow managed to last longer. The enemy focused intently on the man's hands. The enemy's eye appeared. The player pressed the keys, demonstrating he had made more than 1,000 correct inputs. The guy kept his eyes hidden. A blue eye suddenly materialized. The hero looked ahead, thinking that if he could just express his thoughts a little better and understand his own feelings more clearly, perhaps inviting her to walk at the festival together would have changed the entire situation. The girl lay in a state of unconsciousness. The man was secured inside a training machine, blood began to appear on the chair. The man touched the player's body, thinking to himself that he would make absolutely certain that the player wouldn't dare regret anything. The man started to cry. The captain, still faceless, demanded to know what he was doing, because he had used a red ball, asking if he was trying to commit suicide. There was no emotion visible on the boy's face. He reasoned that while it annoyed him terribly, the fact that the other person reacted so sharply whenever people talked about it probably meant he still considered him a friend. Surprise registered on the villain's face, keeping his hand shoved into his pockets. The young man asked why his friend had deteriorated so significantly. The yellow glove appeared, indicating that this event had taken place 7 years ago. The boy sat next to a large heap of trash. The man held a piece of red fabric in his hand. It was clear that the miners in the city weren't even given a chance to get an education. All they ever learned was the daily grind of sorting through waste discarded by other cities in exchange for pay. A massive pile of garbage appeared. A pair of eyes reflected complete hopelessness. The boy abruptly leaned forward. The friend picked up his companion. Staring forward, the youngster inquired about his companion's health, wondering aloud if perhaps they should take the day off, because their joints were protesting. The foreman, adopting the universal stance of impending doom with hands on his hips, scoffed, demanding the reason for the stoppage, warning that theatrical ailments equaled absolutely no financial reward this afternoon. With his brows tied in a comedic knot of indignation, the laborer challenged the cruel statement, arguing that their respite was hardly a coffee break, insisting the sickness seemed legitimate, and joking that they would likely be paid nothing regardless since the environment was offensively unsanitary. Grinding his molars, the first fellow declared his colleague certifiable, prompting the associate to urge stoicism, reminding him pointedly of the time a tiny terror nearly flattened them with structural brickwork. Finally the man sighed, claiming deranged individuals had latched onto them, adding that he longed to meet the boy's maternal unit, an unlikely scenario considering they had literally abandoned their offspring in a dumpster like unwanted furniture. Perspiring heavily, the rookie mumbled remorsefully that he truly should have exercised better judgment. With a cheerful smirk, his companion announced the discovery of something genuinely intriguing over there, gesturing for him to approach the scene, causing both gentlemen to immediately direct their gazes earthward. A set of someone's legs materialized, instantly confirming that this console was a ridiculously vintage piece of technology, which naturally led the youngster to inquire if starting the prehistoric device was even remotely feasible. Turning his head slightly, the youth pondered if perhaps dedicating any time whatsoever to examining the item was a sensible endeavor. A luminous television display materialized. The player, sporting a wonderfully exaggerated frown, lamented his repeated failure, desperately wanting to know how his opponent maintained such frustratingly flawless gameplay. A gentle rosy hue settled upon the boy's countenance. He argued that victory in video games provided zero nutritional value, making his performance moot, but his comrade insisted that although it didn't matter today, once they hit grown-up status, their entire reality would fundamentally shift. Utter disbelief registered plainly on the fellow's expression. With a sly smile, the associate inquired if Faker was a familiar name, and the child replied affirmatively, commenting that the fellow was merely a somewhat recognizable professional gaming personality. Gazing straight forward, the man asserted the gamer was universally famous, recognizable even to those who only occasionally touched a joystick, noting that the sheer weight of his professional achievements ensured he was not only financially successful but also wielded colossal influence over the population. A brightly rendered digital avatar materialized on the screen. With a confident grin, the fellow declared his firm conviction that an exceptional talent like that had a guaranteed escape route from this small town. Focusing intensely, the boy asked his companion if collaborating on a professional gaming career sounded appealing, enthusiastically guaranteeing he would personally provide the coaching necessary to make him Faker version 2.0. Pure, unadulterated optimism beamed from the guy's features upon hearing the dazzling possibility of becoming a subsequent Faker. The player, keeping his face obscured like a true super-villain, explained that this concept gave him the passion to pursue competitive gaming, revealing he secured a professor, an entry into the academy, then sharply questioned why his former teammate had suddenly gone rogue. A single, unsettling emerald ore belonging to the character appeared, with one hand casually shoved into his pocket. The villain stated he acted because he discovered the academy was a place brimming with far worse things than simple ambition, sarcastically asking if his friend truly didn't know the institution's financial backbone, explaining that the contributing elite families considered outsiders from less fortunate areas to be absolute moral contamination that had to be purged immediately. A significant throng of individuals appeared. The enemy, keeping his identity hidden, claimed they were demanding the immediate expulsion of anyone who failed to meet the academy's spotless image standard, which was ironically everyone frowning deeply. The opponent insisted their aspirations were dead on arrival at this institution, explaining he therefore joined this group specifically to demolish the academy's fundamentally flawed structure, suggesting they team up to initiate global systemic change. The guy wore a look of utter shock, admitting sheepishly that he finally grasped the bizarre concept, albeit only minimally. Clapping a hand over his dramatic heart, the opponent declared his intention to forge their ideal reality, prompting the youth to reflect on their overly dramatic emotional ties and realize with regret that leveraging their personal history was unfortunately the single effective method left for neutralizing his friend. The main character, hands deep in his trousers, instructed the system to launch the competition cube, immediately causing the villain's face to contort in absolute fury. Spreading his hands wide in theatrical shock, the opponent questioned his seriousness, reminding him that the stakes were supposedly mortal. But the hero casually dismissed his concern, clarifying that this specific competition was nothing like the high-stakes match his friend anticipated. A specialized cube bearing the guy's portrait appeared. The young man, face still obscured, suggested they launch Pac-Man, specifically challenge 32, explaining the rules were simple: evade the randomly wandering maze beast and collect the most shiny bits to secure the win. The enemy nervously watched the ceiling, adopting an arrogant smirk. The youth announced the immediate start of their existential battle, claiming that the data showed 8 out of 10 emotional losers in this simulation instantly enter a deep coma. The onlookers huddled together. The monster's horrifying maw appeared, confirming a grim 20% survival probability. Swiveling suddenly, the hero confidently proclaimed he was definitely staking his whole life savings on a triumphant outcome. A grotesque, digital creature instantly materialized. Keeping his face shielded, the young man explained that winning meant enduring the 80% coma chance, while if he hit the rare 20% chance, the hero would be declared the victor. Standing practically inside the creature's digital mouth, the player pledged that should he win, he would issue formal apologies all around, and willingly face the consequences. Absolute dread etched itself onto the villain's face, begging him to halt the proceedings. Chuckling darkly, the hero suggested they play a friendly round later, causing the frantic opponent to stretch his arm out, screaming for the game to stop immediately. The man's expression registered total shock, and then, the protective energy barrier began to fizzle out. Large droplets of perspiration gathered on the adversary's forehead. Hilariously, a surprisingly fast airborne turtle appeared, instantly followed by the emergence of a truly enormous, shimmering barrier. The young woman was hyperventilating significantly. The scruffy bloke scrutinized that stinky challenger. Gazing straight, the chick demanded an explanation, assuming her techie butler had booted up, clutching a blade. The nerdlord quizzed her remarks regarding a pile of championship stats mimicking her moves, noting that wrecking the software simply involved muscling every legendary pro player out there. Grinning like a cat, she concurred with his assessment, labeling the educator a complete phony. Her mug popped onto the screen, balancing her blade. The girl pondered why he warned her, realizing she could definitely smack him around with her bot, yet a tactical pivot was definitely required for a cleaner victory. The chick swiped sweat away, while the pro gripped his steel. Noah popped in, peering around. Our hero noticed the plaza was ghost town empty. Out of nowhere, a shiny object or weird movement snagged his focus. The cranky dude scrunched his forehead, gesturing at his own chest. The gamer questioned if he was essentially a ghost. Wearing a sour expression, the man explained that some punk arrived to pelt folks with a scarlet sphere, but his buddy soloed the loser before taking an involuntary nap. Our boy glanced at his napping comrade on the furniture, with palms tucked away. The antagonist wondered about the mess. The foe gazed forward, casually checking if he was the one who caused this ruckus. That junior fellow kept his mug hidden. Gnashing his pearly whites, the fighter looked back. A rival was currently tasting the dirt. Our champ's skull. The antagonist scanned the horizon, genuinely shocked to bump into this fellow here. Craning his neck, the villain guessed the youth probably wrecked the guy, though he couldn't fathom how the kid pulled it off. As the rival stared into space, our main man asked if they were seriously assaulting everyone with fancy battle marbles. Loitering nearby, the dude suggested grabbing the goods. Tipping his noggin, the protagonist mentioned they really should trade blows just for once. That villain stuffed a hand into his jeans. Rubbing his noggin, the soldier complained that this little brat failed to realize his lowly rank, vowing to delete him regardless. A glowing orb materialized in the kid's grip. Everything nearby became smothered in a neon blue barrier. They stayed locked in a stare down. Some weird cue popped out after he explained the gambling dice system. Our protagonist, looking bored, mentioned he already heard this cheesy speech and saw the tacky costume. The rival didn't budge. The dice rattled on the pavement once he asked if the guy was actually Hyun-jun. The scrapper's peepers grew massive upon hearing the match would unfold within the legendary stadium of the temporal champions. Shrugging widely, the rival questioned if that satisfied his curiosity. The scenery shifted as the computer announced it was fetching character skins for this realm, advising them to pick a class and gear. Afterward, our lead inquired how he ended up in such a bizarre state. The foe lifted his palms, claiming total ignorance. The boy grabbed a tool, noting it was obvious he was born that way anyway. Suddenly, the bad guy teleported right into his personal space. Our star's expression remained incredibly grim. That trap stayed shut. Unsealing them, the fellow sight. The rival's peepers bulged instantly, his palms freezing in mid-air. Our lead intercepted the strike, clarifying he was finally going to unleash his full power. Shocked, the kid glanced back at the old teacher. Loitering in the rear, the gamer asked how this whole mess linked to tweaking sync ratios. He also wondered if the pilot feared melting his brain from a high-voltage connection, suggesting they merely required a cooling trigger. Facing a massive audience, the nerd determined that Hyunjun acted as the spark, hinting a human fire extinguisher might be lurking nearby. A mob of strangers appeared when the doc suggested visiting every acquaintance to find the lucky savior. Lab machinery surfaced during talk of ongoing buffalo experiments. Grinning like a maniac, the gentleman announced they finally discovered a working dampener. Liquid stress leaked off our hero's chin. Looming over the lass, the brainiac remarked that her boosted harmony stats were quite fascinating. Her furious mug surfaced while the speaker noted he never guessed her resting grumpy face would act as a reset button. While slightly flawed, it served as a decent patch for his current issues. Our boy kept staring, figuring her success stemmed from the fact she was thrashing him. They kept trading heavy punches. That rival gnashed his fangs quite aggressively. The kid evaded every strike like a caffeinated ninja. An incoming foot aimed for his nose. The dude kept unleashing an endless barrage. Our star kept dancing around the danger. He looked deadly earnest when the alert flashed that his sync had hit 600%. He stared at the ceiling. Salty facial moisture leaked south. Suddenly, Shia's furious mug appeared while his sync stats crashed to exactly 320, and that nimble foe realized this warrior moved purely on automated logic. Thinking back to their initial scrap, the brawler knew this inhuman reflex level was hauntingly familiar, so Hyunjun gnashed his maulers while gambling his remaining vitality on a prison boost, as he was fueled by pure spite and lacked any shred of mercy for some annoying glitch trying to ruin his high score. That toddler's sharp toy kissed his throat. Those pupils locked onto that pointy stick. That academic nerd sliced his foe using a traditional sword. With dinner-plate eyes, the dude claimed he spotted glitches everywhere because their digital assistant was a half-baked mess, yet she giggled and called him a genius since nobody else noticed. So immediately after, the scrapper unsheathed his steel, and while waving that toothpick, Lee announced the drama would conclude once her digital pastime finally ended. Resting on the dirt, she clarified that the top gamer's vital stats were missing until this very second, but now the inventory was finally complete. A bead of anxiety dripped down his head as he realized his combat stats were being uploaded to the cloud, making him wonder if she started this brawl just for some downloads. Grinning widely, the girl promised the whole ordeal ends shortly. Glowing azure tattoos popped up near her peeper while she bragged about her unkillable bot. Hyunjun's eyeball ignited while he dodged a neck-seeking blade, retreating just enough to avoid a literal haircut, so narrowing his vision. The lad figured he escaped major surgery. But then a heavy boot sent him flying toward the stadium's boundary, while his opponent's gear began morphing like a plastic surgery disaster. And the guy claimed his software just got a spicy new patch. Our main hero's sockets stretched like rubber. Staring toward that rival, the dude pondered a weirdly awkward stance. Right then, that combatant visualized the spectral visual of that top-tier legend standing behind and grasped that this stance belonged to the nameless guy. Then the view manifested. Some random lady's corpse chilled on the floor. That gamer's hearing holes started buzzing across the arena. Blinking in shock, she muttered about not being dead yet, while a sapphire force field shimmered into existence. That protective bubble faded, leaving a certain individual napping on hard pavement. King looked quite smug while a blue-haired dude rested on a wooden bench, and after the lady messed up her task, Loki hugged his former buddy's lifeless remains. He inspected those dusty shoes. That seller's peepers remained tightly shut. That teacher stood over his crushed rival, claiming he stole the admin password back, while a digital pop-up told him to unlock the doors and crank up the ouch factor. Another crimson alert screamed that the suffering level was locked at 100 agony, meaning every scratch would feel like 1,000 bee stings. His sockets ballooned upon reading that the internal game was running on autopilot, making it impossible to tweak the knobs until the final credits rolled. That courageous fighter kept battling as the rival commenced a fresh strike. Gnashing his fangs, the warrior sensed his stinging injury was pure torture thanks to that maxed out sensitivity. Just as the bad guy lifted his steel above his noggin, clutching his knife, the boy braced for a skyward strike, but the villain pivoted into a rapid upward slash instead, and the hero's vision went blank as he realized the trajectory of that swing had flipped completely. A lonely droplet escaped his eye because he knew this trap was designed to make his fast reflexes totally useless for winning. Watching the enemy, the brawler sensed he was evolving mid-scrap into a legendary monster. Then his toothpick snapped during a gear-shattering move, while his pupils dilated when he realized that the Grim Reaper was checking his watch nearby. That rival's sharp stick started radiating light after he activated the fancy body stabbing technique. As the attack zoomed closer, The young man had a terrible realization: his brain would check out before his body even got the memo. A flying dragon suddenly appeared, forcing the man to jump for cover. The professor, near the barrier, explained the spot was where the battle balloon signal was last seen, as two system windows materialized in front of him with detailed player specs. Lee's eyes bulged as he processed this scene, realizing the young man wasn't fighting alone but had a sidekick assisting him. An arm shot upwards in a desperate reach. The hero struck his opponent with his bare hand, making Lee's eyes snap wide open. The blow landed squarely on the chin, sending the young man tumbling backward immediately. Suddenly, he launched himself forward with unexpected speed. His hand latched onto the enemy's head, and immediately after, the combatant slammed the foe into the ground. His eyes radiated an intense blue light, signaling that his synchronization level was pushing the boundaries of human possibility at nearly 1,000%. A dazzling detonation abruptly illuminated the entire fighting area. Frowning deeply, the man understood his prog had cranked the synchronization to its absolute limit. While it was the necessary move for the present fight, he knew it guaranteed future headaches down the line. The protagonist kept up the relentless assault. Without warning, a sharp blade materialized directly in his path. The man instantly launched himself backward, creating distance. The enemy's mask developed a web of fractures, and muffled cries confirmed they were experiencing intense agony. With his eyes still shining intensely blue, someone questioned whether he was suffering from some exaggerated, early, adolescent fantasy disorder. The foe rubbed his itching head and declared with absolute certainty that this time, he was going to finish off the protagonist for good. His eyes widened as he recalled his academy days, where defeat was his constant companion. The man recognized that many stronger individuals existed there, making his own power no better than a delusion, just like every other loser from Decedi. Even so, Hyunjun refused to surrender, reminding himself to keep swinging his limbs regardless. The hero kept evading the relentless assault. He took a knee strike as a system alert popped up, indicating his reaction failed, and he needed new combat data. His eyes were glowing blue. The enemy then recalled his colleague's advice about admitting he couldn't handle things solo. A punch landed on his face, triggering a torrent of red error messages, culminating in a final notification declaring a total failure to find any usable information. A brilliant emblem flashed across his neck, only to vanish into thin air a moment later. The fighter clenched his jaw tightly, realizing with mounting dread that his backup assistant had just been abruptly deactivated. He kept his eyes fixed ahead. The opponent stared at the young man, absolutely aghast at the thought of suffering yet another defeat, especially at the hands of this particular failure. The protagonist's visual sensors maintained their intense luminescence. With his eyes shut tight, he concluded it was finished. Professor Waison's warning echoed. Breaking synchronization would cause shock and burnout, potentially ruining his future normal life. Yet, he deemed this preferable to death. Wanting desperately to keep developing as a pro player, suddenly a familiar face materialized far off and rapidly drew nearer. It was Shia, shouting his name. Her eyes were huge as she yelled in disbelief, demanding to know if he planned on regaining consciousness anytime soon. His eyes snapped open instantly. The young man rose to his feet, assessing the arena around him as he realized his synchronization level had reverted back to normal parameters. The opponent grinned widely, recognizing the change in the protagonist, and realizing this was his golden opportunity. The hero, looking down, inwardly confirmed that his synchronization level was flatlining, indicating the onset of a standard burnout. A stream of perspiration trickled down his features. Right after, the combatant launched a flurry of rapid punches at his foe, causing his own eyes to instantly turn completely white. The hero's gaze widened in shocked surprise. Observing the opponent's form, the player noted with bewilderment that they seemed to be rapidly losing strength, which was truly baffling. The containment barrier started to dissipate. A knowing smirk spread across Lee's features. Reflecting on the new recruit who joined their organization, the man recalled that when this individual first arrived at the academy, he honestly didn't have high hopes for his synchronization capabilities. But the guy trained tirelessly, never slacking off for a single day, and eventually, things changed. His dedication certainly wasn't in vain, because he eventually became significantly stronger. Observing him, Lee recognized that a fighter with this much natural skill couldn't possibly lose to an opponent who relied entirely on some kind of software assistance. The young man whirled around, asking when the other guy had shown up. The man closed his eyes as the protagonist launched into an explanation, loudly demanding to know if the observer had seen how he'd been forced to activate synchronization, arguing that the results weren't terrible, and thus, he should be forgiven for his most recent performance. Dashing forward, the protagonist continued his relentless chattering. The sunlight streamed in through the window curtains. The guy put his hand to his mouth and let out a huge yawn. Then his gaze drifted involuntarily toward the adjacent bed. The upper bunk was completely empty. The only item left behind was his friend's headphones. He realized 3 days had passed since the terrorist attack, which had forced the competitions to stop, The Academy administration had forbidden external visitors and closed the entire facility for much-needed rest. The faces of those responsible for the atrocities were shown to the public. Reports stated that the entire Metal Sharks terrorist team had been apprehended, except for Loki, who was discovered unconscious in a coma. It was also revealed that the whole team had used a cheating program during the competitions, shocking society even further when the instigator turned out to be one of the Academy's own professors. The hero arrived at the hospital, commenting that 30 people were left in a bizarre computer state after the attack, which had left city's facilities completely overwhelmed for days. He found his comrade lying in a hospital bed, staring off into space. The fighter's eyes began to open as the hero called his name. Han greeted him as he stood up. The protagonist said he brought the guitar and headset Han requested, but questioned why he needed musical instruments while confined to a hospital bed for recovery. His comrade, hugging the musical instrument closely, replied that he was already well enough to be discharged. The young man reminded him that he'd been diagnosed with serious mental fatigue, meaning he had to remain hospitalized for a while longer. Smiling, the guy recognized that Han's condition stemmed from overusing his synchronization level, something he himself had endured. He thought of the other victims of the incident. Realizing another man was in the bed nearby, a folder with a girl's name appeared as he remembered Deokjin and Haru, who were still unable to emerge from their comas. The guy looked at his friend and asked if he had gone to visit his girlfriend's room, to which Han responded negatively. The protagonist pointed out that her room was located directly above his own, suggesting he should have visited. The hero smiled when Han confessed that something inside him was making excuses not to go. Looking at his guest, Han announced that he would go see her now, because he didn't want to live with any more regrets. The young man, opening his eyes wide in relief, thanked him for the decision. His phone vibrated with a call from his girlfriend, bringing it to his ear. The fighter was immediately met with a shout asking for his current location. The young man replied that he was at the hospital and asked what was wrong. Her next words made his eyes widen. He needed to return immediately because their comrade had finally woken up. Everyone present was looking in the same direction when someone suddenly yelled. The hero threw open the doors, calling out to the leader, feeling his face instantly flush crimson as all his friends were already gathered there. The head put his hand over his face, asking if the hero was also making a dramatic comeback. The two comrades were on the verge of crying as Dakshin commented that they all looked like they'd just seen a ghost. The door slammed shut, and screams echoed from behind it as they realized he wasn't dead. Together, they swarmed him in a group embrace. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the girl's room. The door was closed. Han approached it cautiously. The man stood right in front of the entrance, a drop of sweat running down his face. Opening the door, the guy offered an immediate apology. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. His focus instantly shifted to the side. The girl was sitting upright on the bed. She looked at her guest. A faint smile immediately appeared on Han's face. Standing in the ward, the man commented that this was their first real-world interaction, in a different location. Someone tapped a finger on the table. The man sitting across from the suspect asked if there were terrorists behind the leader known as Lily and if they were called Prism. The suspect answered affirmatively. The interrogator then asked for the current location of the group. The prisoner, raising his hands, replied that he didn't know, claiming he had only met them during a crossing. The interrogator then asked why he joined such a group. The player, opening his eyes wider, explained he was fascinated by their proposal to overthrow the elite society. Sitting in the chair, the prisoner added that while their ultimate goals differed, their ideas aligned initially, resulting in mutual use. He explained they eventually abandoned both him and the professor, and offered to answer any remaining questions. The interrogator rubbed his neck, wondering why someone who had been so stubborn was suddenly so talkative. Loki smiled, stating that he intended to fulfill a promise he had made to his only friend. Jin's happy face flashed through his mind. The professor's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Covering his face with his hand, Lee explained that he had come because the word mentioned something important. The latter confirmed it was still important. Holding his weapon, the fighter explained that he would now demonstrate how his student would surpass even the strongest Daya. An image of an unidentified opponent materialized before him, which the young man recognized as the stance used during the battle with Hyun Jun. The teacher then asked if he remembered the upcoming school event. The guy turned around and confidently replied that he would finish before it even began. Grinning confidently, the hero knew that he now possessed synchronization, and that his skills were significantly superior to his previous abilities. The opponent immediately rushed to attack, leading the fighter to believe he could finally defeat him this time. Instead, the man found himself lying on the ground, spreading his arms in frustration. The young man yelled, asking why he failed. As he stood up, Noah explained that he was certain he'd defeated the nameless Stata when he fought the Helper, and demanded to know why he couldn't beat it now. The smiling professor recalled a drawback of the program, which he'd observed during the battle. If the recorded data failed to achieve its objective once, it would quickly be replaced by completely new data. Remembering his ward's attack, Lee realized that as soon as the student accepted the helper's attack, he immediately began fighting with different datasets. Looking at him, the teacher concluded that he was still far from defeating it, noting they were already late for the event and needed to go immediately, as a main character couldn't afford to be tardy. The young man looked back and repeated his question. A large hall appeared. The guy sat on the stage as the presenter spoke about how these academy students were responsible for exposing the terrorist organization and preventing greater damage. They all stood there as the man expressed gratitude. The faces of all the people in the audience appeared on screen. The protagonist stared wide-eyed, thinking that this was the very first recognition he had received in all this time. The robot, sitting on a chair, reflected that while it had definitely scolded its master for getting into danger, it was privately pleased by the honor bestowed upon him. The students began to descend from the stage just as an announcement was made, stating that the academy had one final, extremely important piece of news to deliver. The man standing at the counter explained that the director, preparing for the unknown, had left behind a video message to be shown where all academy-related people would gather. An image of an old man appeared. The professors watched intently as the director's voice stated that if they were viewing this message, then he was no longer among them. Raising a single finger, Jimmy announced that they now required a person to lead the academy during this new vacancy, and therefore, a new deputy director would be appointed immediately. Squinting at the crowd, the head began to introduce the chosen person. The eyes of all the students widened simultaneously when the principal announced the idea of the top player to fill the position. Then instructors' sockets likewise nearly ejected their eyeballs once this big boss revealed Professor Lee as that academy's new babysitter, prompting that fellow into instantly shielding his mug with his mitts while pupils chirped like caffeinated sparrows. This last scrunched her face while a lone brain cell wrestled with some fresh intel. A pair of companions likewise stared his way like he suddenly sprouted extra limbs. Teoxan's mug wore a smirk resembling a very satisfied feline. Our hero's eyelids snapped open, revealing the professor's mug hovering far too close.